Hello there, nerds. How's everybody doing today? I hope you're well. Oh, hey. Funny seeing you here. What's up, Gina? What's up, Pixie? Sponge, how's it going? King Kadasha. The one with the gun, hey! Bildo, how's it going? Who else is here? Shalakor. Good to see you. Omega, what's up, buddy? Cobalt, how's it going? What's up, Shades Moth? Red Fedora, I hardly Nora. Gem Jar, how's it going, buddy? the show, everybody. Lovely to see all of you. Hakase. Bilruna TV. How do you do today? My camera's a little... Whatever, it's fine. This is the best camera angle, by the way, for anybody that was wondering. I'm tired of that song. Welcome to the show, guys. Mo Charles, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. Hey guys, how's it going? Lovely to see all of you. I hope you're doing well. Oh boy. Yeah, things are a little bit weird. The angle is a little off. I don't know why. Anyway. Hope everybody's having a good day. If you're not having a good day, I'm sorry. And I hope you find your good day. Welcome to the show. Hello, hello, hello. Is this anybody's first time on the show? Anybody's not seen it before? Raise your hand. Say, hey, I'm new. Say, hey, I don't know what's going on yet. What's the deal, Cinder? Shut up, Pixie. I feel like Bilruna's been here before, too. Okay. Okay, okay. That's fine. I just like explaining it if it's new, you know? So, if you are new, the way this show works is pretty straightforward. If you're watching on Twitch, you can do the command wheel. If you're watching on YouTube, there is a link in the video description. And you can use either of those if you want to send me your D&D homebrew for me to give you some feedback on it, for me to review it. That's about it. I spin a big wheel and we look at the homebrew. When we do homebrew reviews on this channel, we try our best to maintain a level of respect towards ourselves and towards the other people that are sending in homebrew. That being said, I do not generally feel the need to sugarcoat my feedback that much. So we want to live in this space where we are both acknowledging that somebody is putting effort into something that they care about and that they want to be great, and inevitably some element of their heart sits in because it's something that they've made, while at the same time pointing out when we genuinely feel like something doesn't work, or when something feels uncomfortable to read or frustrating to understand. And sometimes in these reviews, those sorts of negative responses can feel hard. They can feel hurtful, right? If you wrote something and you send it to me and I'm reading it and I'm going, oh my God, as I'm reading it, that doesn't feel good. So because of that, and because we know that going in, it's also sort of our job to be extra not mean if possible. But if you are somebody that wrote something and sent something in, and as I'm reading it, I look like I'm getting tired or frustrated or exacerbated, I don't want you to think that that means that I don't think you have it in you to make stuff or that you shouldn't make stuff. But that does mean that the way your thing is written or the way that it's formatted is not a pleasurable experience for me to get through. That takes away nothing of your value, okay? Or your potential. But it does mean that there might be some work to put in towards the way that you are putting your piece together. And that is a lot of how this feedback will go. It's sort of two things at the same time. One, there's an element of feedback where I'm just going to be giving you advice in terms of features feeling too strong or not strong enough, or ways you might want to twist something, or just key elements that are missing. Or a lot of the time, if there's like a lot of the same sort of mistake, it'll turn into more of a general, not mistake, but the same sort of issue that I'm seeing with it. It'll turn into more of like a general feedback. But then the other feedback, which I think is maybe harder to take, but also just as important, is it fun to read? Are we getting excited by it? Am I excited to read it? Is chat excited to read it? Because at the end of the day, you can make almost any idea really exciting or really boring. It's a little bit scary how much power you have to either uplift your piece to greatness or to literally shoot yourself in the foot before you are out the door. So while that feedback that is coming from the more emotional side, which is when I'm going to get frustrated with reading something, isn't always the most fun, and we all acknowledge that, it's important to know if you are somebody that is planning on putting your homebrew out into the world and you really want to either publish something or just get a lot of upvotes on Reddit or whatever, you know, maybe, or you know, start your own Patreon where you're putting out homebrew regularly, any of those sorts of things. If you have those sorts of aspirations, or you just want to be a writer in general and you want people to like what you're writing, yeah, when somebody, those moments are gonna happen all the time, not on camera. You know? So seeing it happen once on camera can help you not have to deal with it all the times that it's happening, and you're not noticing it, you know? Okay. So yeah, I just want to do a little disclaimer before we start, because inevitably we hurt feelings, and the goal is never to hurt feelings. So we want to be supportive when that inevitably does happen. Okay? Cool with everybody? I hope so. What's up, Josh? Suitable command, what's up, buddy? The power of words. Smolder is big about the power of words. Smolder, yeah, I haven't let him out in a while. Maybe we'll do a Smolder stream soon. I wanted to do at least a couple regular streams so people like would remember what the fuck we were doing here, so that if when things get crazy, there's some anchor point that we can still like desperately hold on to amidst the storm. You know what I mean? I was just doing the shake weight motion a little bit. Clip it. There is one other thing that I wanted to talk about before we start. It's going to be a very quick thing. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. But I think it's important to talk about, and it's a little serious. We're going to be serious for a second. So we're going to turn off silly for like 3 seconds. Okay. So one of the pieces of homebrew that somebody sent in today, and I'm going under the impression that it was well-intentioned, so usually before stream, if I have time, I'll skim the homebrew that has been sent in so far. Because inevitably, if I do catch one where somebody like filled it out wrong or something, I can let them know. But somebody sent in a piece of homebrew today that had something in it that to me is a very big red flag. And we're not gonna review that specific piece. So if you sent in something and it's not on the wheel, that's why. But I am going to bring it up right now and just talk about it for like 2 seconds. And I want to explain why I think it's something that you should not include in your homebrew, and why I think it's just a bad vibe in general to include in your game. for the person that made it, if they are watching, so they don't feel like I just said fuck you to them, because I really am not intending this in any offensive way, but also because I think it's a good thing to talk about for like 3 seconds. Cool? Serious? I turned the music off. Okay? Ready? Set? Oh, that's uneventful. Okay, so it was this. So here's the piece that somebody sent in that has what I would consider a problematic element. And it's this feature right here. And I'm just going to read it to you guys. Each creature that can see Simurg must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or become charmed. Creatures under the charmed condition begin to copulate and become very romantically involved with one another. Only if consent is given, otherwise they just have good, warm feelings. Now, here's what I want to say about this. I think that if you feel like you need to put a content warning, like only if consent is given, that probably is a good indicator that the thing you're making is most likely not appropriate for most games, if not all games, and you probably just shouldn't include it. But larger than that, D&D and any sort of game that does like enchantment, magic, and mind control stuff sits in a weird space because, you know, they talk about this a lot, where like if wizards were real, enchantment wizards would be the real evil ones, not the necromancers, because everything they do is basically about like taking away people's ability to consent. That's like what an enchantment wizard basically does. And if we want to be able to keep that type of magic in our games, which I think we do, because it is a fun type of magic to play around with, I think it's really important to just not enter territory that is going to get into anything close to anything that people have done or have faced in real life, and completely not in the realm of sexuality. I think that if you want to put any element of sexuality in your game mechanics, you have to think very, very long and hard about how that is going to impact the game and about who that is for, and about the experience and the history that your players might have. I think enchantment magic is fun to use. It's fun to be able to charm people and their best friends. As soon as you take that into the step of potentially real life trauma and anything to do with sex, you are leaping into a realm of this is not okay. So, to the creator that made this, I'm sure your intentions were not so bad, but this is the type of feature that is going to make people feel incredibly uncomfortable, and oftentimes it's going to be the sort of feature that is going to make people not play D&D with you and potentially get a bad taste for what D&D is in general. And yeah, I just thought that was important to say. So there's that. That's that. All right, we're done talking about that now. Okay? Can I be done with my rant? Okay. And if you disagree with my feelings on that, keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. New wheel. Yeah, we do a new wheel every day. So, what time is it? Okay, so we're not gonna leap right to the wheel. We're gonna come back to us for a second. But we are so if you would like, so yesterday on stream we made our very first subclass for the new D&D game. It is a rough draft. It is not at all finished. I mean, it's finished, like it's playable and it's balanced against the new rules of D&D, but we also haven't played in the new rules in D&D, and where everything is chaos made up land. So I cannot vouch for its balance at all. I can vouch for the intention of it, which is that it was intended to be built for the new system. If you want access to the subclass that we made on stream, it was, by the way, it's a barbarian subclass, and it's based around the Shadowfell and getting powers that essentially suck the will out of other creatures, like make them lethargic and sad. It's like a debuffing barbarian, and also a barbarian that's enhanced by being in the darkness. So there's two ways you can get access to it. annoying way, but the free way is to just go back and watch the stream yesterday and skip to the end where it was mostly there, and I scrolled up and down the page 6 times and said, if you want it, copy it here. If you want it nicely formatted and re-edited and a little bit more organized than that, it links to it are posted to anyone that is a sub on Twitch, a member on YouTube, or a patron on Patreon. It's listed on my YouTube member tab, it's listed on my Patreon, and it's in the Discord, in the section of the Discord that is exclusive for those the paying folk. So just moving forward, whenever we make Homebrew on stream, that's usually going to be the way that it goes, is that I'll make it on stream. At the end of the stream, I will do like a skim over of it, so I'm not trying to like not let you have access to it, so you can screen grab it or whatever you want to do. But then when I spend a couple hours sort of editing it and reformatting it and making it nice, I'm going to put it behind the paywall as a little extra benefit to the folks that decide they want to give me that moolah. Cool? Cool. Ask the DM said not to seem like I'm missing the point. It also seems weird that it's a con saving throw. Can I tell you something at the DM? Ask the DM. I sent this feature to one of my friends and I was like, this is, look at this. This is the wrong direction. And that was literally the first thing he said. He was like, should be a wisdom saving throw. That's so funny. No, I know. Listen, he was much more comfortable saying it behind closed doors, I think. But yeah, generally charm effects are wisdom saving throws. All right, let's see how many wheel... Oh, we got 40 wheel submissions so far. Okay. Oh, we don't want to delete you, Cobalt. That would not be nice. I don't want... This music is not what I want. I wanted more like loungy. There we go. There we go. Ugh, excuse me. See you in a couple hours, buddy. What are charisma saves for? I can only think of banishment. So a charisma save generally is, and this is not always, but it's essentially if mind control is beguiling the mind, charisma save is overpowering the soul. So charisma saves are for things like possession and banishment, things that have to do with like shunting creatures and things like that. Because teleportation is not necessarily, because teleportation I would argue is more conjuration. Conjuration generally is taking something somewhere and taking it somewhere else. Oh, my thing is wrong on Twitch. All right, let me fix that. Oops. Reviewing. Oops. Reviewing your homebrew. Wheel to submit yours. I knew I forgot to do something before stream started. Okay, thank you for that. Debuffs Bane. Yeah, Bane is also charisma again because it's like you're weakening their soul. You're taking away their will. You know, you're like fighting not their mind, but like their passion, their force of presence. Ooh, why'd my camera go all wonky? Camera, why'd you go all wonky? What if we just do stream like this today? Yeah, that's better. I always thought of it like intelligence is sanity, wisdom is cunning, and charisma is willpower. That's not a bad way to think about it. As someone who's only been playing D&D for a year, I get the feeling many those here have forgotten more than I've learned. That might be true, but dude, there's so much to learn and so much to forget. So you're in good company. You are in good company. What is going on with the music? Keeps dancing into like circus music. I want it to be lounge music. We're lounging. We're not circing. Too many windows open, sorry. All right, let us see. Any final people for the wheel before we give her a gander? Get in your homebrew while you can. How do I feel? How do you imagine Hexblades using charisma for their weapon attacks? What do you? I don't understand the question. Do you mean like how do I flavor it? I don't have a specific way I flavor it. My favorite Hexblade Warlock idea that I ever had, and I used it for a one-shot, was that I had like this, it looked like I was wearing like a bola style scarf that was like this metallic dragon, and whenever I would summon my Hexblade weapon, it would like wrap around my arm and like become the weapon. So it was like this sort of ethereal pet that I wore on my shoulders that like became the weapon as I used it. That was pretty fun. Finally got to play my first session of D&D with a 6-player party last weekend. Was an absolute blast. It's crazy how fun it is to hang out with the homies and drop hilarious one-liners. Yes. Yeah, it's a lovely time. I'm glad you started playing the game. Just got here from work. Very cool. Well, we're about to start. We're about to do our first spin of the wheel. As soon as I add Dawn. I see you, Dawn. You think I don't see you? Dawn. Dawn's on the wheel. Oh, my thing's misaligned. Oh, this is misaligned. I wonder if you could you even read the thing that I was showing you earlier? Whatever. Boom. We aligned properly now. How do you submit homebrew? There's 2 ways to submit homebrew. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the video description. If you're watching on Twitch, you can do the command wheel. Alternatively, if you are in my Discord, I always keep the submission link with the announcement that I'm live on days that we do homebrew reviews. Also, I'm just going to make it official now. The open wheel homebrew review days where there's no rules and we're just taking anything and we're not doing like a special event or a contest or writing something together, moving forward is going to be Monday. No, I fucked that announcement up. It's going to be Sunday and Wednesday. So Sunday and Wednesday are going to be this sort of day. And then Monday and Tuesday are going to kind of dance around between different things. D&D, game design talk, writing something together, or like special events. Cool. So if you're like, when are we doing our next homebrew review? Sunday. When is the next one after that? Wednesday, etc. Okay. Okie dokie. Yes, Molder reviews will be occasionally Tuesday. Also, we're gonna start doing members things a little differently, and I don't know if we're gonna be doing member streams, like have them be just member exclusive or what, but those are gonna start coming back in, and those are gonna be on Thursdays. But I'm not sure exactly what we're gonna do with them yet. I just want to make sure that we're doing them in a way that works well. I can't even commit to that 100% just yet. The main thing that the members are gonna get right now, until I figure out what member streams are gonna be, is that we are going to be making between 1 to 2 pieces of homebrew a week, and they will always, the members are going to have access to them, and as I edit them and polish them, they will get access to those. That's the main special benefit. And if I ever make videos that I don't like, that I feel like are weird and I can't share publicly, I'll post those too. Like like there's a couple videos of me a little too drunk that are member only. Okay, So, anybody new on the wheel? Let's just double check. No. Lovely. Should we give her a spin? What do you think? You remember the drunk video? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Who are we starting with? Cobalt. You want to know something funny about Cobalt? Not only are we starting with them, they are literally the first person that sent in Homebrew for this one. Let's see what they sent in. This is a movement and burst damage based melee class. Interesting. Themed around storms and natural phenomena. Hoping to see what you guys think about the general concept and whether you think the niche it fills is good. Interesting. All right, let's take a look. So in general, if you are new to the show, I'll just reiterate this because not everybody knows this. When you send in something like a class, something really big, here it is in the chat if you guys want to look at it. I generally don't review the whole thing. I will usually look at the first 2 levels. And the main reason for that is we just don't have time to review a whole class. And a lot of the later class features, in order for me to give a real review for them, I need to understand how they sit in the context of the greater class. So the only features I can really effectively give feedback on are going to be the lower level features. Will I do a full class review as a special event someday? Bowtie Flumph, in order for me to want to do a full class review, I would have to... The only way that that could happen would be if I picked which ones I was doing. Because there are some classes that I look at that need so much work and show such a clear misunderstanding or lack of understanding of like balance and the general flow of game in D&D that I genuinely don't want to have to read all of them. Like, it just wouldn't make sense. So there would need to be some like process that I would go through where I would like pick one. We could do something like that. I would be down, but it wouldn't be a free for all because I would lose my mind. I would have a very hard time being kind the whole time. Not the whole time, but I would be pressed hard on the grindstone of patience. Could we ask you to review specific parts of a class? I feel like I answered that already, but just to reiterate, I can't really give feedback on an individual feature of a new class without understanding the class in totality. Like, I don't know if a level 15, like if at level 15, your class gets a feature where whenever something hits it with a weapon attack, it can use a reaction to make a weapon attack against the creature that hit it. Depending on the rest of the class, that is either a completely reasonable 15th level feature or a completely unreasonable 15th level feature. And I have no idea because it completely depends on the rest of the class. So if you do want to send in a whole class, I'm just going to look at the first level stuff, maybe the second level stuff. So this is called the Stormborne. Is that clear? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. This has been almost a year in the making. Cool. We got a little story here, so I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to feedback your short story or your opening, but I am going to say I just want to acknowledge what's happening here, which I think is good from a structural perspective. So if you want to create a new class, you are sort of in a challenging position because not only are you having to build something without basically a safety net, there's a lot of design safety net in building a subclass because there's so much established other stuff. You're going from 0 with a class. But from a story perspective, you're starting from 0. Like, you need to really sell people on the idea of the class. So by doing these little vignettes at the beginning, what you're doing is you're starting to build up that reservoir in your audience of, like, this is what this is supposed to feel like. So super valuable. Like, I know it's probably not the thing that most of you are thinking about when you're making a new class, but if your goal with making a new class is ever to make it public, this stuff, you don't need a lot of it, but it's really important, and thinking about it and not rushing it is really important. So, good job doing that. Okay, now I'm gonna dive into the meat of it a little bit. I hope you don't mind. Okay, let's see. We use D10s. Simple and martial weapons. Only light armor. Dex and charisma as our saving throws. I like this saving throw combination. Does anything else have this? I don't think so. I like this saving throw combination. Really basic items. Okay, let's look at Thundering Strike. I might put another thing here to try to make this feel more unique. I would put another thing here. I don't know what yet, because I don't really know what the class does yet. Bards. Okay, cool. Bards get that. I wasn't sure. I didn't think Bards got dex saving throws, but I accept if they do. If I submit something to the wheel but have to leave before it's rolled, can I ask for it to be removed? You can remove it yourself. So you can always edit the form. So you just click the link again, and then you just edit the form and make all your entries blank. Alternatively, these videos also all go up, they all stay live on YouTube after stream ends, so you can always go back and watch it. And it doesn't always happen, but usually some kind soul will timestamp it. We have a couple Avenging Angels that timestamp stuff, and there's like a timestamps section in my Discord. So you could still stay on it if you don't care if you're here or not for it. I'm doing good, Royal Bunny. How are you doing? All right, so let's see what we get at first level. We're getting the hit points of a fighter / ranger. At first level, the electrical energy flowing through you allows you to move at incredible speeds. When you take the dash action and you move within 5 feet of a hostile creature, you can force them to make a con saving throw. On a failure, they take 1d6 thunder damage, and it can only affect one creature per turn. A creature once per turn, excuse me. And this raises. Okay, this is... Oh, I skipped Thundering Strike. Smike, we'll go back to this. I see that I skipped this. I'm sorry. We'll go back to it. Too late. I read this already, so we're going to start with this one. Sorry. Okay, so this is... I like this conceptually. My concern is that this is roughly the same power level of a 3rd level spell. A little less powerful than a 3rd level spell. Now, there's a spell in D&D called Ashardalon's Stride, and it is a 3rd level spell. Maybe it's not a 3rd, maybe it's a 2nd level. Let's double check, because I might be wrong. Did I spell Ashardalon right? Oh, come fuck you. I'll find it the hard way. Here we go. Okay, so this spell, yeah, it's a 3rd level spell. It's only a bonus action to cast, but it does require concentration. It makes you go 20 feet faster, and you don't provoke opportunity attacks, and it deals damage. So this ability is essentially this part of this spell, but it's infinite in use, and it doesn't require concentration to maintain. I worried about that being a little too strong immediately. And I'll tell you why. It might feel like a lot to use your action to dash. Because that's what... To activate this, you have to dash. But what happens if a rogue takes a 1-level dip into this class? Because they can bonus action dash. So they can just bonus action, have this on forever. Or what about a monk? Because of those two classes existing, and because of multi-classing existing, and because of Ashardalon's Stride, I worry that this is too strong in the way that it's written. Pretty significantly. Let's take a look at Thundering Strike. Starting at first level, you can channel your energy into your melee attacks, sending a... Excuse me? What is this? What is this? No, this realm needs to survive a couple more months at least. Okay, let me read that again. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack or an unarmed strike you are proficient in, unarmed strike you are proficient in. I understand that our proficient in is supposed to be tied to weapon attack, but it feels weird here. You can add 1d8 to thunder damage to the attack. I might let them pick between thunder or lightning here. If this is like a core class ability, tying it to a single element feels really limiting. The amount of extra damage increases as you gain levels in this class. Okay, so yeah, so I don't know if you're here in the chat, Cobalt, but my main feedback so far is that both of the first level features are simply too powerful when you think about I mean, maybe the Thundering Strike isn't, but it's really good. Like, this one level dip is OP, significantly OP. And I also worry that this character at level 1 might be a little OP also. So that's my first thought. That's the immediate thing that pops into my brain. Now, you could limit these in a bunch of different ways. The easiest way to limit them is to put them behind a resource. So, for example, the Paladin gets a really powerful ability. The Paladin gets 2 really powerful abilities at level 1. It gets Divine Sense, where it can detect different types of creature types, and it gets Lay on Hands, that can heal creatures, and it can, like, cure them of stuff. The only reason either of those features work at level 1 for that Paladin is because they are very limited in use. So that's going to be the most important feedback immediately, is that if you are trying to give us powers at level 1 that are not just very good, but also like very good in the context of multi-classing, you got to put them behind a resource. You got to put them behind a resource. Oh, this one does proficiency bonus times, but you get back on a short or long rest. Maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay. But this needs to be behind a resource too. I also want to point something else out at the end of level 1 here. Okay? And I don't want to be a dick. I'm trying not to be a dick. I'm just trying to be honest. And I'm going to give honest feedback. So far, and I've only looked at 1 level, we are going to look at level 2, but so far all of this feels like something that would be just as easy and very fitting on a subclass. Both of these feel like they would be incredibly reasonable subclass features, or akin to subclass features, for something like a fighter that is this sort of fighter, or a monk that is this sort of monk. Honestly, or a rogue. Let's look at the second level features. Voltaic versatility. At second level, you're able to manipulate electrical energy within you in more intricate manners. You gain access to thunder charges. You can spend these to activate different class abilities. You have 2 charges and gain more as you reach higher levels. You gain them back on a short or long rest. Don't get everything back on a short rest. We're getting everything back on a short rest too much already. Additionally, you regain charges if you dash on your turn. Okay, so I want to point something out here. If you make a resource that gives you a feature like this, where you can gain 1 feature back by doing something, that is okay to do, but you just need to understand that at this point, you are just giving this infinite resources. So I am no longer considering this a resource. I am considering anything that we're using with thunder charges, you might as well just make them infinite use. That's a powerful thing that you're doing here. And if you underestimate the power of this, you are shooting yourself in the foot. What's the other thing that we get? Also, at second level, the energy within takes the form of one of many blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we get our subclass. I agree with Droid. Also, this does feel like a lot to get early. Where are these things listed? Where the fuck are these things listed? What is this thing called? Voltaic versatility, thunder charges. What do we get? What do they call? What are these things called we get access to? These just activate class abilities. They're not like special things. It's further down the list. All right, well, I can't fucking find it. It's in the feature? Okay, so it's like key points. Okay. Okay, thank you for clarifying. So, additionally, you can expend a number of thunder charges equal to the damage die of your thundering strike to perform a thundering strike without expending... Equal to the number of damage die of your thundering strike. What does that mean? Let's see. Oh, I see. So if I spend 2 charges at level 4, I can add 2d8 lightning damage. Is that all it does? Thunder damage. Okay, so 2 things. Thing number 1, you can't put your charge system on a infinite recharge. So cut this out. If you want to use a charge system, just straight up cut this out. Second thing, if you are building a charge system, you probably should bake these features into it. Right now, instead of baking this thundering strike into your charge system, you're doing this weird tie-in down here, which is tedious and confusing. Because it feels like this says, additionally, you can use this ability with this, but why not just make it that in the first place? So yeah, my initial thoughts so far is that I think everything that this does so far feels a little bit too specific, in a way that makes it feel more like a subclass than a class. So everything is really one note by level 2, like really one note. The only thing that like comes close to this in terms of one noteness would maybe be like the barbarian, and the barbarian I think is still pretty open-ended compared to this. This really doesn't feel like a class. This feels like a subclass. Maybe that's okay, but I think that that's important to point out here, is that like that's just straight up how it feels. And then the other thing is that all of these features, none of these features feel particularly well-rounded. And what do I mean by that? I mean that when we're making a class in D&D, and this is part of why it's sometimes easier to make subclasses, because a lot of this is baked into the core class. When you're making a class, when you're building a character in D&D, you don't want them to just do one thing. You want them to be pretty varied in the types of things they're going to encounter. So like, for example, let's talk about the Paladin, for example. So what does the Paladin have at level 2? The Paladin has a fighting style, right? Because they're like big, punchy, kicky guys. They have Smite, because they are, big, punchy, kicky guys. They have basic casting, because they are holy guys. They have the ability to smell creature types around them. That's a completely different gameplay element that you are now interacting with. The ability to smell creature types is so distant from big, punchy, kicky immediately. And it also covers a whole other element of gameplay. And now let's take a look at the other feature that they get, is Lay on Hands. Now that is still a combat element of gameplay, but it's a very different space than, than big, punchy, kicky. So with that in mind, let's look at what we get at first level and second level here and see if we are covering enough variety. We get big, punchy, kicky. We get big, punchy, kicky that encourages big, punchy, kicky that encourages you to go fast. And we get big, punchy, kicky. Now, I'm sure we get some subclass feature here that does something else too, but we need the core class, even in and of itself, I think needs to be a little bit more well-rounded. Just a little. And you might be saying to yourself, but I don't need it to be more than this to sell the fiction of the idea. Like, this is what it needs. This is the most important stuff. Then the question that I would push back on you with is, amazing, but then should those things fit atop a fighter, atop a monk, atop a rogue, atop a ranger? Because right now it feels focused in a way that I feel like I'm not seeing anything unique. I'm not seeing anything unique enough yet that makes me feel like this needs to be a class. And that might sound rude, but it's really not intended to. But if I don't see a gameplay element in the first couple levels that feels like it's really distinctly sitting in a different gameplay space than other classes, I feel like it's okay to be like, okay, I either need to completely rebuild this opening so that it really does feel like it sits in a different space, or makes that different space that it's going to sit in more prevalent and sort of feeling more present early on, or I can just make this a subclass and do a third of the work. It's not, but Cobalt, it's more than it's, I mean, focused is one word for it, but I would say like it's limited is the other way that I would say. I feel like the idea is too, the mechanical, the way the idea is being expressed mechanically early is too limited. It's too limited, and that is making it feel very one note, and it's also maybe making it too powerful in some ways. And those are my thoughts. Those be my thoughts. I think it's a cool idea. If you do want to keep working on it, I think what you need to figure out for yourself is how to make the gameplay loop feel more focused and clear earlier on, and to bake in the larger, figure out definitively what the larger vibes of this subclass are when you're not talking about it in terms of combat, and get them being expressed. And then, not this subclass, this class, make them being expressed. And then on top of that, make sure that this is balanced against other classes. Like, if I am a rogue and I take a 1-level dip into this, that needs to be okay. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Let us give Cobalt a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Wait, did I not take you off the list? Sorry. All right, let's see. Did we get anybody new? Who's the bottom of the wheel right now? Dawn. Oh, but a couple of new ones. Lovely. Glorious. Hey, Cinder Chat, I could really use some advice. I've recently gotten into tier 3 play, and the new ground of that has me feeling way out of my depths. I think it's the scale of the threats I'm having trouble with, but I'm not sure. Cloudian, ask a specific question and I might be able to help. I will say that, yes, it does get more complicated running the game at higher levels a lot. You have to spend a lot more time thinking about what you're doing both as a player and as a dungeon master. Steel One Strike is mechanically an AoE, not multi-attack-esque. No, Steel One Strike is not mechanically an AoE effect. That's just wrong. It's not an AoE effect, one, because it doesn't function like, it doesn't take place in it doesn't specify an area. And the other is it specifies targets, not an area. It's not like all creatures within the area have to make a saving throw. If they fail, you do an attack. It's like pick 5 creatures, you teleport between them and attack them. So Steel Wind Strike, definitely not an AoE feature. Thanks for reviewing my Rune Knight reflavor. I reworked it since then, and it looks a lot more balanced now. Fuck yeah, dude. Always remember, my advice is optional. If you think I don't know what I'm talking about, or you like part of what I say and part of what I don't say, ignore the part that I say that you don't like. So then it does hit multiple times? Yes. I don't understand what the question... I didn't see what the question was. I didn't see the conversation that led to that. But Steel Wind Strike is very much not an AoE. It is a multi-targeting spell, like Scorching Ray. Or like, I don't know, any other spell that targets multiple creatures at the same time. Mass Suggestion, I guess. I think that one targets creatures. I don't think that's AoE. Magic Missile. But Magic Missile is not a good example because Magic Missile gets weird with some other stuff with the wording. Yeah, because Magic Missile isn't a spell attack. It gets weird. I don't think you can smite with spell attacks in D&D, and you're not making a weapon attack with Steel Wind Strike. You're making a weapon attack. I mean, you're making a spell attack, so that the question becomes less important then, I guess. You can only smite with weapon attacks. Bagadoo, 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 hey, bagadoo, hey, bagadoo, 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 hey, bagadoo, hi, bagadoo, he, bagadoo, ha. Who's next? The Nun. All right, everybody, time to be really appropriate. We got a nun in the chat. None of your business. Let's see what the Nun says. The Nun says, I wanted to make a magic weapon that can either raise or lower an ability score and still not suck for players whose ability score gets lowered. Huh. Now, I want to say something, and I want to say it before we read this. Lowering and raising ability scores with magic items only works smoothly if it's sort of like it makes a ability score a very specific number and it's not fluctuating a lot, because every time your ability score changes, it has to change like 20 different things on your sheet, and that's annoying and hard to keep track of. So I'm just gonna say that going in. We're gonna look at it now, but that's my thought, my first thought. Here it is in the chat. What's up, Max Chillax? This +1, you have +1 to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. Your strength score is 17 while tuned to this hammer. You gain an additional bonus to hit and damage rolls made with this magic weapon if it has lowered your strength ability score. The bonus is equal to the difference between your base strength and the current strength ability scores. All right, so I have two thoughts. They're the same thought. This feels like it's intentionally confusing. Or maybe unintentionally confusing. So if I have... And also kind of redundant, actually. Like completely redundant. And I don't know if it's too meta. I don't know. I'm okay with something lowering and raising your... Like, that's fine. But the way... If I... Like if my strength score is 20... Let's say I have 20 in strength, okay? So I'm getting +5 to my attack and damage rolls. So every time this lowers it, it just sort of raises it. So this makes it so... This makes my strength lower, but my attack and damage rolls are the same. So what is this? Why does this exist? I don't understand. Yes, but also you lose 2 to hit and damage by losing 3 strength. Yeah, but you get it back with this. So what's the point? Yeah, this I appreciate you. none, but I think you're agreeing with me in the chat. This feels like a redundant item, is what I would probably call this. This is an item that's just going to confuse your players. Just give them a +2 hammer. This just feels legit redundant. Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but like, I don't think it's worth... Here's my main feedback for you, the Nun. No feature in D&D should be more complicated than the thing it does. Ever. What does that mean? That means that I shouldn't have to go through a series of mechanics or figuring something out to get to an ending that is simpler than that journey was. This is a very confusing way to get to the end goal, which is if your strength is lower than 17, you just wield this as normal, which is basically what that is. So if I were you, I would try to simplify this quite a bit. This is tedious. All right. We never need our mechanics to be more complicated than the outcome, because then what's the point then? You know what I mean? Like, the game's got to be fun. We don't want it to be confusing. All right, thank you, the Nun. Like, okay, let's try to solve the problem for a second here. Here's how I would make this work in a simple way. It's a +1 magic hammer. If your strength score is lower than 17, if your strength score is lower than 17, it becomes 17. Boom. It could just be that. It literally could just be that, right? If you want it to be, you could even do something where it's like, if your strength score is higher than 17, it's a +2 hammer. So then it's a little bit more interesting. Like, it changes depending on how strong you are. Either it makes you stronger, or if you're already stronger, it's like extra benefit. You could do something like that too. But like, yeah, this is genuinely confusing and tedious to get to just a simple, straightforward goal. So smooth it out. Smooth it out. We want things to be slick. We want to be able to slide into our homebrew like a duck into water, you know? Not like a penguin into a cheese grater. All right. Thank you, the Nun. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Weird idea. I do like a weird idea. I want the weird idea, though, to lead to a weird outcome. You know, if you're going to take us on a journey to Unusual Town, show us some of the sights. How busted would a +X weapon be where X is half your strength modifier, rounded up or down? I would say it would be, redundant. It's another one of those things, None, where it's like, if you send in an item like that, I'm just going to say, okay, I don't think scaling weapons, I think, because it's redundant. Because when your strength goes up, the weapon bonus goes up anyway. So it's like, it just makes it so when I get better at a thing, I get better at it more. Like, it just feels, it's putting a hat on a hat. You know what I mean? It's doing the same thing too much. Like, if you're going to do one feature that makes you get stronger, we don't need another feature that makes us get stronger. That's what I would say. Feels a little redundant. Also, it does break bounded accuracy, but I don't know if that's more or less important than understanding the concept of bloating and redundancy in Homebrew. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Who's next? Kale. Kale, I've had quite a strange journey with you over the past 15 years. I used to hate you. And then I learned to accept you. And then I learned to love you. And then you became something that I didn't need as much, but I still think is pretty good. You just have to prepare yourself correctly. Okay, Kale's goal here is giving more spells for necromancy, as I see many people say, while good is underwhelming feeling. Okay, that was a little bit of a confusing sentence, but that's okay. When I ask what your goal for the piece is, I take it any way you want, but generally I'm asking like what you want it to feel like. This is called Cadaver. Range self, component material, any organic substance. I would make this a little bit more interesting than that. Duration, NA. That's a confusing thing. Wondering what that means. Guess we'll find out. Oh, Link, thank you, thank you, Pixie. I almost called you Plexi. By the way, who's got a really good Plex account that can hook me up? You are able to take the flesh of any organic substance of a being creature. This is so vague it becomes nothing. Be more specific in your language. And create a magic item based off their spells. What? This magic item gets 2 charges of 1 first level spell and 1 second level spell. The spells in question must have been seen at least once. The cadaver can be given to any player, creature, undead in the party. What? What is this sentence for? So if you have a magic spell that creates an item, unless it is limited in use, you don't need to say that who can wield it. This says it can be wielded by any creature, party player, undead. That means anybody can wield it. So you just erase this whole sentence. They have to swallow the magic item and take this damage. Any attempt to swallow more than one while the other has not been fully used will result in being paralyzed for 1 minute. Okay, so, okay, we're gonna stop reading this here. So, who sent this in? Kale, I don't know if you're in the chat. If you are, feel free to say hi or to be quiet, whatever you want. But what you have created here is a very confusing spell. And it's confusing for a variety of ways. It's confusing because it's confusing for a couple reasons. And some of them are easier to address more quickly than others. The first thing that I want to point out is that your sentence structure needs a lot of work. There's a lot of tedious and not tedious, but like you're using weird sentence structure. No spell makes reference to the caster. Maybe they do, but usually they say you. And there's a lot of just ways these sentences are written. Like, look at this sentence. Look how long and tedious it is. So if you want to do a spell that's doing confusing stuff that has a lot of steps, you need to really be thoughtful about how clear you are in giving out that information. And a really simple trick to be more clear in your writing is to write shorter sentences. Let me give you an example of what you're doing here. How many pieces of information are we being given in this one sentence? Let's read. Let's see. We get 1 piece of information, 2 pieces of information, 3 pieces of information, 4 pieces of information, 5 pieces of information. That's too many pieces of information that are incredibly important to how this spell works to just mush together in sort of this string run-on sentence. The other thing that's confusing was just brought up by Arc System in the chat, where they said, I'm not sure what this spell does. And the reason why I think they're not sure what this spell does is there's a lot of confusion in the whole process. Here, I'm going to read what I think I'm going to say what I think the spell does. Chat, if you think I'm getting it wrong, please interrupt me and let me know. The way I read it is that you take part of the dead body of a creature, and if you cast this spell holding that, assuming that creature had the ability to cast spells, and those spells were either first level or second level spells, you can basically put those spells in this item, and then somebody can eat this item, and then they can cast those spells. That is, I think, what this spell does. Now, what I would say is that, as an idea, I think is very fun. It's a very fun idea. The idea that if you encounter a spellcasting creature, you can do something to steal some of their spellcasting when they're dead. That's fun. But there's a lot of problems here. The first one is, and maybe the most important, is I don't think this is going to be... You mentioned your logic was you were trying to make more necromancy spells so there were more like stuff to do, more viable. This spell is not going to get to be used that much. Because in order to cast this spell, not only do you need to be fighting a creature that can cast spells, which quite frankly is not a lot of creatures, but those spells have to be first level spells or second level spells. And if it's a third level spell or a fourth level spell, doesn't do anything. So it's incredibly niche. It's incredibly niche. There's also a lot of information missing. Yeah, like we need some like a spell save DC, that sort of thing for sure. But the other thing, and I think maybe the more important thing here, outside of it being confusing and niche, is that, and it's also like confusing, like how long, like when you do this, like, so for example, how long does the creature keep the spell? Right? Like, how, if I eat this, how long do I keep these charges? Can I stack up charges over time? When I use a charge to cast the spell, what is the spell casting attack roll? What is the spell casting spell save DC? I don't know. But I think if you want to save this concept and you want this idea to work, you can make this work. I actually think there's a really easy way to make this work as an idea. The problem is it completely sidesteps your goal. So I'm going to tell you, what I think you could do if you like the idea of turning cadavers into resources that you can use to make spells. I think there's a thing you can do. It says that you can't stack. Okay, I mean, that's one thing, but that is one thing that it says amongst the 12 things that it doesn't. So 80% of the problems of this, I think, can be solved through changing the lens from which we view it. When I work with people on creative writing, when I was doing creative writing stuff in school, one of the best pieces of advice that people would give each other pretty regularly is, why is your story written in first person? Does it need to be written in the first person perspective? If I write a whole story from the perspective of I walked to the store, I fought the dragon, I killed the demon, how would it change the story if we shifted perspective? How would it change the story if it was a third person perspective? They walked to the store, they slayed the dragon. Does it change the way the story works? Does it work better for the story or worse for the story? And that's my feedback for you. This is not a spell. This is a magic item. This idea, all of that nuance, all of that tedious, all of that niche-y stuff doesn't matter nearly as much if it's in a magic item. Whenever you're making something that's a player option, especially if your goal is for it to be something that's going to be something that people can like use in a more wide variety of stuff, then you can't be so hyper niche with it. In some circumstances you can, but this I think is taking it to a too niche extreme. That being said, you can also make things really, really niche by making them magic items, because they're not like long-term commitments, basically. If I were you, I would probably make this a magic item. Make a magic item that it's a little vial, and when you put part of the organic material from a creature that has spellcasting in it, you shake it up, and it creates a potion that you can drink that hurts you, and gives you access to one of the spells that creature could cast if they could cast spells. And it can be used once a day, or something like that. Like that totally could work, and I would argue is really cool. I think it struggles to work in a spell. Those are my thoughts. It's a cool idea. I think you got to change the framework that we're looking at it from. Those would be my thoughts, Kale. I hope that was helpful, or at least not too mean. Let's give Kale a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. It's the bottom of our list. Pinoy. What's up, Todd? What's up, Yazakan? How's it going, buddy? Did I miss any weird questions in the chat? No. Lovely. All right, should we spin the wheel again? Should we give her a little spin? Hooray! Slash Dude! And the pasta! Slash Dude resubbed for 9 months! Hooray! We just had a baby, Slash Dude! It's been a while, just submitted a spell of mine a friend worked on. Cool. Me and a friend worked on. Cool. And the pasta, 10 months. Howdy, folks. The pasta, we got a 1-month-old. All right, you just submitted something new? All right, I guess that means I should double check to make sure it's on the wheel. I think it is. Yeah, okay, it is. Cool. Thank you guys very much for the support. I do appreciate it oh so much. Bagadu, 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 bagadu. What's up, Zara? Bagadu, 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 ba, 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 beedo, doo, ba, doo, boo. It's our sponge. Sponge. We're soaking up all that goodness. This is a spooky hag adjacent ranger. Ooh. Made to feel almost kinda witchy. That's a fun idea. Color me curious. Here it is in the chat if you guys want to give it a gander. Oh, that's not much easier. Okay. The Witchfire Conclave. Good name. Rangers of the Witchfire Conclave are the keepers of dark woods, cursed temples, and hags' nests. They study the secret occult and of magic and curses. Okay, this is a piece of feedback I have to give all the time, which is what do you want your first sentence to be when you're writing subclass features or anything like this? When you're writing like the flavor text. And the main feedback I give for this is you want your opening sentence to immediately start telling us what we need to know. So a lot of people have this desire to start their flavor text like, most wizards study from the book, but this wizard studies from the soul, or something like that. Don't do the most wizards do this. My guy does this. Just say what your guy does. So Sponge is doing that here really nicely, right? I literally could only read this first sentence and I understand the vibe of this subclass immediately. This is a very solid opening sentence. Like, if realistically, if I was looking at this online, like if we weren't doing it on stream, I'd read this opening sentence and I'd say cool, and I would skip the rest and I would start reading it because I would be curious to read it, which is good. That's good. Like, it's nice if people read all of your flavor text, but most of the time they're not going to. So if your flavor text, if the very beginning of it makes people be like, cool, I'm ready to read it, then that's really good. They study the secret of occult and curses. Their weapons carry magic that allows them to, I thought this said defibrillate, debilitate their foes. It doesn't allow them to defibrillate them. Oh, a Witchfire Ranger can be seen as a dark omen or a warning that you've gone somewhere you shouldn't. Cool. Solid flavor text. I don't even feel like the last sentence is necessary, but I also... I accept that I like more concise writing than most people. Let's see what spells we get. We get a cantrip. I accept. Find familiar, darkness, bestow curse, black tentacles, scrying. I think this spell list is probably fine. Do rangers already get the spell Find Familiar? And if they do, my only question to you would be, is there another spell that feels witchy that we could give them at 3rd level that might really lean into what the mechanical goals of this subclass are if doing stuff with your familiar are not tied into those super core mechanical goals? That's the main feedback. It fits the vibe, but if we already as rangers can do Find Familiar, it's wizards only. Okay. Let's see what we get at 3rd level. You have learned a secret technique allowing you to wield occult magics. The first time you hit with an attack on your turn, you can choose one of the following benefits. So, I don't know when we've talked. I don't remember the last time we've talked about rangers, but fun fact: rangers are one of the most fun. I think one of the best classes to make subclasses for, because a lot of their power and uniqueness sits in their subclass. All rangers at level 3 get something that allows them to deal more damage. So that's just like a good rule of thumb for when you're making a ranger. One element of the 3rd level features are going to be enhancing their damage. Usually, it evens out to 1d6 damage per turn. If it's a little bit more than that, it usually is limited in other ways. If it's less than that, it is less limited. So, like, for example, the Fey Wanderer deals 1d4 damage instead of 1d6, but it's on every hit so long as they're hitting extra different creatures. Or the Horizon Walker, they're doing 1d8 damage, and it's making all of the damage of that attack into force damage, but they need to use their bonus action every turn they want to use it. Okay, so let's see what we can do. So we choose one of these 3 following things every time we make a weapon attack. Either Midnight Flames, the attack deals an additional 1d6 fire damage. Cool. Cursed Arrow, the target must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, they have disadvantage on ability checks using the ability of your choice until the start of your next turn. Oh, I like that. I don't know if I would call it Cursed Arrow, because I don't want us to feel like it has to be an arrow. Dark Enervation. The target must make a charisma saving throw. On a failure, they must roll a d4 and subtract the result from any damage it deals with attacks until the start of your next turn. Okay. So, a couple thoughts right off the bat. First of all, I really like the vibe. Second of all, it's very similar to the Swarm Keeper. So the Swarm Keeper, every time you attack, or once per round when you attack, you can either deal 1d6 extra damage, or you can move a creature, or you can move yourself. So this is playing with that sort of versatility, but instead of it being movement-based versatility, it's more like ability score-based versatility. I really like Midnight Flame. Simple, straightforward, answers the question of more damage. Cursed Arrow is fine too. I like it a lot. It's basically fun little hex, and it's one of those things where it's not going to be useful all the time, but situationally it's going to be very useful, especially because you can basically do this at range for free. So like, and by for free I mean without a resource. So like, this is the kind of thing where it's like, if you are trying to escape, if you're like fighting guys and you're like, you know, climbing up a hill, you can shoot it at them so they have disadvantage on their athletics checks as they're chasing you. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can do with this that I think is really cool. I like it. I don't think Dark Enervation works nearly as well as you feel like it's going to. I think that dealing less damage and it being 1d4 damage will probably feel good at level 3. It might still feel good at level 5. But I genuinely think by level 7, 8, 9, this is going to feel pretty bad. And I see that it's doubling at level 11. That's not... I don't think that solves the problem. So, if I were you, I would come up with a new third option. And I don't know what that should be yet. I think there's a lot of different things it could be. But I think this is not the move. Honestly, here's how I feel about it. And maybe this is like a catch-22. I feel like if you want this to feel good, and maybe there's actually the solution. I think the only way to make this feel good is to make it strong enough that it shouldn't be on all of their attacks. Cinder, you're having a rough one today. Hopes y'all's was easy and enjoyable. Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry that you're having a rough day. You know, just remember that tomorrow the sun too rises, and their world is full of people of all shapes, sizes. Some of them are scumbags, but a whole lot of them are great. There's a lot of people that love and care about you, and people don't always remember to say that, but you go through people's minds at least 5 or 6 times a day in ways that they're thinking about you in hopeful ways and happy ways. And you're a good person if you're striving to be a good person. So I hope that you have a better day. Okay, so I think that the only way you're gonna really make Dark Innervation feel impactful is if it's doing more damage mitigation. But I also think that if it's doing more damage mitigation, it needs to be almost more limited in use. So I'm not sure how to handle that. Those are my thoughts on Dark Innervation. I like it conceptually. I don't know if it's actually going to feel fun at the table. So, yeah, maybe something else here. Chat, if you have other ideas for what this third thing could be, or ways that we could tweak it so it feels a little bit better, I'm open to them. A D6 would be nice. Yeah, maybe any damage the target does, not just an attack. That might be a little complicated. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we need to make it more open-ended. Like, I don't think that's the issue, because it's also pretty powerful. Like, the concern is that I want this number feels too low, but this is to be able to do this every turn. I think if it was higher. Too much higher would feel too powerful. So it's like a weird... You got to find that razor to walk. Or just make it something different. Let's see what we get at 7th level. It could raise... I mean, it is going to raise at certain levels, Pixie. But even at level 3, I don't know. Maybe this is just... I mean, this is just big me opinion thing. But I think Bane would only work better if it was not permanent Bane. Because we're getting too many options. If the only thing that happened when you made your attack was the Bane, then that would be okay. But you're picking from 3 different things, so you're having like a weird amount of versatility. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I would go honestly straight up. Let's call it like we see it in a little bit of a different way here. I genuinely don't think damage mitigation helps sell the fiction of a witchy ranger at all. I think fire damage does. I think doing like a hexy curse does. This doesn't. The mechanics don't feel like they match the flavor. That's another reason why I think you could just probably come up with something different. Blind them. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, blinding. I mean, blinding a creature could work, or something like that. Yeah, I don't disagree with that as a concept. That could be an interesting idea. You might need to play around with that too, because that would also be very strong. But it's a cool idea. I like that idea. Okay, because yeah, I don't know. Damage mitigation just feels like it's the wrong direction. Okay, curse ward. 7th level. You're dealing with cursed you're dealing with cursed places and people. That's a weird sentence opener. Has given you an enhanced understanding of how to protect your mind and soul. You gain resistance to necrotic and psychic damage. Oh, this should also deal Unless you put more fire elements into this, this should deal necrotic damage for sure. The only reason why this deals fire damage is because it's called Witchfire, and that's not enough of a reason. This should be necrotic damage, 100%. I don't understand why we're getting resistance to psychic damage. I would drop this. Yeah, blinding is really strong. Yeah, for sure. Additionally, when you fail a saving throw to avoid or end being charmed or frightened, incapacitated, paralyzed, take the paralyzed. There's too many conditions in here for this. Well, let's see what the action is. You can use your action to re-roll the save. You can use this reaction over time to equal to your wisdom modifier. Why is this witch related at all? This feels... I don't understand how this ties in. Don't answer. I'm not asking you to clarify, Sponge. I'm asking just out to the universe. This doesn't feel like a witch feature. I don't understand it. It doesn't feel... I would disagree. If it was... I don't think it feels fey at all. I think it would feel fey if it was just charmed and frightened. But this is... It's stunned. It's incapacitated. It's paralyzed. This would make... I feel like this condition... This feature, I think, would make sense on a Celestial Ranger. Or like a Construct Ranger. Where you were like fixing yourself. You know? Or healing yourself. But why is it on a... Witch Ranger? I don't know. I'm not seeing it. If you, as the creator, Sponge, feel like it fits, I think it's probably fine, but it's not exciting. And I'm not seeing the argument for all of these different features getting it. I'm just not seeing it. Would it still be... I would think it would be boring if it was just Charmed and Frightened. I mean, when I saw the Charmed and Frightened, I thought you were going to be going in the direction of the Fey Wanderer. But that's the thing, man. You have to remember that the Fey Wanderer exists. The Fey Wanderer deals with psychic damage. The Fey Wanderer deals with Charmed and Frightened. Like, that's very much Fey Wanderer territory. So, I would say you should not do that stuff, because that exists. Like, I shouldn't feel like the Fey Wanderer at all when I'm being the Witchfire. If I want to be the Fey Hag guy, I can be the Fey Wanderer. I deal psychic damage. I can summon little minions. You can't charm and frighten me, and I can twist charms and frightens back on you. That's Fey Wanderer. Don't get caught up in charmed and frightened. You're trying to build a new subclass. You're not trying to take stuff that is already there and plug it into this. Like, this is a cool idea. This is a unique idea. Let it be cool and unique. Don't force it to be something that's so similar to something that already exists. So I would just say, come up with something new here. If that's where you're at, I would just say come up with something new here. Straight up. All right, let's take a look at 11th level. You have improved your effectiveness with your hexed shots. They gain the following. They do more damage. The target has to make a wisdom saving throw. They have disadvantage on ability checks. And their movement speed is reduced by 10. You don't need to repeat the thing that it did before. I don't think. And now distracts 2d4. Okay, so... Sponge. We have a problem now. And it's a problem that you will see when I talk about it a little bit more. Rangers are not very exciting. We know this. They have been made slightly more exciting over the years through things like Tasha's, introducing a bunch of options that make them a little bit more skill-based and skill monkey, survivory, roguey kind of vibes. That's helped quite a lot. What's up, Tradosio? The other thing that has helped make Rangers become exciting is their subclasses. The subclasses have improved dramatically, and they're almost all incredibly evocative. And one of the things about Rangers which makes them so very evocative in the current state of the game, and this is true for literally every Ranger, after, like, I want to say from like Volo's on, maybe not Volo's, from Xanathar's on, is that if you look at a ranger's 7th level subclass feature and 11th level subclass feature, if you look at both of those features, at least one of them seems overpowered and very fucking cool. Every single ranger has at least one feature between 7th and 11th level, unless the 3rd level feature is shockingly good, which is maybe the case of like the Gloomstalker. But if you look at the 7th and 11th level feature of any ranger, at least one kind of makes you go, holy shit, I want that. And I mean this in a very tender way, but neither one of these features does that for me. Like, these number improvements are kind of boring. And this is kind of boring. The Fey Wanderer gets a thing at 11th level where they can summon, they can cast a pretty powerful summoning spell without it requiring concentration. The Swarmkeeper also gets an attack upgrade at 11th level, and I think it works for that. I think it does too, but I also think it works for that for two reasons. One is because they get another pretty interesting feature at 7th level, but two, the way that their 3rd level feature works, it makes the upgrades feel more impactful because you feel them more on the board. Like, moving a character farther than you moved them before feels like a much bigger deal than going from mitigating 1d4 damage to 2d4 damage. You know? Moving yourself farther on the board feels bigger than preventing a character from moving 10 feet. So if you are going to be upgrading them, you want those upgrades to really feel impactful. And if it's going to need to work like this, where you want it to be numbers go up, then you really got to make this 7th level feature shine, and possibly give us something else, or give us something else at 3rd level. Because Chill Touch is not exciting. Chill Touch, like, honestly, I feel like Chill Touch is a mistake. I feel like it's a big mistake giving us Chill Touch, because by giving us Chill Touch at 3rd level, you're eating up a resource that you could be doing to give us a whole other 3rd level feature that would be much more flavorful and much more evocative than a cantrip that we're not even going to use that much, because the main thing we get at 3rd level is something interesting we can do with our weapon attacks. So it's like, here's a spell attack, and now here's a feature that doesn't work with spell attacks, you know? So like it's like at the Swarmkeeper at 3rd level gets Mage Hand. Mage Hand doesn't compete with anything the Swarmkeeper gets. It's just an extra cool thing. So I think you got to think about that sort of. I think you got to think about all that stuff just a slice more. But yeah, I'm not excited, and we're at 11th level. I'm excited by the vibe, and I'm excited by aspects of it, but there's no feature that's making me go like, what? I can't wait till I get to this level with that ranger. And every single ranger subclass needs at least one of those, more than others. Like, look at all the subclasses in the game, all of them. There are a lot of features that are really cool, especially capstone features. But man, if you're talking about features that, if out of context, seem completely busted, it's ranger features, and it's ranger features. Yeah, it's ranger subclass features. So we need to respect the power that we got to put into these things. All right, let's take a look at Doomsday Omen. Make it a little bit bigger so you guys can read it. You have learned a vile curse that can make its target feel as though the end is near. This is too many words. You have learned a vile curse that can make its target feel as though. That's so many words. It's too many words. Cut this down. You have learned a vile curse that fills a target with woe. That fills the target with impending doom. Something like that. Too many words that don't say anything. It's, can, as though. You can get, those little things work in a sentence, but when there's too many, it becomes too much. That, can, and as though also both feel really, like, those, if you have both of those phrases in the same sentence, you have to start considering that your sentence is, that maybe the way you've structured your sentence is not the way, is not the best way to get the idea across that you're trying to get across with that sentence. Okay, let's see what this thing is. As an action, choose a creature you can see within 120 feet of you. The chosen creature must make an intelligence saving throw against your spell save DC. Why intelligence? I guess we'll find out. On a failure, they cannot regain hit points, can't benefit from a long rest. And if it starts its turn within 30 feet of you, it becomes frightened of you until the start of its next turn. Here's the problem with this feature. This feature works great as a monster feature. Sponge, do I need to explain to you why this feature is not great for a player feature? Not benefiting from a long rest is not relevant 99% of the time. You don't really want your capstone feature to not be relevant 99% of the time. Not regaining hit points is not relevant, I would say 30 to... No, much more than that. Not regaining hit points is relevant probably like 70% of the time. And it becomes frightened if you start your turn within... If it starts its turn within 30 feet of you is interesting. But I would also argue... feels a little lackluster as the main power of our 14th level feature or 15th level feature. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not great. And on top of it not being great, I don't see how it ties into the rest of the subclass. Like, maybe it would tie into the rest of the subclass if we had some things baked in with fear mechanics earlier, but we really don't. And if the main power of this feature is the frightening condition, which by all means, that is the main power of this feature, then we need something else to do with the frightened condition earlier. If alternatively, you can change it so that it's relevant more often. I think this is a really cool idea flavor-wise. I hope you keep working on it. I think right now it's a little too mundane in some places. And I think that it's a little too niche in others. That's my main feedback. Like, the concept is very good, but I don't think mechanically you're reaching the same excitement that you're selling when you're pitching this. The idea that you're pitching here is more interesting than the mechanics that are presented right now. That's main feedback. So yeah, this needs to be a lot more interesting. These need to be more interesting, or maybe you don't even need this, right? Like, having disadvantage on an ability check doesn't really need to improve. You could bake the damage improving literally into this, and this should just be something different anyway. So, like, maybe this doesn't need to be the improvement. And this, I think, needs to change so that it feels more impactful, or you need to include more fear mechanic stuff earlier. It's a very fun idea, though. Those would be my thoughts. Let us give our dear Sponge a round of applause. Thank you, Sponge! Thank you, thank you. If you want some ideas for witchy things, let's brainstorm for a couple seconds, chat. Some witchy things that we could do. One, witches have weird innate abilities to dominate natural creatures, so you could do something like that. Witches do a thing where they have like little tokens that they can do magic through, like the hags, like they'll give you a tooth and then they can like spy through it or like talk to you through it. Those are the two big things that I would play around with. Maybe like you could make a special object that you can give to someone that does something good or bad, or like you have weird sort of like dark control over nature in like a not nice way. I don't mean not nice like I'm mean. I mean not nice like you're not like, hey, squirrel, you're my friend. You're like, squirrel, I command you to attack that guy's face. And it's like, word. Polymorphing could be one too. Potions, brews, curses in general. And you do tap on that a little bit with Cursed Arrow. But like the idea of things that are good but with a twist, or like general like ill omen stuff, bad luck stuff. Those are the kinds of things that I think maybe you could play around with if you wanted to keep you know, beguiling, although you want to be careful with beguiling too much, because I do think you can get into the Fey Wanderer a little bit. But yeah, so I think there's some elements of the hag and of witches that you're not tapping into that you could. The other thing that the last thought is like, Witchfire is a very cool name, and Midnight Flames and dealing fire damage is very cool. I think it might be worthwhile for you to figure out what Witchfire is more uniquely and build this more towards that concept, as opposed to you get something called Witchfire and then it's general basic hag witch stuff. Like, what if you were like the ranger of the cursed flame, and you could do like you would give curses through this weird dark Witchfire? I don't know. There's all sorts of directions you could go in with it, but I think it needs to feel a little bit more haggy, a little bit more witchy. Fun idea. All right. Feedback over. Well, feedback for that over. Let's give Spongel a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Kaboosh. Uh-oh, I got that itchy nose. Oop. You know what's super frightening? Having someone control your movement. Have the level 15 feature be the ability to control where they go. I think that doing something like that could work. I think it depends on how it sits in the rest of the class. The Swarm Keeper is largely about moving creatures against their will also, so you'd want to be careful not to make it too much like that, because it's already sort of dancing with that a little bit. You wouldn't want to, because you could pretty easily unintentionally make it just like a more powerful Swarm Keeper by being able to move creatures around just with more flexibility than the Swarm Keeper can. So you're just going to keep an eye on that if you did go in that direction. Does that make sense, you crazy hooligans? It better. I've been playing a Thaumaturge for my first time, trying out Pathfinder 2e. They're all witchy, supernatural themed. That's cool. I've only played Pathfinder like twice, and both times were pretty fun, but also very much like I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Oh. I wonder if Patrick's going to join us. Patrick might join us for part of tonight. We'll see. What's up, Pokey? Bugadoo, 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 bugadoo. Am I gonna burp? There we go. Little guy. What do we got here? Who's next? Scruffian. Scruffian, I hardly know Fian. Let's see what Scruffian said. Pathfinder's 2e combat action economy is objectively better than D&D 5e, and nobody can change my mind. Let's see. Scruffian says, I wanted to make a cantrip that excels in disrupting concentration while remaining balanced as a cantrip. I mean, doesn't any damaging cantrip do that? I want this to encourage players to exchange potential damage for higher chance of stopping a disruptive spellcaster without expending a spell slot. That's a long, confusing sentence. Personally, I enjoy finding ways to provide a utility within the restrictions of a cantrip. There is beauty in their simplicity. I'm so curious what we're going to be looking at here. The irony of beauty and simplicity is that oftentimes when people admire beauty and simplicity, oftentimes it ends up they end up making some kind of confusing. This is called Sizzle Bang. It's an evocation cantrip, 1 action, 60 feet. A tiny ember streaks towards a creature within range. As it nears, it bursts into a stunning flash of sparks. Target has to make a dex saving throw. On a failed save, they take 1d8 fire damage. If the creature is concentrating on a spell, it has disadvantage on the next saving throw to maintain their concentration. Huh. I have thoughts. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I kind of feel 2 ways about it. This is very similar to a shit ton of spells that already exist. The main difference being this last feature. And if cantrips already make people make a concentration check, like, I don't know if this is different enough from those sorts of spells. Gem Jar says you need to clarify whether or not the save it forces is the next save or not. Yeah. Does it give disadvantage on this because you have to make they're gonna have to make a concentration check immediately after they take damage. So are they making that concentration check at disadvantage or the next one after that one? That's confusing. But I think the bigger deal here is I think in order to make a spell that forces a creature to make their saving throw at disadvantage for concentration, I think it's really strong. It's very niche. It's very niche, but it's really strong. I think it's strong enough that in order for me to feel like this is a reasonable spell, this range would need to be 30 feet, and this damage would need to be something closer to a D4, not a D8 or a D6. Like, lowest damage possible, much shorter range. Like, there's a spell Mind... Is it called Mind Sliver? Like, this is sort of like Mind Sliver, which is a cantrip that does something similar to what you're trying to do here. Where it... Fucking load. I hate D&D Beyond. D&D Beyond. Fucking load. D&D Beyond. Load. Oh my god, I hate this fucking game sometimes. Okay. So, here's what Mind Sliver does. Range 60 feet. It's an intelligence saving throw, or they take 1d6 psychic damage, and they subtract 1d4 from the next saving throw they make before the end of your turn. Yours is just this, but much stronger. Well, stronger in some ways, weaker in others. But I think that this is probably a better... It's tricky. It's tricky for a couple reasons. It's tricky because I think that this system works better for balancing it. I think disadvantage is too powerful. I think something like a D4 is more reasonable. But the other thing is that, like... It also just feels weird that the spell forces a concentration check and the spell makes you worse at concentration checks. Like, I don't think it should do both. You know? Like, it feels like a hat on a hat. It's the same logic to the thing where it's like, where the guy said, can I make the weapon do more damage based on how much strength the character has? It's like, no. Because the weapon already does more damage based on how much strength the character has. Like, you're already potentially proccing a con check. It feels redundant to also... I don't know. That's how I feel about it. And, like, I just don't think that this... I sort of feel like this doesn't need to exist because this exists. Because this is going to be minusing 1d4... I guess concentration checks aren't saving throws. No, it is. It's a saving throw. So this is kind of doing the same thing as that, too. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting idea. I think it's a little too... I don't know if it works as a cantrip in this form. Because, again, I think all cantrips kind of do what it's doing. Like, if the thing you like the most is the disadvantage on its next saving throw to maintain concentration, I think you focus in on that and get rid of everything else. But also, again, if the main thing that matters is disadvantage on its next saving throw to maintain concentration, we are already getting something else that does minus D4 to saving throws in general. Like, do we need this specific of a cantrip? I would argue probably not. Flareware says, I think if I need to stop a concentration spell, just use Magic Missile. Maybe. But yeah, I just think it's a little... It's a little too on top of itself and doing stuff that, yeah, I don't know. It feels a little too on top of itself. And those are my thoughts. It's a neat idea. I think that Mind Sliver kind of accomplishes your goal already. All right. Thank you, Scruffian, for sharing. Let's give Scruffian a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Dankeschön. Alrighty, let's give her another spin, shall we? Oh, let's see what else is on the wheel first of all. See if we got any new people. We do ginger. One of my favorite ingredients. How are we going to cook without you, huh? How are we going to cook without you? Currently working on an angel race that takes psychic damage when they harm a creature, but grows desensitized over time. I would not put that complicated of a gameplay mechanic if it's like an ongoing thing into a race. That feels like a little bit too much for what most D&D races like are pretty straightforward these days, and maybe get like a proficiency bonus number of times a day cool thing they can do. Also, angel races already exist in D&D and they are Azamar, so just be careful with that. But I would not bake like a new crazy system into D&D race. Bagadu 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 bag, because then you have to make it balanced for literally every class. That's the reasoning behind that, which is a lot. Josiah, what you got for us today, Josie? Yeah, it's okay. I do these streams every Sunday and Wednesday. And then I do other streams in the middle where we make homebrew together or talk about stuff. But if you don't want to submit something today, totally chill. Just hang. Hey, Cinder, I want to make this unique artificer by experimenting with the idea of someone who works on sentient machines and uses them to manipulate the minds of others. I want it to stand out amongst the other artificers, but also feel balanced. So, Josiah, I'm going to tell you the first thing that pops into my head is does that mean you are making a robot and that robot mind controls other creatures? If that's the case, I would say skip the making a robot part. Let's see what we're working with here. Sounds more like a role-playing prompt than mechanic. Yeah, that's kind of, right? Disclaimer, no part of this subclass was made using AI. Did you put this because the subclass is about having an AI companion? Yeah, that's good. That's funny. I accept. Do you think God stays in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he's created? Steve Buscemi, Spy Kids 2. Lovely, lovely quote. Also, bold name. Artificers of this type seek to understand the way people think and put that into their work. I feel like this is too vague of an opening sentence. I want to know what the artificer is doing. I don't want to know what they thought about that led to what they're doing. Does that make sense? However, they mean this in a literal sense, trying to recreate. Yeah, you're writing this like you're writing an introduction paragraph to like a short story. That's not what flavor text is for a subclass. Flavor text is to the point, so be more to the point. Yeah, you're telling us a story here. Yeah, I would rewrite this flavor text. Don't tell us the story. Tell us about the subclass. Let's see what spells we get. Tools of the trade. Oh, these aren't spells. Okay. Tools of the trade. Third level, we get proficiency in Tinkerer's tools. Okay. And then we get some spells. Command Shield. Suggestion, Phantasmal Force, Counterspell, Enemies Abound, Phantasmal Killer, Charm Monster, Dominate Person, Gaius, or Jess. Jess? How do you spell Jess? I forget how I'm supposed to pronounce that. Okay, I'm worried that this spell is just too powerful. I'm like, why are we getting Shield? If we're getting all of these Charm spells and counters, why are we getting Counterspell? So here, don't give us the most powerful defensive spells in the game if you're also giving us the most powerful control spells in the game. That would be my main feedback for the spell list. Let's see. Making friends. Also, I would argue the spell list is, yeah. Also, they feel some of these spells don't sit. Like, they don't feel like they fit. Specifically these two. Okay. Making friends. At third level, when you take this subclass, you learn how to make the items you infuse sentient. Oh, this immediately is not what I was hoping it was going to be. Ugh, okay. You can make a number of items sentient equal to half the number of infused items you can create along with the rest. See the artificer table. Who sent this in? Josiah. This is so tedious, man. Don't make me fucking go on a scavenger hunt to figure out what the number is. Just pick a number and give it to us. If a subclass is going to make me do this kind of work... Like, I'm going to be really honest. If I was reading this online, this is where I would stop reading it. I'd be like, I don't want to do this. Just tell me what it fucking does. Like, because I'm also going to tell you right now, my guess is this is too much in a lot of different directions based on the fact that you are breaking the cardinal rule of artificers already. So, yeah. So I would be, this is where I would stop reading it. If I was just reading this, like, for fun. While an item is sentient and it gains the following properties. Okay, you can make this 3 words. You could just say all features use your spell save DC or something like that. Okay, so who the fuck knows how many items we can make? We have to go on a goddamn fucking scavenger hunt to find them. So let's say, for the purposes of simplicity, we're making between 1 and 3. If I'm wrong, that's not my fault because you didn't tell me. All right, let's take a look at what we're making. So, sentient machine. It has its own personality. This includes having a neutral or lawful alignment. Do they all get all of these features or one of them? Or they gain all of these properties? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it gets a personality, telepathic link. It can speak telepathically to creatures that it is attuned to. It also has the ability to see and hear, feel everything that the creature attuned to it does. Don't say feel, just make it seen. So Josiah, and I don't mean this rudely, have you looked at any of the sentient magic items in D&D before you decided to make this? Because there are quite a few. If you look at the sentient magic items in D&D, they all follow very specific rules. And yours is not following that in a way that it feels weird. So, for example, sentient magic items have an intelligence, wisdom, and charisma score. Because if they are going to be given the ability to see and communicate, they need to be able to engage with the game's mechanics for seeing and communicating. So if you're not giving these magic items stats, then they might as well not be sentient. Like, it's very unclear how they would function in a way that would legitimately interact with the game outside of flavor. And that, if it's only flavor, that might be fine, but like, this is too tedious. Like, then this is too much work for flavor. Okay. And also, almost all magic items basically can see and hear through the attuned creature, and that's it. Feeling feels weird. Override. Once per long rest, as an action, don't ever write may, ever. The word that you want to use when you're writing mechanics for D&D is can. The only time the word may is used is in situations where there's essentially an option the dungeon master may decide to take. And that needs to be clarified in the text. Go look through any of the officially published stuff. Okay, once per long rest as an action, you can activate the magic item to have it produce one of the following effects. Okay, now we are doing a thing inside of a thing. So you're doing a system inside of a system. So this is tedious. Do you remember when I was talking about earlier on stream where I was like, how many steps does it take to get to the outcome? And if the steps that it takes to get to the outcome is too much, the system is broken. That's where I'm already feeling that with this a little bit. Because, well, we'll see what the things do, but so far here are the steps, okay? The steps are infuse an item. Check how many infusions you have to see if you can infuse it with sentience. Infuse the item with sentience. We have to do all of that before we get to anything the item does, okay? That's a lot. And then within that, and then after we get to that, once per long rest, as an action, decide one of 3 things. And then something happens. That's maybe too many steps before we get to outcome. That sometimes you need a lot of steps if something's fairly complicated, but so far this doesn't feel complicated. Like the fact that this thing is sentient doesn't change it at all from being a magic item. So these are literally the only things that are happening. Corrupt willpower. A creature that you can see within 30 feet of you makes a wisdom saving throw or be charmed or frightened of you until the end of your next turn. The creature that is immune to this effect automatically... A creature that is immune to the effect you choose, automatically it succeeds. I don't think you need to say that. Immediately, I'm confused. Who? Within 30 feet of who? Within 30 feet of you? Within 30 feet of you? Or within 30 feet of the person using the infused item? Or people, or somebody within 30 feet of the sentient item? So who is you here? And if it's you, the creator, why? The logic would be the sentient item, within 30 feet of the sentient item. You, it makes no sense here. Okay, so at once per long rest as an action, you can make it charm or frightened creatures for a turn. Or once per long rest, you can deal 2d8 psychic damage and make them deafened for a turn. Or you can make them make a wisdom saving throw or have disadvantage on the next roll. Or you can give a creature advantage on their next saving. This is tediously confusing, buddy. Josiah. So Josiah said, because it is a property of the item, it is you, as in the attuned creature. So, Josiah, do you understand? I understand that you're clarifying, and I appreciate that, but do you understand why that is a leap of understanding that very few people will take other than you as the creator, and that by assuming people will take that leap, you are making your piece less usable? I hope that you leave this with that feedback, because I'm sure you understand that logic, but no one reading it will. That's not true. I would say realistically, probably 1 out of every 12 people will understand that logic. But that's bad stats, man. You're losing that game. So this is a lot of stuff that gets down to once per long rest. You can make a creature charmed or frightened for a round, or you can deal 2d8 psychic damage for a round, or you can have a creature have disadvantage on their next attack roll for a round, or you can make a creature have... You can have somebody have advantage on a saving throw for a round. So I guess my question that I think you need to think about, Josiah, and I don't want you to answer in chat because the feedback here is that it's not clear and you need to just figure out how to answer that in the post, is that what do any of these ideas have to do with an item being sentient? I would argue literally nothing at all. They feel like random features. If I took, let me explain what I mean. If I took all of these features and I plugged them into the Witchfire Ranger we just looked at, all of them would make perfect sense. All of these fit the vibe of a witchy ranger really well. And this is not a witchy ranger. This is a AI creating artificer. That's not good that these don't feel unique to that idea. It's also not good that we are doing this complicated level of steps and lack of mechanical clarity that literally add nothing to what is happening. So I would say the most important feedback so far is, what does this thing do? What is the point? Because if the point is that you can make items sentient, then you need to figure out how to make the sentience of items interesting mechanically, and then make that what this does. But it's not doing that right now at all. And you might feel like it is, and I might be wrong, but from my perspective, these features feel completely separate from the concept that you've put forth. The other thing that is a pretty big deal, and I think that it sucks to say, and it might not be true all the time, but it is true a lot of the time, and it's true enough of the time that I think if you choose to ignore it, you need to very intentionally choose to ignore it. And I don't know if you've done that, is that every artificer, official artificer, is built around building a specific thing. And their features are all tied to that thing. So the armorer artificer makes their armor. The alchemist artificer makes their magical alchemy bag. The artillerist artificer makes their little gun walker. The battlesmith artificer makes their combat pet. This doesn't actually make anything. What this does is it essentially makes magic items have an extra feature. Because that's all this is doing, is making a magic item have an extra feature. So I don't think that... And that really dramatically goes against the core build of artificers in a way that, like, you gotta figure out how to navigate that, and you haven't yet. All right, let's keep on. Let's look at the next feature. Oops. Did something change? No, okay. At 5th level, we get Helping Hand. Starting at 5th level, you get the following abilities as your sentient item grows in strength. So again, you don't have a sentient item. You have the ability to bestow items with sentience. That's very different. So if that's what you're going to do, if you want to write it that way so it's clear. As long as you're attuned to your item, you know the cantrip Mage Hand. Again, this feels like why? So this artificer is just giving it. The artificer is other people get other spells, and you can cast it as a reaction, and you can use your reaction to control the hand as well. A reaction to what? So whenever you give a feature a reaction as a trigger, there needs to be something specific that triggers that reaction. Or it can't be a reaction to whatever you want. So there needs to be a thing that makes the reaction happen. For example, when you are hit with a weapon attack, you can use your reaction to punch that guy back. So this is doing nothing right now. And it's another one where it's like, why is this tied? How is this tied to the core concept? I want to read the other feature, but also you are completely ignoring the way that artificers are built. All artificers get the same thing at 5th level. And if you're going to go against that grain, similarly in the going against the grain of the core concept, you got to do it knowledgeably. And it doesn't feel like you're doing that here. All artificers at 5th level get one of two things. They get a little bit of extra damage or extra attack. That's what they get. If you're going to push that button in a different direction, it really has to feel like it is in line with those. You can choose to take an additional reaction because we don't need to don't do this. Don't put flavor text in the middle. So yeah, this just isn't a 5th level feature, straight up. So, and why are we getting extra reactions? So now we're getting 2 features tied to reactions. Where is that in here? Where is that here? Why is this artificer built around getting reactions? That doesn't make sense. Like, where is... You're not... That doesn't tie into any of the mechanics or the flavor. Like... Yeah, I don't think we're going to read the whole thing if it just keeps... If this is the process throughout the whole thing. Because it's going to be the same feedback the whole time. Yep, you're just casting spells now through the item. You're casting spells as reactions. That's overpowered. Again, what are these reactions to? None of these features mean anything. Yeah, so we're going to stop reading this here. Okay, so nutshell, Josiah, this is very overpowered as it builds up, but the more important feedback here is there's no core concept. You're basically building this thing around the idea of you get extra stuff, and then that extra stuff gets extra stuff, but the extra stuff is too broad, and it leads to this thing essentially being, you are the most artificer. This is like... Other artificers infuse magic items, you make super infusions. And the way that those infusions expand in power grows to be too much. So I think that if you want to build a subclass around you having an AI that you make, I think that's a cool idea. But make it like a little hologram thing that floats around and like helps you study things, you know? Don't make it... infusions that can be put into any of your items that expand over time. That's just a completely different direction, and it's and the mechanics that you are giving it are branching in too many directions. It's very unfocused, and that is leading it to being overpowered. I think the idea of you being an artificer with a little AI droid is cool, but yeah, I think this misses the mark, unfortunately. And also in general, like, you got to think about how these things actually lean into gameplay, especially like what is the point of giving a creature sentience if you don't give it a way to engage with the world, you know? Or engage with the game mechanically, stuff like that. Okay, those are my thoughts. Fun idea, but yeah, definitely needs a lot of focusing and a lot of toning down. And really, I think the main feedback is go back to the artificers, the officially published ones, and try to pay attention to the patterns in the way that they are built. And try to make sure that you are either abiding by those patterns, or you are acknowledging that you acknowledge in yourself that you are dissenting from them, and make sure that there feels like there's enough merit to do so in the mechanics. Otherwise, people are going to be like, what is this? Tradosio says, I think a funny third level AI feature is getting a free casting of Identify, but with a rule that says if you cast it as a ritual, one thing the Identify spell tells you about it is wrong. That's an interesting idea. All right. Let us get... Josiah, you don't need to apologize. You don't need to apologize, man. You sent in something you wanted feedback for, you're getting feedback. You could build something like an artificer, just, you know... It doesn't matter. Like, I would give you the same feedback if you built a cleric and you built it different. You know, you got to just look at the officially published stuff and make sure that you're building it. You don't need to build it the same as them, but acknowledge the patterns and either work with those patterns or defy them in ways that feels merited. A good example of that is paladins. So all paladins at 7th level get a magical aura, right? Except for one. And the only paladin that doesn't get an aura is the Oath of Vengeance paladin. And the reason the Oath of Vengeance paladin doesn't get an aura is because it is not about helping other people. It is about, I want to fuck you up. And you feel that immediately in every aspect of it. It is a different feeling paladin than the rest. And it earns that different feature by 7th level. But if it didn't, then it wouldn't. All right, let us give Josiah a round of applause. Thank you very much for sharing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate. Kaboosh. But yeah, you don't need to apologize for trying to make something complicated. Just know that that's what you're doing. And the more complicated you make it, more work it probably needs. Doesn't really matter how skilled you are. That's kind of just a general rule. Boom. Or as they say in the business, kapow! Or as they say in the biznaz, curse blunk! Flareware, the Wheels is packed pretty regularly. It's got 60 submissions. Most streams we end up with around 100 by the end of stream. It is true that the people that are on the wheel earlier have a little bit of a higher chance of being seen. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Does anyone else eat chips with chopsticks so you don't stain your fingers? I don't eat chips that much, but usually when I do, I'm in a situation of gluttony where I'm not concerned with cleanliness. Next is Delta H Heavy. Delta V Heavy. This is their first time making a subclass. Writing is very rough and it definitely isn't balanced, but at this point I don't know enough to really know what I'm doing wrong. I'm aware that you probably can't read the whole thing, but you could give me a broad overview of the major issues. Cool. So this is from Delta. So Delta, here's going to be my first piece of feedback, even before I look at it. If you are writing your first subclass, you don't need to make it that complicated. And I would argue it's better when it's not. This is not that long. I thought you were going to send me something that was massively long. This is fine, dude. Can I teach you something? Can I also show you something else that's stupid but is true? Check this out. This is so annoying. Watch this. Look how much nicer it looks when you just make it written in 2 columns. Isn't that stupid? So easy. So easy to do. Look at the difference. Right? This looks okay. Doesn't this look almost professional immediately? Isn't that so dumb? That's why I yell at you guys about formatting all the time. It's so powerful. To be fair, for your first subclass, this is formatted really well, by the way. Like, this looks good. It's just stupid. I just wanted to show you how stupid that was. Okay. At 3rd level fighters, we don't need all of this nonsense. Clockwork Knights draw upon a mystic connection that forces the what? Clockwork Knights draw upon a mystic connection to the forces of order to act with absolute precision and manipulate the flow of probability around them. There's too many words in this sentence. I would probably say something like Clockwork Knights draw upon forces of order to manipulate the flow of probability around them. You've got too many steps in this process, and sure, it might be more accurate to write it the way you did, but it's way less easy to read and way less engaging. Make it shorter. Many Warforged train to become such warriors. This sentence is nothing. Get rid of it. The rest of this is nothing. I would argue that if you want to have the Warforged stuff at the bottom, great. But this, you could get rid of basically this whole part and just keep this and turn this into like 3 sentences and you'll be groovy. Okay, let's say we get a 3rd level. At 3rd level, you gain proficiency in 2 types of artisan tools of your choice. Not sure how this ties into the flavor that you just gave us. I would come up with a more unique ribbon feature. This feels kind of random. Not random, but like not particularly evocative of clockwork or probability or manipulating the flow of things. Feels kind of random. Once per turn, you can invoke the forces of order to equalize the odds in your favor. When you would roll a d20 for an ability check or a saving throw, you can instead roll a 10 as the result. This feature can be applied to only 1 d20 a turn. Additionally, when you use your second win feature, you cannot roll below a 5 on the d10. Man, I don't know. I've seen features like this before. It's okay. I don't actually mind this. Like, I think this accomplishes that feeling pretty well. But it also is legitimately boring. And by boring, I mean it adds an element of stability that you can engage with. But I don't think it actually adds any fun. You know? The other thing is that this fighter has 0 offensive capability at 3rd level. So when you're making a subclass for any class in D&D, it's important to take a little bit of time and look at what the other subclasses get. And I don't know if this is true for all fighters, but I think it is. that all fighters at level 3, they get something that makes them better at fighting in a attacking, offensive sort of way. A lot of them, like the Rude Knight, gets its special moves and the ability to become big and do more damage. The Psy Warrior can, like, hit harder with some psychic attacks. The Echo Knight can, you know, take up a lot more space in the field by having its buddy basically stand in for it and can occasionally extra attack. So it's kind of like, there's not enough going on at 3rd level. Like, we don't get any offensive features. And then the other thing is, I think this is just too powerful. Because the way this works, if you can only do this feature once per turn, you are making saving throws and ability checks a lot of the time where you're not in initiative. And what that means is you essentially have this as an infinite use ability when you're not in combat. And I don't know if that's great. So what I would probably do if I were you is I would put this on a resource. So maybe, you know, you can a number of times equal to, you can use this ability a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Something like that. But there's got to be some element of toning this down or it's going to be too strong. But the bigger concern here is that we're not really getting any fighter features at 3rd level. What's up, Lorg? How's it going, buddy? Let's take a look at 7th level. When a creature you can see other than yourself within 30 feet is about to roll a d20 with disadvantage, you can use your action to cancel the disadvantage. If all of the features are just about advantage and disadvantage, it's also kind of boring. Okay, yeah, so this is turning a disadvantage into advantage. That's also maybe a little too strong for a 7th level feature for a fighter, depending on how you tweak these 3rd level features. But it's also like, it's too much of this. It's more of the same. More of the same. Okay, so here's going to be my main feedback. My main feedback is going to be, there's a lot of, like, the idea that you can turn advantage, disadvantage, tweaking that kind of stuff, and that you can force a roll to be a 10. All of that is really interesting, but it is A, not new at all, and B, not enough really to sell the fiction of a subclass. Like, when you're making a subclass for D&D, you want that subclass to do a variety of things that all work towards the same goal to tell a story. Remember that when somebody is being a subclass that you made, they are going to be using that in a variety of ways that you aren't expecting, and they're probably going to be using it more than you are going to be using it, more than you're going to be thinking about it. Like, however much thought you put into your subclass, the person who's using it in a campaign is putting more thought into it, and they're experiencing it in a variety of ways larger than you would have expected. So that's one of the reasons why you want to make sure you're covering a lot of different areas when you're building a subclass, so it's not too one note. That's more important on a fighter subclass than almost anything else, because a lot of the core classes have a lot of unique broadness baked into the class themselves, so you don't need to worry about it as much on the subclass. Barbarians are a pretty good example of that. Paladins too. But fighters get nothing of flavor or interest outside of their subclass. So, like, you need to sell that whole story inside of the fighter subclass. Here's the main suggestion that I would have for you. Stop thinking about this thing like D&D rules. Your idea, if you have an idea for a mechanic to play with that you want to put into something amazing, but you can't sell a subclass on a mechanic. You need a story. You need that vision. So here's what I would suggest. Here's my main feedback for you. Yeah, I'm not giving feedback on the specific features because I don't think mechanical steadfast works as a feature basically at all if it's not behind a resource. So any of the expansions of it, I don't really need to talk about, because if it doesn't work here, it's not going to work there either. But here's what you're going to do moving forward. Imagine this thing in a fight, okay? Imagine somebody is being this Clockwork Knight. Not in D&D, in a movie, okay? Or in a video game, or in a comic book, or on a poster for an action movie. What do they look like, and what are they doing? Don't describe it in D&D terms. Literally write an action scene in your head with all the cool shit they're doing. Don't worry about mechanics. Just think about them like they're a character in a movie. And then those cool things that they're doing, turn those into mechanics. But right now, it's a little too one note. And unfortunately, the system of one note that you've built it on top of is like, we already get a lot of that advantage disadvantage stuff with the Clockwork Sorcerer, and the mechanical steadfast is just a little too powerful. So that is my main feedback. That's my main feedback. I don't really have more thoughts other than that. I think it's not bad for a first subclass. I think you're just you got too focused in on one mechanic and you didn't really build a subclass yet. That's okay. You've built ideas around a subclass. And that's kind of all my thoughts. Thank you, Delta. Let's give Delta a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. All right, guys, get your prayers into the wheel. Milky Boy. 16 months. Let's go. That's wild, man. You've been with me for a long fucking time. That's crazy. That's really crazy. Could you find a way to capitalize on disadvantage like the way Rogue capitalizes on advantage? I would say, what's the point? Because, like, yeah, I would say, what's the point? Is the point because it would be clever? If the point's because it would be clever, I would say, nah, who cares? Because there's so many reasons not to have disadvantage. You could capitalize on disadvantage in a way where you're like, when you have disadvantage on attack rolls related to not being able to see, you get some extra thing. But I wouldn't, like, try to build a mechanic around forcing yourself to have disadvantage, because it's very easy to... it's very easy to tweak that in a way that's fucked, because you can very easily literally, do you know what you need to do to give yourself disadvantage on something? Just this. That's it. Every character in D&D can make themselves have disadvantage on anything they want to do without having to put in any action economy or figure anything out tactically or use any abilities, just by closing their eyes. So with the Rogue, for example, the only thing it really gets off of advantage is sneak attack, but it can't choose. It doesn't just get to choose to do that. Like, it has to figure it out, or it has to, it takes up energy or action economy or tactics to use that. Disadvantage, all I need for disadvantage is this. So that's why it doesn't really work. Bagadu 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 bagadu. It's Nicolaj. Phoebus says, when you have disadvantage, you give enemies targeting you disadvantage. See, that wouldn't work, and I'll tell you why. Let's say I'm a fighter and I have that ability, okay? It's my turn. I use my action. I attack you twice. I action surge. I attack you 2 more times, and then I close my eyes. From now on, I have disadvantage on all my attacks. Now you have disadvantage on all your attacks too, because my eyes are closed. But you didn't have it before. You know? There's a lot of reasons why I don't think it's a great idea to do that. Let's see. General feedback on one of my more recent homebrew subclasses. I personally think it's pretty neat. but I'd love to get some critique. Don't hold back. I hate when people say don't hold back, because here's what I'm going to say, man. The amount of times people say, I want to cry or don't hold back, and then I give a non-holding back feedback. Do you know how many of those people send me hate mail afterwards? Legit hate mail? I would say half. Because all of you guys act like you don't want me to hold back, and then you don't understand what it actually means to not hold back. So don't ask for it, because I will destroy you. I love you all, and I desperately want all of you to grow as writers and to feel empowered to write and to build and create. But you have no idea how much I hold back all the time. Some of you actually do know how much I hold back all the time, because you've seen me explode every now and then. But the amount that I don't hold, you know how when the Hulk says I'm always angry? That is legitimately me. I have so much to say about everything that we look at here that I don't say. So don't ask me not to hold back. You don't want that. You want me to be as respectful and teachery as possible. The Circle of Dragon Shaman. I would take the word shaman out. When you choose this subclass, you choose a draconic tribe. So you get a... Okay, so when you choose this class, you pick a damage type. Once you've chosen, and as you cultivate your shamanistic worship to the dragons. I hate... Where is the fucking... Is this flavor text or is this mechanics? What are we dealing with here? Okay, so this feels like flavor text where mechanics should be. Don't put this here. Put this somewhere else or get rid of this. This is doing nothing. Put flavor text at the beginning. Don't put it in the middle randomly. That's bad and confusing. Who's Smolder? Smolder's my cousin. Smolder's my cousin who has a similar amount of D&D knowledge as I do. And... where I would say I actively hold back the more aggressive things I feel about the homebrew I see, Smolder actively engages the more aggressively. So while Smolder does give feedback, if Smolder like, I would never call you an idiot. I think the worst I might do is call an idea that you have dumb. Smolder will assume you're an idiot and call you it the whole stream. Does that make sense? So it's a different vibe of feedback. I haven't done a Smolder. We haven't had a Smolder stream in a while, but maybe we'll do one at some point. It's essentially a rage review is a good way to think about it. If you like being roasted, then you play that game. If you don't like being roasted, then you don't join those streams, or you just watch them. Yeah, Whiplash, J.K. Simmons is Smolder. Good analogy. Yeah, this whole thing should be reworded into flavor text for sure. At second level, your connection to the land allows you to expend a use of your wild shape to fuel your shamanistic practices. Honestly, dude, every time you mention shamanistic practices, you should drop it. I don't think it works. Just your power, your energy. There's like, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't rub me the right way, and I don't. Nobody like. It pulls away from the flavor of a dragon significantly, and just feels off. As an action, you perform one of the following features. You observe... Okay. So, you can use a wild shape to do one of the following actions. Either spiritual communion or draconic vigor. You observe the natural signs around you to commune with the draconic spirit of... This is nothing. Don't include flavor text in features. It's shitty to do that. If you're going to include it, you got to bake it in much more smoothly than that. See? You told me not to hold back, and I'm already holding back less than I want to. I'd like to hold back more. But yeah, don't put flavor text in the middle. It just makes me annoyed. And it makes the reader confused. Because they're like... When the Dungeon Master says, hey, what do you want to do? They're like, all right, I'm going to use my wild shape to use spiritual communion. Cool, what does that do? And then they're like, you... And then they read all sentence, and then the Dungeon Master's like, well, what does it do? And they're like, I'm looking. You don't want them to have to fucking hunt for it. Let's see what happens. You cast one of the following spells without expending a spell slot. Divination, locate creature, or augury. Isn't divination like a 4th level spell? Surely you're not giving us access to a 4th level spell at 2nd level. That would be silly. That would be very silly. I'll tell you in a second if D&D Beyond decides to work. Let's see. We'll see if it loads behind the screen. Don't ever use the word may, use the word can. At 8th level, you can use... This is a 5th level spell. Divination is a 4th level spell. All right, let's... So here's a good rule of thumb. You should never give a... You should never give a class access to spells before they naturally have access to those spells. So right now, at 2nd level, you are giving us access to a 4th level spell, a 1st level spell, and a 2nd level spell. We don't have 2nd level spell slots yet, let alone 4th level spell slots. And then at 8th level, you're giving us access to a 5th level spell. We don't have access to 5th level spell slots yet. So my 2 main pieces of feedback about Spiritual Communion are, number 1, it doesn't work on a fundamental level. Number 2, it feels completely random and has literally nothing to do with any flavor of dragons. And on top of all of that, it's not unique at all. It's you can use your wild shape to cast 1 of 4 spells. That's not a subclass feature. You don't get that many subclass features. Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. You're making a druid, right? So what is a druid? We talk about this a lot. You have to remember that you're building your subclass for a class, okay? So to ignore the fact that the class exists and to ignore the things that the class gets is gonna be a big disservice to you. So let's think for a second. What does a druid get? A druid gets wild shape. A druid gets to be a full spellcaster. Is there anything else a druid gets, basically, other than those 2 things? Not really. Those are like... And this isn't a trick question. Those are like the 2 main druid things that the core class gets, right? Like wild shape and full spellcaster. Yes? Yes? Yes. If you disagree with me, or if I'm missing something big, just shout it at me. But those are the 2 big things. If one of the main things that we get as a druid is to be a spellcaster, why are we committing an entire subclass feature to just giving us a handful of other spells? We don't get that many class features, right? How many druids get 2nd level, 6th level, 10th level, 14th, I think? Yeah. And that is really, like, especially with a spellcaster, full spellcasters, they don't have a lot of special flavor in their core class most of the time. You gotta get that flavor in with the subclasses. And that flavor doesn't come from giving them more spells, some of which are spells they already get access to. It comes from giving them cool, new, unique features. Now, sometimes those cool, new, unique features can have a spell baked into them or cast a spell in a unique way, like, for sure. But don't make one of your core subclass features for your druid, here are 4 other spells you can cast, you know? And also, nothing here feels draconic. You might argue that all of these could feel draconic. I would argue all of these feel like they could be this for any nature god or nature spirit. You also put locate object twice. Yeah, so fundamentally, I don't think this is a good idea. You channel Draconic Vigor into the lands, into the creatures, restoring a number of... What? Okay, I'm sorry, I'll read that proper. You channel the Draconic Vigor of the land into a creature you touch. Restoring a number of hit points equal to a number of d6s equal to... Like... Equal to your proficiency bonus. Why is this dragon at all? Where is the dragon here? So we can either... So, I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but what is the unique thing we're getting here? We're a druid. We can cast Lesser Restoration. We can cast Cure Wounds. Everything that we're getting here, we already can get with our spell casting. So the main feature that we're getting with this druid is you can use your wild shape to do stuff that your spells can do. It doesn't really feel like it's doing anything, you know? All right, let's take a look at 6th level. I'm going to tell you right now, I hate saying tribalism words in Homebrew. It, to me, rings very true to very similarly to people being like my Homebrew is based off of Japanese culture, and I really love Japanese culture, and I'm making my Homebrew based off of these. It just feels weird. I don't know. It feels appropriate-y / derogatory. Not in an intentional way, but that's where my head goes when I see that kind of stuff. At 6th level, your connection to the spirit of Kelder and its dragons become even stronger. You get the following. You gain resistance to your dragon's type. When you use your Draconic Vigor, the creature you heal also gains resistance to the damage type for 10 minutes, and they gain temporary hit points. I mean, the damage resistance based on your creature type, I feel like makes a lot of sense for a dragon subclass, to the point where I don't think I've ever seen a dragon subclass that doesn't get this feature, which means it's not bad that you're getting this, but it also is also nothing. Like, if every single dragon subclass ever gets a version of this, which they do, or they have, this becomes less of a feature and more of like background noise. And this is just sort of building on a feature that I kind of already was like, it just doesn't feel like it fits. Pokeniner says, I'm lost at 2nd level and not excited to keep going. Oof. 10th level, you're able to call out the spirit of this against this. I hate this language. Too much flavor text in the meat, man. As an action, you call upon the spirits of your tribe to infuse you and your allies. Choose a point you can see within 30 feet. In a circle with a radius of 30 feet. Okay. That's not the way you should write that. Look at any spell. Look at any spell that targets an area and has a 30-foot radius and copy the language of that spell. Realistically, it would be like you and all allies within the space. Become attuned to the spirits of the land. This is so much flavor text, not telling us what we do. Holy moly. Oh my goodness. Dealing an additional 1d6 damage to the associated type with your tribe with the first weapon. Oh my god. This is such a tedious way of saying at 10th level, pick a spot you can see within 30 feet of you. All creatures within 30 feet of that spot of your choice deal an extra 1d6 damage associated with your dragon type on the first weapon they attack they make at each turn, period. Whatever the sentences that I just said, that's what you need this to be. And then 14th level, we're going to skim this. Okay, so you just gain new features. This is just permanent. You gain a breath attack. You gain immunity. You gain a fly speed. This change lasts for one. Oh, so it's a transformation. If this is a transformation, you need to tell us how it works. So, like, for example, is it an action or a bonus action to activate? Does it use up our wild shape? Does it use up a spell slot? All of those things. This feels like way too late. It feels like this feature makes me feel like you're plugging all the dragon features in at the end because we haven't gotten to them yet here. Yeah, I don't know what this is supposed to feel like, man. I don't know why this is a dragon. The only thing that makes this a dragon druid is the capstone feature and you picking a damage type based on a dragon. And maybe locate object, because dragons like finding things. So my main feedback at the end of the day here is going to be, I think you got to refocus your flavor or refocus a lot of your mechanics. And don't rely so heavily on spells, man, and features that you get access to as a druid already. Like, make this druid feel unique. Right now, it's just a druid that does more druiding until 14th level when it can decide to turn into a dragon. Shalakor says a lot of features overlap with the Circle of Dreams and the Circle of Shepherd. And the circle of land and the circle of moon. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't feel focused. It feels like it's doing a lot of things that a lot of different subclasses do. Yeah, and well, some druids have spell casting lists. You know, if you want to give us a bunch of spells, give us spells. Not all druids get spell lists, but a lot do. It's totally reasonable to give your druid a spell list if there's a handful of spells you think they need. I've seen a lot of dragon druids. I've seen a lot of dragon subclasses in general. They are often very similar in tone. This definitely has some stuff that I haven't seen before, but mostly that's not a good thing in this circumstance because it's stuff that it just feels kind of random for a dragon subclass. I would probably, if I were you, go back to the drawing board with a lot of this. If the idea that you like is that your dragon is like uplifting your allies and you're like a buffing, like you do buffs, you're a buffing druid, I would say you need a little bit more focus than that, and I would point to other druids that are buffing druids and show you that all of them sort of tell a specific kind of vibe tale. And I don't know, I'm like, check out the Circle of Stars druid, check out the Circle of Shepherds druid. But yeah, this needs some work, my guy. Needs some work. Doesn't feel like a Circle of Dragons druid. Feels like the most druidy druid that can turn into a dragon at the end. So focus your concept a little bit, brother. And make sure you're not sort of doing too many things that are redundant. Thank you very much for sharing, Nicolaj. Thank you, thank you. We do appreciate you sharing. We do appreciate it. Ace the donut. 1 second. Nope. All right. Ace, you're the bottom. Start at the bottom, now you're here. What's up, Dice? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, you could also look at the Drake Warden or the Ancestral Guard, or you could look at the Drake Warden for ideas, or the Dragon Sorcerer, even though it's not that good, or the Ancestral Dragon Monk. There's a bunch of dragon stuff out there. It's going good, Dice. We got to look at some homebrew. We had a weird conversation at the beginning about trying to put boundaries on noticing when you're getting a little too inappropriate with your game design. And now we're looking at homebrew. Ascendant Dragon. Thank you, Hakase. Ascendant. They're ascending. They're not ancestoring. Bagadu 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 bagada 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 bigada boogada ba. Who's next? Mangus. Mangus. Mangus says, ooh, Mangus, this might be the first time you've sent me anything because you sent me a lot. I want to make sure these classes and subclasses feel balanced between each other. They only gain 1 or 2 two class features and only 1 or 2 subclass features, which they gain at level 1. So nailing the balance from the get-go is important to me. Well, that's great because I'm only going to look at one of them and I'm only going to look at their opening features. What the fuck did you send me? Let me double check that. Did I click the wrong thing? Might have clicked the wrong thing. Weird. All right. Just gonna work now. Okay, good. It did. I'm concerned. I'm concerned. I don't really understand what you're showing me here. Mangus, are you in the chat? If you're in the chat, this might need more work before you show it to me, because this is sort of nothing right now. And I don't know what you want me to look at. Did I misread the room? I just sent in some item homebrews. No, you didn't misread the room. That's perfect. So can I tell you why this, like, I don't know. This isn't written like a D&D class, so I'm not sure how I'm supposed to read it. So I see, like, for example, a class feature, a subclass feature, and a subclass feature, but, like, I don't know what levels we get them at. Are you assuming that we get these at level 1? I mean, I can tell you right now, you can't give an action surge to anything other than a fighter. So if you feel like you can, I would say that's a fundamental error in your game design. So if you're already doing stuff like that, you're probably not in the best spot. You just can't do that. That's the core fighter thing. You can't take the core fighter thing away from the fighter. You have a trance charge equal to your proficiency bonus. As a bonus action, you can enter a heightened state called trance. You have a trance charges equal to your wisdom modifier. While in trance, you have advantage on athletics, acrobatics checks, and saving throws, and you regain those when you finish a long rest. This doesn't need to be a core class. I feel like you've just taken features from other classes and smushed them together. So, what do I mean by that? We have a fighter feature, and we have essentially a combination of a rogue feature and a barbarian feature. So yeah, these don't feel like classes, my guy. That's kind of my feedback right now. I don't really know what else to say other than that. We're not going to read any more of this. We're definitely not going to read the whole thing. These don't feel like unique abilities, and they don't feel like abilities that speak to like an understanding of other unique abilities that exist. You should make sure that you read all the other classes and understand what they get before you spend too much time trying to build a class from scratch. It's much easier building a subclass. You don't need to read everything to build a subclass. You just need to familiarize yourself with one class in order to build a subclass. People in chat are also pointing out there's already a feature in the game called trance, and it can be confusing to name a feature after something that already exists, so you don't want to do that. So yeah, I don't know what else to say. These aren't written like classes. So yeah, I don't have any other thoughts. Mangus, I'm sorry if that wasn't enough feedback, but you get what you get and you don't get upset. Let's hear from Mangus. These classes work as replacements. I don't understand. I mean, listen, I don't understand them. Feedback, all the feedback that I just said, Mangus, still stands. I don't like, why are you making a replacement class? If you're just taking features from classes that already exist and not making something new, why not just make a subclass? So much work. Like, you're going out of your way to make your job harder. And for the love of God, and this is more important, this is a confusing layout. Like, we as D&D people are familiar with very specific types of layout for classes. By choosing not to write it in that class, instead of it making it easier to read, you've actually made it infinitely harder to read. It is only easier to read for you, literally no one else. Other people might be able to understand it and might be like, oh, I figured it out. But there's not a single person that's going to look at this and think that's easier to read. They're going to look at that and they're going to think, all right, I got to figure out how to read this system. Shalakor says, converting rules from one system to another kind of requires you to know both systems. 100% requires you to know both systems. So yeah, those are my thoughts. My thoughts are, if you're trying to make alternatives for the classes, you don't need to make them that alternative. You literally, especially like, okay, if you want this, like make it like, okay, Arcana is tech now, and tinkering also works, and like, you know, lock picking also works for hacking, and and can use intelligence instead of dex, and firearms are ranged weapons, and like it's really easy to do. You know, you don't have to put that much work in unless you have like really new ideas that need new mechanics. Like you're gonna end up finishing your compendium a lot faster, and it's gonna be a lot more easier to use and implement if you don't rebuild everything from the ground up, but you just build essentially a template to sit on top of D&D if you want to play it in D&D. All right, thank you for sharing. That was Mangus. Green with orange makes your lizard brain recoil. That's also a good note. If you don't respect what the lizard brain thinks when you're reading, you are going to end up in a weird situation where your writing is going to feel like it misses a lot of the time, even though you're not going to know why, because the lizard brain has a big impact on what the rest of you likes. Bagadu, 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 bagadu. I'm colorblind, my guy. Bagadu, 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 bagadu. Newbies. All right, Fluff. You know I'm colorblind, so shut the fuck up. Noobiz said, hello, I would love for you to review my Warlock subclass. I worked hard on making sure that all the abilities fit the theme I set for this project. What I would like to know is if you can help point out if the subclass is too powerful, as well as if the subclass would be fun to play. Well, whether or not it would be fun to play is very subjective. So I can tell you how I will feel about that for me, but other people might think it's really fun to play. So that doesn't matter so much. What matters more is whether or not it feels balanced and usable. This is so many pages. Holy shit. Why is this so many pages? Why is this 6 pages? What the fuck is happening here? So this is not easy to use. This is 6 pages. So I'm going to try to understand why this is 6 pages. Unfortunately, I'm not going to read any of the flavor text because it's 6 pages long. I will read the opening sentence to see if I understand what the vibe is, but that's all you're getting. Your patron is an ancient being that was lost within the dreams of all that can be in the state of sleep. Okay, so it's dream guy. Dissonant whispers, color spray. Why are we not getting sleep as a spell? Oh, is sleep already on their spell list? Is dissonant whispers already on the warlock spell list? No. Interesting. Okay. So double check to make sure none of your spells are already on the warlock spell list. I want to check. I think some of these might be. They might not be, but I do want to check. Nope. Nope, just subclasses. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Holy shit, this is a lot of words. Starting at first level, your patron grants you the ability to share the essence of other realms. You're granted the sleep spell and can learn this as a warlock spell. What do you mean, and can learn this as the warlock spell? So there are other things in D&D that give you spells as abilities, and they're written in a very specific way. If you are going to give us a spell, write it in the same way that those things are written in. So like, let's find one. No, it's not going to be a druid one. Certainly not the new druid, at least. Oh, there's a warlock that does that. Let's look at the celestial warlock does that. Celestial warlock. At first level, you learn the light and sacred flame cantrips. They count as warlock cantrips for you, but they don't count against the number you know. So you want to write your ability literally word for word the same as this, except to replace the word with cantrips with spells. In addition, and it's like, it's not a huge deal when you change the language like this, but it doesn't read well, and that's not a good way to start, because it makes the person who's reading it not have trust in you as a writer. You can manipulate the dreams of friends and enemies. You can expend sleep points to change the cycles of sleep. Why are all these things bold and colored? This because this doesn't read good. We don't know what sleep points are yet, so you should probably tell us what they are first. In addition, your patron grants you the ability to manipulate people's dreams. You get a number of sleep points equal to blah, and then tell us what we do with them. They're double your proficiency bonus. You get them at the end of a short rest. No. This is so... Oh, God. This is so fucking much. This is way too much. This is so... At the very beginning of my stream, I said, sometimes my emotions come out when I'm reading. And I know that can hurt feelings, but it's important feedback. And this is one of those moments. Because what's happening right now is a level of complication, and I mean this genuinely, and I need you to hear me. What's happening here is a level of tedium and complication that is making it so I am genuinely unwell feeling by needing to read these words. We are so fucking in the weeds, and we haven't even started. So it doesn't even matter if it's balanced or not balanced, or if it works or it doesn't work. The way this thing is formatted and the way this thing is written is ruining anything that is working before we even get to things working, which is an important thing for you to think about. Okay, so you get sleep points to change cycles of sleep. You can restore sleep points at the end of your rest. The number of cycles you can start with is 1. But then you get more cycles, but these cycles are separate from sleep points. So you're getting a resource that you have to manage, and then you're getting a condition inside that resource before we even understand what this does. If I'm chat, also chat, now is one of those times where we need to be on the same team. So if you can help me understand what's happening here, please do. Or if you just want to share your feelings, please do, because I am already deeply struggling. It's a resource to manage a resource. Yeah, like that's not good. Like the fact that you need to say last but not least is a bad sign. Don't say may, say can. Okay, so here's a really big confusing system. We can spend one of the points to cast the sleep spell. And you can use sleep points on normal creatures. And then you can do... How many different things can you do with this one feature? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... You can do... So this one feature does 16 things. Let me reiterate that for the folks in the back. This one feature does 16 things. So, in D&D, we don't want to give too many features at the same time. If we do need to give more than one feature at a time, we do it in such a way that you are making or more than really 3 options at a time. We do it in such a way that you are making a very formative choice and one that sort of lasts. So let me give you an example. The Battle Master fighter, they learn fighting maneuvers at level 3. And they learn... And the list of fighting maneuvers is a lot. I don't even know if there are 16 options, but there are a lot. It's the most options that any class gets for a subclass, is the Battlemaster maneuvers. But it's okay with the Battlemaster. Do we know... But why is it okay with the Battlemaster? And why is it not okay here? There's a couple reasons. I'll tell you the 3 that come into my head. The first is that when you pick your Battlemaster maneuvers as a fighter, those are your Battlemaster maneuvers. So while there might be 16 options you're picking from, you're picking 3 of those options, and those are the only things you get. And then you get more as you go. But it doesn't give you 16 options. Realistically, it gives you 3 to 4 options but you're picking from a big list. That's reason number one. Reason number two why it's okay is because the core fighter subclass, again, is fairly simple and one note. And when your core class is more simple, in a lot of ways, that does give you more space to play for giving variety when you're making subclass features. Fighters don't get a lot of choices that they make as a core class. They pick their fighting style, they pick their skills, but that's about it. But at the end of the day, they don't get that many choices. Barbarians don't get that many choices. Anything that's a spellcaster, from the simple nature of it being a spellcaster, gets a lot of choice. So there's an element here also of this much complication on top of a warlock, which some might argue is the most customizable base class in the game, is another thing to think about, because you are adding this complicated system on top of a already fairly complicated class. And then the last piece, which I think is equally as important, is that it is not hard to use Battlemaster maneuvers. Battlemaster maneuvers are very, very simple. They tie into the most simple part of the game 99% of the time, which is you swinging your weapon. And the way that they work is you do the thing that they do when you attack, and you roll the die, and it does extra damage, and one extra little thing. Sometimes that extra little thing is switching someone around. Sometimes it's adding a bonus to a number. Sometimes it's helping somebody else attack. But it's one simple little thing. And the system is simple. Holy moly, is this system complicated. What a convoluted system that this is. Built on top of a lot of confusion. So you've created an incredibly confusing mechanic that leads to a diversity of options that is overwhelming, on top of a class that already gets a fairly overwhelming diversity of options. I feel like you're missing the boat on the thing. So I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's going to be of any benefit to you for me to feedback any number of these individual pieces, because inevitably this feature is going to be too powerful and is already just innately much too confusing. So we are going to move on to the 6th level feature. And I'm just going to say fundamentally the 1st level feature doesn't work. I would say with the 1st level feature, I would say the best feedback I could give you is literally start over and decide what the core vibe is you want this to be, and try to make it so the feature can exist in this many words. However many words this is, however many this 3 paragraphs are here, your 1st level feature should fit within this. That's my challenge to you. Oh, the music turned off. I didn't even notice. Probably added an air of intensity to that. So yeah, genuinely doesn't work, this feature, on multiple levels. Shalakor, it is literally not worth... imagine doing a 1-level dip in this warlock. Yeah, fuck that. Shalakor, literally, it's not worth giving feedback on the feature. It so fundamentally doesn't work. Okay, all right, let's look at 6th level. Starting at 6th level, you can now dream lucidly at will. When you sleep, you're aware of your surroundings. While in this state, you can wake up for free, not requiring any actions. You also can't be surprised while sleeping. In addition, you treat all hit die as max on a short rest. This is a nothing burger feature. Okay, whatever feedback I gave you for the last one, literally the opposite this time. You can you could get the wording of this down to probably half the words you're using. At 6th level, you dream lucidly. While asleep, you remain aware of your surroundings, and you cannot be surprised. Period. Probably just that is all you need. And this feature sucks. This is not an exciting feature. Nothing in this 6th level feature feels fun or cool. This might be decent sometimes, but it's not fun or cool. This is a nothing feature, and this is a nothing feature. 10th level, your connection to the realm of dreams is extended. You get additional abilities. No one can force you to sleep. This is also kind of a nothing feature. So all of these things feel like ribbon features. So our 6th level feature and most of our 10th level feature. And we just get the dream spell. Yep, so 6th level kind of feels like a ribbon feature. 10th level kind of feels like a ribbon feature. Getting the dream spell is fine, but also doesn't feel unique or fun. You can give one ally other than yourself a long rest when they short rest for 4 dream points. Okay, yeah, so... who sent this in? Who sent this in? Okay, New Biz. Here's going to be my feedback for you. I would like you to take a little bit of time, and I would like you to go look up the Genie Warlock, the Celestial Warlock, and maybe the Fathomless Warlock. Look up those 3. Those are all 3 really powerful warlocks. Some of them have fairly complicated features. Your warlock needs to work more like the way they work. I'm not saying to copy their features, but take feedback, take suggestions from them. Some of their features are simple, some of them are a little bit longer, but all of them are very straightforward. All of them work towards a singular goal. All of them feel like they're adding new stuff, and they are all very manageable, and they're strong. This warlock feels like it was made almost in a vacuum. And it feels like my concern here is less so the madness of these features, because quite genuinely, I would just start over if I were you, like from scratch. But I want to make sure when you are starting over from scratch, you're doing it from an understanding of like how warlocks work. And there just seems like there's a lack of understanding about warlock subclasses here. Pretty fundamentally. So I think if I were you, I would go look them up. And if you want to look at a simpler warlock, but a warlock that does a really good job of expressing the mechanics, the Fiend warlock's also really good for that. So super nutshell. At first level, you want to get at 1 to 2 features, something action oriented, something flavor that sell your vibe and you can use pretty regularly. Between the 6th and the 10th level features, you're going to want to have something defensive and something fairly utility, okay? This could be like an alternative way of casting a spell. This could be a bunch of different stuff. And then your 14th level, you want to do a big once-a-day move. That is how you build a Warlock subclass. So start over. If you want to do dream stuff, do dream stuff. If there's some mechanics in here you like that you are excited for, keep them. But fundamentally, I think this needs a rework, and I would go back to the drawing board and try to find more of a grounded place to start from. I can't really judge its power. I know that's the thing you wanted me to ask, but I literally don't have the time to read through / understand how this first level feature works. Straight up. Which is maybe better feedback than whether or not it's balanced. It's just doing way too much, and it's too complicated in terms of how it gets there. All right, New Biz, thank you for sharing. I wish you luck. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. I always wanted to create a Warlock subclass that was focused around a cursed or sentient magic item that granted benefits on from its item form. I mean, that's literally what a Hexblade is. That is a Hexblade. What you are describing is a Hexblade. I mean, you can make your own version of it, but that's what a Hexblade is. Hexblade warlocks are warlocks to get their power from magic from a powerful sentient item.
Cinder, I trust your judgment.
Yeah.
After watching the new Barbarian stream,
yeah,
I feel hopeful about the new books.
Yeah.
Would you recommend picking up the new PHB?
Rex, I'm going to be real blunt with you here. There's a lot of stuff that Wizards of the Coast does that is unfortunate. And they have to do a lot of dealings with Hasbro that are unfortunate. And I have not read through the whole book yet. But what I have seen from other creators that have, as well as what I have seen so far, I genuinely like 90%, if not more, of all of the changes. I think they're great. I want my players to change to the new edition because of how much I like the way they have changed the player options that I have looked at so far. I think the new Barbarian seems fantastic. I genuinely like it. And we're not going to... And next week, we're going to... You know, we're going to keep doing this where we're going to look at the classes and try to build subclasses for them. So as we learn the classes, we'll do more. But I am more excited to make Homebrew for the new edition than I am for the old at this point. Like, I feel like there are so many things that I see people put in subclasses that take up space and are boring, and they are only there to fix things that don't work that well. All of those things are basically fixed. Like, literally, we never need to see another brawler or grappler or wrestler monk ever again. Because it's just built into the core monk now. Josiah, if you suggest people pirate things ever again on my stream, I will ban you and kick you from my Discord. Please do not do that. So yeah, first of all, thank you for the 10, Rex. That's very kind. Honest opinion, if you can afford it and you like it, I would say go for it. If you don't want to support Wizards for whatever reason, then don't. But if your question is whether or not you should get it based on if the quality of the game mechanics seem cool, everything that I've seen so far, I really like. Straight up really like. I've heard of stuff that people don't like as much, but everything about it I really like so far. And also, I think I talked about this on stream before. I made a Barbarian subclass for the new system. I don't know how balanced it is yet because we're still new to the new system, but 99% of the homebrew that I make going forward on stream, I'm not talking about for projects or if people want to hire me to write for other things, but the homebrew that I make for stream moving forward is probably going to be leaning towards the new edition, at least until we're done exploring the new edition, which is also the homebrew that basically my member, anyone that's a YouTube member at any tier, a patron at any tier, or a Twitch subscriber at any tier gets access to once I've done polishing them up and stuff. So if you're like, hey, I want to start collecting a homebrew library for the new edition / occasionally just get a bunch of random magic items and shit, consider doing one of those, but no pressure also. It's okay, Josiah. I wasn't trying to be mean. I was just trying to be firm. We can't be encouraging illicit activities. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I like it a lot, dude. I bought it with my own money. I didn't get sent a copy. Bagadu 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 dawn. The dawning of a new era where lion and hyena can live together. Let's see. Dawn says she made a weapon that always hits but does only 1 damage. Worried about balance mainly. Not sure if it works. I'm going to look at it, but I will say a weapon that automatically hits does not work. Pretty much at all. So the reason why a weapon that automatically hits doesn't work is because there are certain abilities that trigger off of a weapon hitting. And they won't happen unless a weapon hits, and you need to get that weapon to hit to have them happen. The 2 big ones that come to mind are a smite and sneak attack. So, for example, a rogue, most of a rogue's damage doesn't come from their weapon damage. It comes from their dexterity modifier, and it comes from their sneak attack. So this basically means you can always do most of your damage. So yeah, it just doesn't really work with D&D. It's a neat idea, but I don't think it works on a weapon. There's too many things that require attacks as like a part of balancing, where the damage of the single die doesn't really matter. It's a fun idea. Thank you for sharing. But yeah, I would say in order to make that work, you got to put a lot of boundaries up that would just not be worth it for what it does. Not even, no, it's overpowered. No, it's broken. Not as a, I would argue that it's broken as an artifact. It's just changing the game in a fundamental way that doesn't really work. Is there a way to write that it would like include to hit? I don't know what that means. Arc system. What do you mean would include to hit? The include to hit is it has to hit. It's tricky. It's tricky because I'm being very... Because there's other ones, right? There's spells that trigger off of weapon attacks. There's class abilities that trigger off weapon attacks. There is a lot of stuff that triggers on weapon attacks. But yes, but you said this always hits. So, okay, arc system. So what you're saying is, can you make it so the weapon is not doing a weapon attack? So the way you could make needle work, if you wanted to make it work, is it would need to not be a weapon. That's what you would do. Here's the way you make needle work. It is a wondrous item, okay? And you would say specifically in here that it is not a weapon and cannot be wielded as a weapon, okay? And then you would say, as an action, you can deal 1 piercing damage to a creature within your reach. That would be how to make this balanced. Completely separate it from being a weapon. Make it fundamentally just an item where you can use your action to make a guaranteed single 1 damage. That could work. And that would probably be an uncommon magic item, because that's not very good. But as soon as you make it a weapon attack, or make it a weapon, or make it being able to be wielded as a weapon in any way, it becomes broken. So that's how you would make this work. Make it just a magic item that is not a weapon, and while you're wielding it, you can use your action to deal 1 piercing damage to a creature within 5 feet of you, or within your reach. That could work. But yeah, by it being a weapon, it's just fundamentally broken. Interesting idea. Thank you very much for sharing. That's sort of similar to the feedback that I gave earlier, where it's like you got to think of the lens. Some abilities in the game are completely broken in a spell, but work totally fine in a magic item. And even more specifically, some abilities are completely broken in one type of magic item, but totally fine in another. Where we put our features is as big a part of balancing the game as the features themselves. So if you ever are in the situation like our dear arc system, and you have, or Dawn, whatever you want to be called, and you have an idea that you think would be really fun to implement in your game, and you're trying to make it work, and it's just not working, take a step back and ask yourself if it needs to be exactly what it is, or if it can be a little bit of something else in a way that it doesn't have any of the issues that it had, but it's still kind of doing what it did. That's about as vague a way I can give specific feedback as possible. Thank you very much for sharing, Dawn. That's a fun idea. Look, the other side of that is, even if that idea doesn't work, it does lead to a very interesting game design conversation, which I appreciate. A lot of the time when we're experimenting with Homebrew, which is I think what Dawn said they were doing, even if something doesn't work, it's still worth having the conversation about, especially if we haven't had that kind of conversation 100 times before, because it leads to like better understanding of like how you can in the future do your game design, even if it isn't like 100% applicable. And also like why some things feel weird and you don't know why. You guys want to hear a knock knock joke? Too bad. Bucket a 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 bucket. It's the Grayly Knight. The Grayly Knight. They said Grayly Knight's goal was to just make something I find interesting. Well, okay. Okay. If you made something with the goal of you finding it interesting, I don't need to give you any feedback because you know what you find interesting and you can answer that question for yourself. So just to clarify for folks that are watching, when I ask what your goals are for the homebrew, the reason why I'm doing that is because I'm trying to think about how I should focus my feedback. So for example, if you say, my goal is to use this in my home game, then I'm not going to spend that much time talking about making sure you use the exact right language. I'm not going to talk that much about making sure your flavor text is exciting. I'm going to spend more time talking about general balance, because that's what matters more for your home game. If you see what I mean? Like, or if you're like, my goal is to make a monster that feels funny. Like, the combat makes players go like, whoa, that was funny. Then I can kind of think about the mechanics in that direction. But if your goal is just you think it's interesting, then you think it's interesting. And if your goal is I think it's interesting, then you should remember that you don't need to care what I think, because what I think is interesting is totally irrelevant to your own joy. You know? You should never decide what's interesting based on me. You know what's interesting. You're you silly goose. I'm just a fun fucking guy. Like, I'm never going to play D&D with you, most likely. So who cares what I think? You can care what I think a little bit, but, like, you don't have to care that much. This is called the Lamp of Madness. It's an artifact. So when you make something an artifact, that is deciding... Okay, here's a good way to think about power balancing magic items. Common magic items do almost nothing mechanical and are largely there to uplift flavor and be silly. Uncommon items do one thing or a couple kind of little things. Rare items are like, okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting into some weird stuff. Rare, also, it's like uncommon items. Excuse me. Common items... Level 1, totally appropriate to have. Level 1 to level 3, kind of the uncommon space. I would say level 4 to level, like, 8 is, like, rare space. Level 9 to, like, 13, 14 is, like, very rare, sometimes legendary. And then legendary after that. Where artifacts sit in the space of balancing your game is if you have a concept for an item that is broken... but still awesome, that's called an artifact. If you want to make an item that is busted, but the story the mechanics tell are fascinating, the idea is fun, and there's no way to tone it down, or you just have like a cool story you want to tell about some crazy cursed book of the demon lord or whatever, artifact. So unless the power level is so high that it kind of breaks the game, it probably doesn't need to be an artifact. Let's see what it does. This is an oil lamp that, when turned on, all creatures within 30 feet must make a wisdom saving throw or be affected by the dissonant whispers, hideous laughter, weird fear, and phantasmal force, all of which make the creature look like it's going mad. Deals no damage unless the creature deals damage to themselves. To light the flame, you must expend a 6th level spell slot or higher. Stays lit for the spell slot level plus 2d6 minutes. Holy moly. Grayly, I don't know if you're here, but my main feedback for you is I don't think this is going to be fun to use in the game basically at all. And Fluffcopter took the words out of my mouth, which is, who is keeping track of all of that? So remember that when we are making features for D&D, we are not relying on computer systems to keep track of buffs and debuffs. We're relying on people. So the way that this spell works, the way that this item works at the moment is that at the cost of a 6th level spell slot, for 2d6 plus 6 minutes, as a dungeon master, I need to make all creatures within 30 feet of this item make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 saving throws. I need to look up what those saving throws are, and then I need to keep track of which ones they fail and which ones they succeed. Oh no, it's just one saving throw. So let me take that back. I don't need to do all of that. I do need to keep track of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spells, or 5 spells, all of which do different things, all of which are on different sorts of timers, and all of which have different limit. Like, it's so much that I have to keep track of. It's so much. This is not a lamp of madness for the players. This is a lamp of madness for the dungeon master. So it won't be fun. It won't be fun to figure all this shit out. It's a little bit too much. I sort of feel like, and I don't want to make assumptions, but I'm going to. But the assumption that this reads like is that you went through the spells and you thought all of these spells sort of give the madness vibe. So wouldn't it be cool if I smushed them all together? But I don't think that works. Yeah, I would say, yeah, this only would work if you had a virtual tabletop, and even then, I think it would be annoying to deal with. So, main feedback is going to be, you can't make an item do 1, 2, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would say it is unreasonable to make a magic item do 5 different debuffing effects at the same time. In general. Because that's too much to keep track of. This is not doing 5 different debuff effects. This is doing 5 different spells. And every one of those spells, everything included in them. So this is just way too much to keep track of. And it's sort of the vibe, it's kind of muddled. Like, too many of these things conflate with each other, or do the same thing, or double dip. Like, it's just a lot and too much. I would say simplify your idea. Thank you very much for sharing. I would say, I hope that it might be interesting for you to play around with, like, how all of those different effects would take place, but it's completely unusable from any perspective other than in your imagination. Thank you very much for sharing. A little bit hectic. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate you sharing. How many bits to jump the queue? Burgy Pal, I'll tell you the same thing I tell everyone. If you would like to donate money to hope that the wheel blesses you, you can. But let's be very clear. I am not in charge of the wheel. The wheel runs itself. So if you donate money to the stream, whether through bits or gifted memberships or gifting subs or whatever, you are essentially putting your money where your mouth is, but in a conversation that I am not involved with. So I will not ever be able to affect the wheel based on being bought out. But if the wheel decides that that isn't worth something, then it'll go for it. Bagadoo, bug. Also, I would say it's pretty fucking, from my perspective, it's pretty fucking skeezy to ask people to pay to jump the line. It kind of ruins a lot of the everyone welcome, everyone gets a chance kind of vibe. Maybe it makes me make less money, but I hope that overall, at the end of the day, it doesn't end up mattering and people are like, nah, we like what you do. But yeah, so no. The best way, I'll tell you what, occasionally I run reviews that are exclusively for my paid members. So that's the best way. That's the closest thing to that, which is like, I used to do it once a week. I don't know if I'm going to do it once a week anymore, but occasionally I'll do these homebrew review streams, and the only people that can submit are people that are Twitch subs, patrons, or YouTube members. Let's see. Vaxcomati. What a crazy name. I spelled it wrong. Let's see what we got here. Also, I'm not your fucking jukebox, and I don't dance for money. They said their goal was, it's a fun homebrew. That's not a goal. I have highlighted some stuff red where I wasn't sure about it. You didn't see my answer my question! This is called the Book of Truth. I'm very colorblind, so I literally don't see where you highlighted stuff in red. Just so you know. Yeah, those wheels can be a lot of people. It's not anything. I don't see anything red, but I also am profoundly colorblind. I know you didn't say I was a jukebox. I wasn't trying to be mean at you. I just don't like. No offense to you at all, my dear audience, my dear Burgit pal, but I do not like when people say, I will give you money if you do this. That immediately it's a big turn off for me. Like, it makes me feel like I want to tell that person to stop talking in chat. And it's an irrational feeling. I don't want you to stop talking in chat. But that's just how I respond to that. Like, here's my headspace. My headspace goes, if you have money to donate and you want to donate money, just fucking do it. Don't ask me for something. This is what I'm doing for the money. If you think this is worth donating money, donate money. If you don't think this is worth donating money, don't donate money. And that's it. That's the game. That's the game. This is the thing for the money. If you don't like it, you don't have to watch, or you could just watch it and not give money. But I don't like that middle ground of like, I'll give you money if you do this. No. This is what I'm doing. I am deciding what I'm doing. You are deciding if you're giving me money. And either way, we're both having a good time together. That's kind of my headspace around it. I hope that is cool with y'all. I wasn't saying that I dislike anybody, by the way. That's why I was like, it's irrational. I know that it's irrational. I know that I get more agitated about it than I should, which is why I was trying to explain. I wasn't trying to be like blechel at that person. Burger pal is our pal, you know? Oops, I made the wrong thing too big. Okay, so Book of Truth. Haha, thank you. Back on track. I am so easily distractible, it's stupid. Book of Truth, legendary magic item. What's up, Cake Goddess Queen? How's it going? There are a few people who have been known to have read this book. People were kind enough to forget them soon after. This quote is a little too vague, I think. This sentence feels weird, and maybe we need to only just read this sentence before it starts to feel like something, but this feels like a nothing burger. Like, it's like... Yeah, I don't know, man. I think you need your quote to be more evocative. Like, is the point of the quote that people are forgotten after they read the book? Like, that... I don't know. I don't think this does a good job of selling that in an exciting way. Feels like a weird passive voice, kind of... like, giving a very obvious statement. Like, yeah, if you're going to do a quote, you got to really make it pop. All right, let's see what this thing actually gets. If you need the context of the item before you read the quote, then the quote's not working. The quote, you kind of want the quote to work like a trailer, like a movie trailer for the item. So you don't need to necessarily understand the plot of a trailer to be like that trailer makes me want to see the movie. You just have to know the vibe. And the vibe here is a little off. The Book of Paradoxes is a collection of complicated, unnerving truths and theories about the workings of our world. This should just be the opening. I would just cut the quote. And also, this is too long. Get rid of the theories. This sentence will be much better if you say the Book of Paradoxes is a collection of get rid of complicated. This is what you're going to say. You're going to say, the Book of Paradoxes is a collection of unnerving truths about our world. Period. Such a stronger sentence. Oddly, Pokey, I think the flavor text feels less vague if you take some of the details out. If you focus in on the unnerving truth, it suddenly is not vague at all. Suddenly it's like very focused. Also, about our world is weird. We don't really make reference to it in that context. Like, if you're going to write a magic item, make sure you're writing it in the tone that magic items are written. Just say the world. Inscribed is a warning, be warned, you shall not survive yourself. To understand the true severity of this book, too much flavor text. You must succeed on a raw What is a raw DC 20 intelligence check? Who made this? Vask, if you're here, what does this... Is this intended to mean something, or are you just not sure how to write D&D rules? If there is an intention behind this word, let me know, because I am curious. If there isn't, cut it out. I make all my rolls raw. You raw dogging your rolls, my guy? Sorry. Okay, also, to understand the true severity of the book, that doesn't mean anything mechanical. I think what you are implying is that in order to attune to the book, you have to make a DC 20 intelligence check. I'm not sure. The way this is written, it doesn't actually require a saving throw. So maybe you just mean in order to use the book, you have to make a DC 20 intelligence check. But either way, this needs a lot of mechanical clarity because we need to just know what this means. It means nothing. Also, you say you have to make an intelligence check, but then you make reference to a saving throw. And it's important to know that there is a distinction between checks and saving throws. The main difference is that saving throws use your saving throw modifiers and can be affected by any spells, abilities, etc. that affect saving throws, while skills and checks use your skill modifiers and can be affected by any spells, abilities that affect those. But they're different things that are often affected by different things. On a failed save, you are left pondering what you read. You find the context of the book strange. Literally, this doesn't tell us anything mechanical at all. So you need mechanics tied in here. So if you fail the saving throw, what? You can't use the book? Make that clear. Write that out. Don't make us read between... The last thing you want somebody to do is have to interpret the rules based on your flavor text. And that's what's happening here. The precision of the rules in D&D is one of the only things that gives us the space to build so freely in it. So when we lose sight of that precision in our writing, the things we make kind of fall apart. So let's see what this thing actually does. So we gain the following features if we make a DC 20 intelligence check or saving throw, unclear. When you succeed to understand the book, English might not be your first language. If you say something like, as soon as you succeed to understand the book, that to me says you don't speak English as a first language. I'm going to fix this grammatically, but then I'm going to make a general suggestion. So what you want to say is, as soon as you succeed at understanding the book, or as soon as you begin to understand the book, succeed to understand is English sucks. And this, unfortunately, doesn't fit. You would say succeed at understanding could also work. So if English is not your first language, first of all, you should be proud of yourself because this is very good English writing. Second of all, you should, if possible, go out of your way to find people that not just speak English, but English is their native language, and get them to proofread your writing, because it's gonna be, and you can even say, I don't worry about giving me any feedback, like don't spend any time on that. I'm just trying to make sure these sentences are written properly. And people will help. People are generally kind. In my Discord, there's a whole section. There's actually two. There's a section specifically for members and subs and stuff, and then there's a larger one for everybody. That's the Homebrew peer review section, where you post Homebrew, people give you feedback. Ask for help there. People will help you. Or if you don't want to post it as a whole thing, just in one of my channels, in the Homebrew discussion channel or the D&D general channel, just be like, hey, is this sentence phrased properly? It's gonna make it's gonna help a lot. And to be honest, English fucking sucks. Like, if you want to become great at writing in English, bless your heart, but you don't have to if you don't want to. Like, this is very... The reason why I'm hammering this is because I understand what you're trying to say here in a way that I don't think this grammatical mistake loses any meaning from your idea, which is really good. The only thing this grammatical mistake does is feels a little weird. And that doesn't really matter. That only matters if you're trying to really polish your shit. So that's why it's like, if you're really trying to polish it, then it matters. But if you don't, then it doesn't. Okay. Long-winded way to say this is fine, but also this is grammatically incorrect. Start a 1-minute timer. During that minute, you can pick a player at the table and spend this 1 minute to talk to them as your character. Oh, that's weird. I don't hate this, but I also... Most dungeon masters just let people do this. This is a very meta feature. Like, I would say most dungeon masters would just allow you to do this. Like, I, as a dungeon... If my players want to talk, I don't make that eat up time. This feels too fourth wall breaky for me, I'm going to be honest. Your wisdom and intelligence scores are reduced to 10. That seems bad. This seems either incredibly punishing or literally nothing. Because this is nothing if you're most martial characters, and it ruins you if you're any spellcaster. Confused is not an effect in D&D. Confused is a spell. So if we are getting immune to the charmed condition and the frightened condition, the confused is not a condition. When you roll a d20, you can choose to play the cosmic game of luck. You can just flip a coin. Okay, so this also breaks the game because you can have advantage and disadvantage, which means that if you're flipping a coin twice, or potentially, you know what I mean? Like, this just doesn't work. This breaks the game, so this just goes. So I would just completely remove this. This is a non-starter for me. It just breaks the game, fundamentally. As a reaction, when your DM makes a hidden roll, you can look through the interstellar fabric, forcing your DM to show the roll. This sucks. This kind of ruins the game. The only time a dungeon master makes a hidden roll is because they are doing so with intention. There is almost always a reason for it, and that reason is there to benefit the game and benefit the players. This is taking a tool away from the dungeon master that they normally would use to make the game better. So yeah, I would say, man, this is tedious and not that good in its current iteration. The main thing that this item does is you gain immunity to psychic damage, the charmed condition, the fear, frightened effect, and the confusion spell. Because this is bad and breaks the game, and I wouldn't use it. This is bad and breaks the game, and I wouldn't use it for different reasons. And this is something that I think most dungeon masters just do. And this is either way too punishing or kind of does nothing. What did you say? What did you say you wanted with this? Yeah, so like, I don't know. I think if you're into like metagaming a lot and like that sort of tricksiness, maybe you could have fun with this, but I would never include an item like this in my game. Yeah, like what's the point of this feature other than to be like, aha? I don't know. Yeah, I think this might be a swing and a miss. I'm not sure, like, I don't even really know what your intention is supposed to be here. Because you kind of give this whole vibe here that, like, we're going to forget people and stuff. But, like, I feel like neither the quote nor the flavor text feels like it's tied to the mechanics at all. So I might go back to this and be like, what? Why did you write this flavor text? Like, what do you like about this? And then rebuild it to fit that more. Because this, like, I don't even know what's savable here, you know? I like the concept of a magic item that makes you, like, limited in some ways and strong in other ways. Like, conceptually. But yeah, I think this is a ground-up start over. You could ask a player question as your character. That's still way too meta. Like, how is that different than, like, just your character asking the player? Or casting detect thoughts, for example. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's spells that yet let you learn what creatures are thinking already in the game. Yeah, it's not. This might be something that some people like, but it really doesn't fit the kind of games I want to run, and I would not include it in a game. interesting idea, but a little too meta and kind of wonky for me. All right, let us give our dear Vascamati a round of applause. I'd argue several officially published artifacts aren't fun, but that shouldn't be strived for. Yeah, but here's the thing, Shalakor. I agree. But the artifacts that exist that are not fun all share the same purpose. Go look at any artifact that isn't fun and ask me what you think its intended purpose is. Do you know what its intended purpose is? Its intended purpose is plot. Any artifact that isn't fun is there for the plot, is built because it sits in a campaign for a reason. So they exist, but they exist because they're part of the plot. They exist for a reason. I see Twitch chat and YouTube chat. I see both. And you guys see both too. Restream puts both in chat. If I want to stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, I can only show the Twitch chat on this screen though. But if you have Twitch chat open on the side or YouTube chat open, you are seeing everybody. But you do get to pop up on screen if you're over on Twitch. All right, we got a couple new ones. Wait, who put Sasha? I don't have Sasha on my list. Did somebody change their name again? Did somebody change their name? Hey. Idiot. Not you, Sasha. I'm talking to somebody else. Oh my god, I realized that somebody... Sasha, sorry. I saw something else that I'm going to call someone an idiot for. Hey, idiot, not you, Sasha. Hey, idiot, that didn't realize that I collect email addresses with these forms. Why do you think I collect email addresses with these forms? Why do you think I do that? Why do you think I do that? Why do you think I changed the form so that it collects your email addresses? What would be the purpose of that? Well, might it be because you can write whatever you want as your name and you can write whatever you want anywhere, except for your email address? So if you want to send me bullshit or spam or shit that I don't want to look at, I know your email address, which means I can find you in lots of other places, which means I can ban you from my Discord, and I can ban you from my YouTube, and I can ban you from my Twitch, and I can also probably potentially find you in real life and maybe send your boss a message. So, you know, maybe don't do that. Sorry. I just noticed something in chat. Wanted to address it. Sasha, I'm going to change your name to Sasha on the sheet so it makes sense so I can find you. You don't need to change anything. I changed it. I fixed it. Sasha did nothing wrong. Fucking this person did. I do streams mostly Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. What was I gonna say? Thursday sometimes too. And Sunday and Wednesday are my homebrew review days. Yeah, you can try to bribe the wheel. I don't think it takes bribes that much though. So you can try, but it generally doesn't listen. Excuse me. You weren't the one that changed their name. They were somebody that said their name was Sasha. I'm assuming your name is Nathan. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I fixed it. They're still I did it. They're Sasha. We're gonna just call him Sasha. Bagadu, 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 bagadu. That's fine. It's fine if you make a mistake and change it. It's annoying if you send me fucking spam. Boom, relevant. I hardly know Levent. Relevant is looking in modifying weapons in a funny way. You changed your name to Sasha. I'm calling you Sasha. You want me to call you something else? You gotta pick a lane there, bud. Okay, so you've sent me like 6 things. I'm only gonna read the first one because that is the way that I do these. If you don't tell me which one to look at, call you sashimi, please. All right, I'll try to remember. Each weapon, shield, or set of armor can have 1 modification. Modified weapons are not considered magical. Modifying magical weapons require coordination of Arcana proficiency check and blacksmith tools check. You don't tell if you're gonna require a certain type of check to do a thing. You need to tell us what number they need to beat to do it. Do you know what I mean? So how do we know if they succeed on their Arcana check or their blacksmith's check? I don't know. We don't. All right, so let's see. We can do a pommel spike. It costs 900 gold. When you take the attack action and attack with this weapon, you can use a bonus action to make a melee attack with the opposite end of this weapon. Uses the same ability modifier as the primary. This is just part of a feat. This is just part of Polearm Master. You just took part of Polearm Master and put it on a thing. That's fine. But it's not really anything new. I think it's if you want to be able to put Polearm Master on top of other items, that's fine. But it's not new. When a creature is struck with this weapon, they take a -1 penalty to the AC. This is too strong. This is just way too strong compared to this one. This is too much. Okay. Some of these already exist. All of these are features that already exist. What are we doing here? Who sent this? Relevant. Nothing here is new. This is Polearm Master. This is like the heavy weapon hitting, the bludgeoning weapon thing. This is probably something that exists already, and if it doesn't, it's broken. This is already silvered weapons. All of these just already exist. I don't have anything to say. I don't know if we've seen this before, but these are all things that exist in the game. If you take a feature that already exists in the game and don't change it, and then just say, hey, you can now apply this to a weapon at a cost of money, I don't have any feedback to give. Because it's like, yes, I see that you did that. So I guess the only feedback I'll say is I think you are underestimating how powerful it is to remove a creature's AC. And I don't have anything else to say. You don't need that much feedback if you're making something that's basically something that already exists. Yeah, I think being able to modify weapons is a fine idea. I would encourage you to try to make them new features, not just features that we see in other settings and other things. Thank you very much for sharing. Considering you could add those to magic items, I don't think they were too expensive. I have something similar in my work for weapons. You can use smith tools to replace the weapon mastery of a weapon. It's an interesting idea. I don't know how I feel about that. That's a lovely piece of homebrew idea that I would need to think about and learn more about weapon masteries and how they interact with the rest of the game before I would be super into exploring. But I think it's a fun idea. It's definitely a good idea to play around with. I don't know if it's a good idea in terms of it working or not. Alrighty. Alright. Asked and answered. I just got followed by someone that said, Cinder, please ban me. So I banned them. Alrighty. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Next up is Zardo. Listen, I'm evil is not what I am. I read their name and helped them fulfill their ideological goals. Zaro says, I like spiders. Hey man, you and me both. I actually sometimes have a spider that lives right there, but they don't live there right now. I like spiders and wanted to add a playable spider race. Sorry if it's formatted bad. I typed it on a smartphone and I can't be asked to try and navigate D&D Beyond. You don't need to be asked to try and navigate D&D Beyond, but you do need to be asked to format it nicely. If it's not formatted nicely, I'm just going to not like it as much. And if I don't like it as much, then I'm going to give you shittier feedback. This is formatted fine. Why did you... You're fine. Shut up. You silly goose. Generally speaking, when somebody's like, yeah, I just threw this together. I'm not thinking about it that much. I'm like, okay, cool. Then I'm not going to think about it that much. Descended from an ancient race of spiders, the arachnid are humanoids that resemble tarantula trumpet spiders. Skin is covered in thick, blah, 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 blah. They have 3 fingers on each hand. Okay, cool. This is just... So for your flavor text, you're just doing basically physical description. It's fine. Your medium or small. What the fuck is this? Okay, so... Nothing in D&D reduces your ability scores anymore, so change this, make it different. Also, ability scores in D&D are often flexible now. Most D&D races just say, you know, you get +2 in one score of your choice and 1 in another, or +3 in 3 skills of your choice. This gaining proficiency in something should be its own thing, so completely rebuild that. You gain proficiency in acrobatics, as well as either stealth, survival, medicine, or perception. This is a lot of options here. So don't underestimate how powerful that is to give options. A lot of options. Base walk speed is 30. We are immune to poison damage and weak to fire damage. So weak is not... And weak doesn't mean anything mechanically in D&D. The word you're looking for is vulnerable, and you got to use the right words, otherwise it literally doesn't mean anything. D&D is a thing. D&D is a game where there are very specific mechanics, but they are written within the English language. So you need to use the right keywords to indicate the right mechanics. Weak to fire indicates nothing. Vulnerable to fire means you take double damage against fire. No D&D race should have vulnerability. It's a bad idea. No D&D race should have immunity. It's a bad idea. Too extreme in both directions. Change it. And then we get 1, 2, 3, 4. We get a lot of features on top of the fact that we're getting 2 skills, damage, immunity, or resistance. This is a lot. Yeah, so just change all that. You can climb equal to your walking speed. So you get spider climb. And you get a bonus to your grapple equal, and you get a bonus made to initiate a grapple. Okay. You can make rope. Being able to not see color doesn't mean anything. Who cares? When a creature is within 5 feet of you, you can spend a bonus action to make a melee attack using your fangs. You don't need when a creature is within 5 feet of you. You can just say you can use a bonus action to make a melee attack. Target takes poison damage. Does make a con saving throw or is blinded or paralyzed. So this is really overpowered. Who are you? Okay, so Zaro. First things first, you don't want your race to have an overwhelming amount of options. So let me just show you like how many features we get. I will count this as 1 feature, even though it's 2 skills, but I'm going to count it as 1 feature. So we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're skipping this one because it's not really anything. 6. We're getting 7 features. 7 features can be okay. It's a lot, but it can be okay. But the problem is that a lot of them are really strong. We do not get a climb speed. We get a spider climb speed, which is just stronger than a climb speed. How do you balance that down? You make it just a climb speed. Easy. Getting rope is fine. I think it's fun. I don't think we need a bonus to our grapple. I think that's overkill. I'd get rid of that. Paralyzing a creature is shockingly powerful. Overwhelmingly so. You gotta tone this back. So I think that, unfortunately, the way that this is written right now, it's got some really cool ideas in it, but if I were you, I would tone it back quite a bit and then see where there's space to fill it out. Because if you change Venomous Bite so it's not fucked, you change Sticky Hand so it's not fucked, you change these damage immunity stuff so they're not fucked, then you're going to have the beginning of an interesting D&D species, and you're going to have space to grow. Carnivorous feels irrelevant and feels like it's a waste of space. I would try to make Venomous Bite more interesting and more unique and less overpowered. And then I would ask myself what other things I could give this once I tone it down to a reasonable level. Because when you do tone it down to a reasonable level, there will be space for a little bit to fill it out. But yeah, I think you missed the mark on a couple features. I love a good spider race, but it's a little bit too much in some places. A little bit too much in some places. Overpowered features are always on, but the weaknesses are only weaknesses when they're happening. Even still, a negative in D&D does not often balance out a positive, especially if they are in totally separate spaces. Very fun idea, though. I do hope you keep working on it. I love spider guys. And I think that if you tone this thing down a little bit and look for some more unique ways you can flesh it out, that are a little bit more, not necessarily toned down, but toned down to the power level and vibe of D&D species abilities, I think it could be interesting. Those would be my thoughts. Thank you very much, Zaro. Fun idea. Let's give them a round of applause. Somebody asked Arnaldo. Arnaldo, I review one piece of homebrew per person per stream. So if you already submitted homebrew for today, that's the homebrew you submitted for today. If I reviewed it already. If I didn't review it yet, you could change it in the form, and then it becomes something different. Anyway, thank you for Zaro. Kaboosh. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I haven't had a member/sub wheel in a little while because I was traveling and decided I wanted to switch around doing it because it wasn't, I didn't think it was good anymore. It was sort of defeating its own purpose. So maybe we're going to start doing member review streams anymore. Maybe we'll start doing some form of member review streams again. Burger Pal, thank you for the sub. That's very kind. I appreciate that very much, you champion. You glorious Tyrannosauri. But no, right now the main benefit that members get is that they get access to all of my homebrew and any homebrew we make on stream, as well as the special sections of the Discord, and like credits and videos and stuff. But I haven't decided how we're going to move forward doing member review shows or not. It was a lot of work for very little payback, if that makes sense. You got, what do you mean you got two? You got two things on the wheel? Did you use different email addresses? I will say this. If you decide to do that, that's a dangerous game. That's an easy way for me to ban people. I don't know what you're talking about. You're confusing me. I like the system Orator uses. I don't know who Orator is. Are they a Twitch streamer? He does one random sub. He does one random, one sub, one random. So subs have a higher chance, but non-subs still have a chance. That would require 2 completely separate wheels, which feels annoying to me. Like, I don't. I'll tell you what, if you're in my Discord and you want to tell me how he does it on the back end, maybe I'm down for that idea, but we'll put that on the back burner for now. It's not a bad idea though. I'm open to it. I just don't know if I have to do 2 different wheels or what. And I don't want to have to be too tedious. But I'm open to that idea. Bagadu, 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 bagadu. If I put a section that says, if you are a sub, how many people are going to click that are not subs? All of them? Yep, you're right. Dragon Nosebleeds. That's a great name. I appreciate whenever people have suggestions on ways that I can run stream, but I think people underestimate how much every single idea has to be implemented and the work required to do that and the likelihood of it having an impact and or being used properly. So a lot of the time when people give me ideas for how to change things on stream, they're doing it with a lot of really good intention and a very clear lack of understanding or experience, just so you know. It's not just, but that's what I mean, Droid. Like, I appreciate, if you want to leave that thought, I have a section in my Discord where you can leave suggestions. It annoys the shit out of me for people to give very clearly unexperienced advice. Like, advice is lovely. Advice from someone that doesn't know what they're talking about isn't particularly helpful. And I'm sure you know what you're talking about in a lot of circumstances. But that's sort of why I was like, if you're not a streamer or one of these, if you're not somebody that's doing this or working with people that are doing this, I don't really want your feedback here. You want to leave a suggestion in the Discord, you can, but generally I'm not looking at it. Shalacor, do I need to time you out for 10 minutes? You know what the fuck we're talking about here, buddy. Don't be annoying. Don't actually the wrong verb was used. You know what they mean, buddy. Chill out. Dragon Nosebleed says, I want to capture the flavor of a tactician who's not trying to win the battle, but the war. Okay, what does that mean for D&D? Because isn't that like everybody in D&D? Isn't that just like a RP thing? Are you getting features that don't affect single combat, but affect whole campaigns? I'm confused. I've been struggling with the power of a couple features. Also, I break a couple of the rules for the Ranger subclass, but I think I do so in interesting and intentional ways. All right. That's okay. That's deciding to do it hard mode, which means if I don't think it's interesting and it doesn't feel intentional, I'm just going to yell at you about it. But if you're cool with that, that's cool with me. I could see people on YouTube also. You gotta go? Is this the one you sent in? Or I don't know. Maybe. This is the Thought Seeker. The Thought Seeker Conclave. Thought Seekers have dedicated themselves to understanding the nature of people and themselves. That is vague. That is really vague and also not exciting. You don't want to start with this sentence. That's not a strong opener. Those who follow this path, this comma is not needed. Those who follow this path seek the truths that lie behind our ideas within other minds and their own. Again, vague, unclear. In the catacombs of forgotten libraries and cities, peering into the echoes of artists' painted ink, you can see the repetition of history. This whole thing is really unclear. We need a lot more clarity in what this thing is actually doing. This feels very vague. They seek thoughts. What does that mean? Write it out in a clear way where we can give us, like, by the time I'm done reading your flavor text, I should know two things. I should know the vibe of your subclass, and I should know a little bit about what it's going to feel like to play it. This tells me neither. Let's see what spells we learn. Detect magic, detect thoughts, tongues, divination, legend lore. Why are we getting detect thoughts here? We should be getting is detect thoughts a second level spell? Double check to make sure it is. If it's not, this should be a second level spell. Let's see. What do we get at third level? You didn't rate your features at what level? Okay, so do you see how you have a whole sentence here that doesn't say what level this feature happens at? And do you see how you have a whole sentence here that doesn't say what level this feature happens at? That's really bad. Every class feature should open with what level you get it at if you're not writing the level up here. Just makes it confusing for the reader. Sloppy. Okay, starting at third level, you realize the manner in which you perceive the form of things is 2 steps removed from its true form. This sentence is not good. This sentence is also vague and unclear. I'm worried that my feedback for this whole thing is going to be vague and unclear, and I don't know if that feedback is going to be, ironically, clear. What does this mean? What the fuck does this sentence mean? It means nothing, right? Like, it is such a rando fucking sentence. You realize the manner in which you perceive the form of things is 2 steps removed from its true form. Does that just mean you realize that things are not always what they seem? I think that's what you mean, but holy shit. Are you taking 3 times the amount of words and 4 times the amount of confusion to get there? Let's see what else we get. Let's actually look. Let's see what the fuck this thing actually does. Holy shit. You can take the search action as a bonus action. That's fine. When you take the search action, your perception check is considered equal to your investigation check for the sake of spotting illusions. Just say you can use perception in place of investigation. Save half your words. Additionally, you gain proficiency in insight. If you don't already have it, your proficiency is doubled. Okay, so we get expertise. And your proficiency bonus is doubled for all insight checks made against a creature that can speak at least 1 language and has an intelligence of 4 or greater. Okay, so we get expertise in insight, and we can use perception instead of investigation when we are searching for stuff and breaking illusions. Okay. And so far, it's pretty straightforward. It's just really overly written. Like, you could get all of these ideas across in half the words. And you should. When you take this class, you cannot take the Keen Mind feat. Does that say that somewhere? I missed that. Why would that? Did I miss something? All right. Join the dance. I'm assuming this is also at 3rd level, but I have to search for it. I'm skipping the flavor text because it's annoying me that I have to get through it to get to the piece. And you know who's going to do that? A lot of people. Starting at 3rd level, when you hit a creature with a weapon, you can force the target to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it has disadvantage on its next attack roll. You can use this feature once per turn. When you get to 11th level, whenever an ally is subject to the effects that causes a creature under this effect feature, they can add 2 to any saving throws. Again, dude, you are really shooting yourself in the foot. First of all, like, okay, think about it like this. Surely you understand that this is a confusing sentence. Whenever an ally is subject to an effect caused by a creature, under the effect of this creature, under the effect of this feature, like, fuck, if you don't hear that that's confusing, I don't know what to say, other than I think you need to take a step back from your work and then look at it with fresh eyes, because holy moly is that confusing language. Let me see if I can break down what the fuck you're actually trying to say here. Whenever a creature with disadvantage from this feature attacks an ally, that ally can add +2 to any saving throws they make. That's kind of what you're trying to say. That is what you're trying to say. So here's the problems. One, what's the range on this? What's the time limit on this? And how long do they get these saving throws? And also, maybe more importantly, literally why? Like, and I don't mean this to be rude. What the fuck is this trying to feel like? This feels like nothing. You need to read Strunk and White. I don't know what Strunk and White is, but maybe they do need to read that. So yeah, this feature is fucked. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. It's tedious. Okay, because here's the problem with it. At 3rd level, straight up, it's boring and dull. At 11th level, it is tedious and confusing. So you don't want to go from boring and dull to tedious and confusing. I would rebuild it from the ground up. Straight up. I don't know what the goal of this is supposed to be. I guess the goal of it is supposed to be you're dampening enemies' abilities to attack. I think that that's a fine thing to goal towards. But holy moly, do you lose the plot with this second paragraph? And this on its own is not enough. Difficulties grow miracles. This is spelled incorrectly. Your determination to act on the same scale is... I have to read this slowly. Your determination to act on the same scale as the motions of nations has finally borne fruit. This is so poorly worded. This is so poorly worded. Dude, what's your name? Who are you? Dragon Nosebleed. If you want to use a lot of flavor text, you are going to need to have a genuine conversation with yourself about your writing style and the clarity of your writing. Because your flavor text should make me excited. It should not make me annoyed. This flavor text feels kind of pompous. You know, here's what this flavor text feels. And this is not to say you are this, but you should know that this flavor text gives a feeling. And if you don't want it to be that feeling, you should change it. And the feeling that this flavor text gives is arrogance. This flavor text feels like when a politician is talking and you can tell they think they're intelligent and they're not intelligent. It has an air of importance. It feels like it's spoken with an air of importance, but it actually is really clunky. It's really clunky. So, like, and I don't... Straight up, this piece will be much better if you cut out most of the flavor text. Because right now, all of the flavor text is making this straight up worse. Start with simple sentences, simple ideas. Your determination to act on the same scale as motions of nations. What a nonsense phrase. No one talks like that. No one writes like that. That's not the way ideas are communicated. How could we say this in a way that doesn't make me want to drive a fucking corkscrew through my brain? How about this? You act with the determination of a nation. That's not a good sentence, but it's a better sentence. It's still really fucking meaningless, but it's a lot more focused. But this is just blechel. I'm gonna maybe skip the rest of the flavor text if it keeps feeling like this, which is what other people will do that aren't me that you're sending it to in the universe, if that's a thing. So think about that. Starting at level 7, whenever you spot a creature that's attempting to hide from you, You can make one additional weapon attack against the creature attempting to hide as part of the action, so long as it tries to remain hidden. You start with this. Okay, all of your writing is so convoluted. It's so convoluted. We're gonna stop reading this probably soon. Your sentences, you don't know when to end your sentences, and you dramatically over-explain stuff. How could we write this feature in a way that is reasonable? Whenever you successfully spot a creature that is trying to hide from you, you can make an additional weapon attack against them until the end of your turn. Period. Just that, man. Just that, but holy shit. This attack against the creature attempting to... You said they were attempting to hide here. Why are you repeating yourself? Like, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. You're fucking machine gunning yourself in the foot. As long as it tries to remain hidden, it's not gonna change trying to... It's not your turn. It's a turn. It's your turn. You're searching on your turn. You're using an action or a bonus action to search, right? A creature can't decide to not try to remain hidden when it's not its turn. So what, like, this is just you're wasting so many words. So many words. There might be a good idea hidden in somewhere. There really might. But oh my goodness, is it fucking lost under like a sea of gobbledygook. When you roll initiative, you can ignore the effects of exhaustion for 1 minute. Why? How does that fit into the flavor of this literally at all? And while you're traveling, you may, don't say may, say can. You can double your travel speed of a creature's equal to your wisdom modifier. Why? How does that tie into anything here? You can increase a creature's travel speed this way for a number of... Why? This is overcomplicated and it's doing nothing, and it's... Why are we getting it? All right, we're gonna skip the rest of this feature. Okay, I think the goal of this feature is you're better at traveling with creatures. Guess what? Rangers are already that. And secondly, if your goal is to make it like you're better at traveling because that's important for warfare, we need a lot more of that vibe earlier because it feels so out of left field that it's nonsense. It's fucking nonsense. Yeah, we're just... This is genuinely confusing trite. It's not an act, it's a habit. Starting at 11th level, you begin to bend the daily cycles of repetition, giving yourself the following benefits. When you roll a 1 on damage die, you can instead treat the roll as the average roll. Don't make people do math. That's an annoying amount of math to make people do. Don't do that. So whenever you roll a 1 on any damage die, you can just choose the middle. That's also too strong. It's a straight up too strong. That's so much better than so many other features that make you roll. Like, you can re-roll it. Just let them re-roll it. And they shouldn't be able to do it on any damage roll. That's crazy. When you make an intelligence... Because that includes fucking spells. When you roll an intelligence investigation or intelligence history check or intelligence religion check, you can bake all this together. You don't need to say intelligence every time. You can say whenever you roll an intelligence, investigation, history, or religion check. You can add your wisdom modifier to the roll. That's fine. Okay, I like this feature, and we are getting it way too fucking late. You know what? This feature should just be what we get at 3rd level, wherever you put this fucking thing here. And the feature should just be, whenever you make an intelligence check, you can add your wisdom modifier. Holy fuck! Does that make this thing make a lot more sense? Just make it that. Whenever you fall unconscious or become incapacitated, you can maintain concentration on spells. Why? Why are we getting this? Okay. Let me just read 15th level. As a reaction, before you make a saving throw, you don't say may, say can. Spend any movement unspent at the end of your last turn. This is a pretty meek and this is a pretty underpowered 15th level feature. I'm going to be honest, man. And chat, tell me if I'm being too harsh here. Don't tell me if I'm being too harsh in my tone. I know I'm losing my patience. We're at that time of the night. Fucking deal with it. Let's talk about if I'm being too harsh with the actual feedback I'm giving. This thing feels like it's a bunch of random fucking stuff. The spell list feels like it has nothing to do with the rest of it. These features feel completely isolated from each other. And in a way, and also like overly tedious almost across the board. This is a feature, like we are giving people bonuses to saving throws and disadvantage on attack rolls. Why? We're doing like a bunch of movement stuff with like travel. Why? We're rerolling all damage. Why? We're maintaining concentration on spells while unconscious. Why? We can use our reaction to move a little bit more. Like, it's all just why. None of this feels like it's tied to anything outside of the very, very, very vague concept that you gotta be smart if you're gonna be a military tactician. I think the concept is vague and needs focus, and maybe that is why the features feel so discordant from each other and kind of just like gobbledygook. Like, you lose the Thought Seeker immediately. The spells make me feel like we're doing like mind stuff, but no, we're not. We're like getting mind stuff spells and then a bunch of random buffs that feel pretty disconnected, sort of buried under a lot of gobbledygook flavor text. Pixie says Mastermind Rogue kind of covers this vibe. Yeah, kinda. It's supposed to be a subclass for Rangers. Zachary Crane also agrees it literally feels like a Mastermind Rogue. Yeah, maybe you unintentionally are building just an alternative Mastermind Rogue, and you should just look at that. That might be that. But yeah, this is a little bit Bleckle in its current iteration. I don't have a specific direction that you need to go in with it. I think you need to focus your direction with it. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much in here that I think works, at least from my perspective. There's stuff in here that works, but not in a particularly interesting way. Like, there's not anything new here that works. There's a lot of stuff here that works that I've seen in other places. But yeah, I think that you got to focus the idea in. All right, thank you very much, Dragon. Let's give them a round of applause. I'll be honest, Tactician does seem like it'd never work as a subclass. Any subclass can be used tactically. I disagree, but I think a perfect example of a Tactician subclass is the Battlemaster Rogue. I mean, the Battlemaster Fighter. You know, that's a Tactician, is the Battlemaster Fighter. I understood your misspelling, Hakase. I saw through it. Oh, we got some new pieces. Lovely. Boom. I disagree because Inquisitive and Mastermind Rogues are also good vibes for Tactician. As Battlemaster, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that cover the vibe of Tactician. I would say, Pixie, I don't actually think you disagree with Hakase, because the Inquisitive and the Mastermind Rogues, as well as the Battlemaster Fighter, I would argue, are all Tacticians. And the reason they work as Tacticians is that the idea is a lot more focused than Tactician. What's up, Plants in Leather Pants? That's a funny name. Bugada 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 bugada. Oosh, Benjamin Burke. Benjamin Burke. What you got for us, Benjamin? Name still on the wheel, so no, yes. That is a good way to check. If you see your name on the wheel, generally it means you haven't been reviewed yet. Where are you? There you are. Benjamin Burke's goal was to make a cool druid subclass in an effort of making a full Western setting with a new subclass for each class. Interesting. Okay. Oh, Benjamin. Benjamin. Everybody, let's give our respects to Benjamin. Benjamin, who did not read the prompt fully or does not know how to make a document publicly available. Benjamin, if you see this before stream is over and you decide that you can make a change, then change the document so that it is publicly available and let me know. Then we shall put you back on the wheel before stream is over. Unfortunately, for now, we cannot view your homebrew because you did not give us access to it. We all fall. The question is, how will you rise? Happens once at least. It happens at least once every stream. Sad. It's always a little sad when it happens. Bagadu 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 ba bagadu bagadu bee bagadu bagadu bay bagadu bagadu bleh bagadu bagadu bore blobly sleight of clown. Weird name. Ugh. Oh, you read a lot of things. Oh, wanted to give a rogue subclass that leans on the more fantastical side. Cool. Also wanted the player to have options for mass clone type power. Ooh, that is very hard to make balanced in D&D. Similar to Naruto, Ditto. Okay, so you're listing a lot of things. As is immediately evident, this pulls a lot from the Echo Knight fighter, but with some tweaks to better fit the class. The only reason the Echo Knight works is because you can create one duplicate, and it is highly limited in what it can do and how it exists, and it takes up like 30 to 50% of the economy of the thing. If the capstone, keep this in mind, the capstone of the Echo Knight is making 2 echoes. The capstone. So if we are getting any more than 1 echo, or that echo can do anything close to what we can normally do with the Echo Knight, you are already leaps and bounds into unbalanced, just so you know. Haven't had a chance to play test it much yet. Early game, Echo Rogue plays in this sort of trickster vibe, blah, 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 blah. Anything else really important in here? No, you're just sort of telling me about it. Okay, you're not really telling me what the goals are. That's fine. I don't really want you to tell me about your... You can tell me about it, but your feedback, your homebrew has to stand up on its own 2 feet. Okay, so yours is actually one of the ones I skimmed before we started stream. So I can give you very focused feedback immediately. So... we have a number of echo points equal to twice our rogue level, which means at level 3, we have 6 points. The very first thing we get at level 3 is that we can use 2 echo points to cast the spell Mirror Image. Mirror Image is a 2nd level spell. So the very first thing we get, before we even get into the power of the echo, we are getting the ability to, at a minimum, cast a 2nd level spell 3 times a day. Why is this a problem? Can anybody tell me why we are immediately in problem before we even start? Can anybody tell me why this is a problem? We, at 3rd level, have more 2nd level spells than the Arcane Trickster Rogue. So at 3rd level, we now have more powerful spellcasting than the Rogue that is intended to be a spellcaster. Beyond that, we have better spellcasting than full spellcasters. No full spellcaster has 3 2nd level spells at level 3. Beyond that, we are now using it as a bonus action. So not only are we a better spellcaster than the rogue that's supposed to be a spellcaster, or literal full spellcasters, it's better than regular on top of that. So right off the bat, we have entered into overpowered before we even get started. The second issue, and I am not going to read this whole feature, I've read it before. We get the power of an Echo Knight multiple times. That's too much. It's just too much. We can teleport through it in the same way that an Echo Knight can. We can sneak attack through it, which is much, 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 bold underline, more powerful than a fighter attacking through an Echo. And on top of that, the Echoes are also illusions of us, so people can be confused about which one is us. So we can make a better Echo than the Echo Knight, because we are a rogue, so we're inherently going to be more powerful with our hits. We can make duplicates. We can make multiple of them. And they can be disguised as us. So if they are up, they also act as a clone. You know what the problem is with this feature? The problem with this feature is that you combined the Echo Knight's main class feature, which is very powerful, with the Trickster Cleric's Channel Divinity, which is very powerful and is a once-a-day feature, or a once-a-rest feature. And then on top of both of those things, which are already quite powerful, you baked in evolutions of those things into this in terms of the disguising them as other people. And then on top of that, you can have multiple of them because it's only 1 point to summon one, and you get double your fucking rogue level. So you have essentially combined multiple main subclass features into one, and then made them better, and included things that other things wouldn't get until much higher level. So if you are keen on gaining the ability to make duplicates of yourself, you need to not underestimate how powerful that is, and you need to massively cut this thing down in terms of what it can do, or tie some of these features into other things. So for example, first of all, obviously, you got to get rid of Can't Hit Me entirely. Second of all, you got to massively lower the amount of these things you can make. You got to not be able to have that many of them out of the time. You cannot do all the things that you can do with Echo. I would probably say, I probably would not let you teleport between them. I probably would make the ability for you to have them act as like illusions of you, something you could unlock at a higher level. And yeah, this is just completely broken. Do you think just a number equal to your rogue level is fine? No, I don't think that's fine either. I mean, it depends. The other thing, Slate of Clown, is that it really depends on what you make these do. But if your intention is that you can spend 1 point to make a duplicate, then having an amount equal to your rogue level is much too powerful. And this might be one of those circumstances where, in order for you to make this work the way it works in the shows you're trying to emulate, you can't make it balanced. It just won't. This is true a lot of the time, and I'm not trying to say don't make this, but if your goal is to make something work for D&D and be inspired by an alternative fiction, you need to decide, you need to have like a real conversation with yourself about power level. Because if the fiction you're trying to make work in the game is inherently too powerful for the game, then it won't work. And I mean, the perfect example of this is like most One Piece things. People try to give me homebrew for hockeys all the fucking time and dragon fruit all the fucking time, and it's never balanced. It never works. So the thing that the conversation that you need to have with yourself is, what is the most important idea in this making duplicates thing to make this feel like the subclass I want it to be? What's the most important thing? And don't think about it in terms of game mechanics. Think about it quite literally. Don't say 6 different things where it's like, well, you can make different copies and you can teleport between them and you can disguise and you can use them to hide yourself and you can attack from them. That's not one different thing. That's 3 different things. Decide what the most important thing that you want to copy is, and decide if that alone is too powerful. Because the making copies of yourself right here is just too powerful. Like, straight up. Like, it's just a broken feature. And I think, unfortunately, we're not going to have much to say about the rest of it because you're kind of just building off of a broken frame. Like, being able to cast a 5th level spell at 9th level is... I don't like... No, this is also just bad. Your non-spellcaster... rogue should not be out spellcasting the spellcaster rogue. It's as simple as that. Or other spellcasters, for that matter. Or half-casters. Let's take a look at the 13th level feature. We don't need to. It's just broken. Yeah, so I think the question you have to ask yourself is... what do you want this thing to be without worrying about it being every single thing it can do? And decide, if I can't make this what I want it to be without making it balanced, I probably shouldn't make it for D&D. Sleight of Clown. You are now at a precipice of a choice. And the decision you make now will have a dramatic impact on my tone for the rest of this review. You can decide to shut the fuck up and stop trying to defend things that really, really don't need to be defended. Or you can decide to debate me about the power level of D&D features. Now, if you would like me to give you feedback, then by all means... clarify things that I don't understand or misinterpret, and take notes. If you would like to debate me and have me explain to you why you are completely wrong in how you're calculating how powerful these spells are, then we can have an argument where you say, actually, these spells are bigger or less big in different ways. If you want to have that argument, I am so down. I am so down. But you're going to lose, and it's going to lead to you feeling bad. So I would rather not have that argument. I would rather you just take feedback. Does that make sense? Because you're wrong. I want to bring up that none of these spells they gain can provide active impact on any given battle. That's weird. Let's look at Mirror Image. Do we think Mirror Image provides an impact on any given battle? I don't know. Let's check, because it might not. Let's just check. I'm going to play this game a little bit, because honestly, it pissed me off a little bit. Let's see. What, before we look at it, chat, before we look at it, what do you think would mean something provides an impact on a battle? I would argue the ability to control or manipulate enemies, the ability to buff allies with mechanics and stuff, the ability to hit better or do more damage, or the ability to be hit less or take less damage. Those are like the biggest impacts on battle, right? I guess the ability to manipulate the battlefield too, but those are all huge impacts on a battle. With that in mind, let's take a look at the Mirror Image spell and see if it has no impact on battle. The way Mirror Image works is you create illusory duplicates of yourself, and until the spell ends, they move around with you. Whenever a creature targets you with an attack, if they roll too high on the attack, they miss you and hit one of the duplicates. Ha! Now, Slate of Crown, would you please do the honor of explaining to me how this doesn't have an impact on battle? Because I would argue not getting hit has a pretty big impact on battle. Call me crazy. Call me wild and crazy. But I would say not getting hit has arguably one of the biggest impacts in battle. So your next response can either be, I was wrong, I will take notes now, or you can clarify why you think you are right and I am wrong. It is your decision how you want to move forward. But if you give me any response that isn't one of those two, I'm gonna ignore it. So either say, you're right, I was wrong, I'll take notes, or say, I'm right, here's why. Or don't say anything. That's fine too. Okay, now let's take a look at the 17th level feature. Yeah, exactly. No, buddy, I wish you... Okay, fine. Yeah, so just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up and take the fucking feedback. Do you know what Slate of Clown just did? They actively didn't say they were wrong. Did you notice that? That was very political. It was very politician-y. They didn't say I was wrong. They said I don't know enough to be right. They walked around admitting they were wrong. It's okay. We all do it. There's a certain amount of not wanting to admit we're wrong. It's fine. Let's move forward. Army of 1 at 17th level. When you summon an echo, you can spend up to 5 echo points in a single bonus action to create 5 echoes. Okay, so no. Yeah, so basically this is just overpowered from the get-go. I think the best feedback I can give you for this whole thing is to focus in on a specific element of the ability of making duplicates that you like, and then to decide if that element can be used in a way that isn't going to break the game and is balanced compared to things like the Echo Knight or the Arcane Trickster or other subclasses that do similar things. The easiest way, Sleight of Clown, the easiest way for you to make your piece balanced is to make sure that the features you're giving it are not reasonably more or less impactful than the other subclass features rogues get at those levels. That's the easiest way to do feedback, or the easiest way to do power balancing. Look at what other rogues get at level 3 and say, is the ability to do all of this gonna have more or less of an impact than the ability to cast 3 first level spells? Or have more or less of an impact than the ability to deal some of your sneak attack damage to another creature at range a couple times a day. Things like that. Like, you got to compare it to the things that are out there. And then, if you are going to be pulling features from other classes, like a lot of the language here is clearly from the Echo Knight, when you're taking something that exists for one class and you're moving it to another, you can't just copy paste. You have to really think about why that feature exists in that one class and how it will change that feature and the feeling of that feature when you give it to another class. Because some features work really well with one class and they really struggle with another. Or they don't really sit in the same space as smoothly. And I actually think the Echo Knight is a great example of this. Because a big part of the Echo Knight's power is the Echo makes you very mobile and makes you be able to interact with a lot more space at the same time. That is really important for fighters because fighters are not particularly mobile. And if the only thing you really got going for you is you're swinging your sword around, being able to essentially take up space of double spaces is a lot of power. That's unquestionably a lot of power. But that echo is obviously an echo. Monsters see that it's a fake thing. That doesn't mean it's not a threat to them. And the other key thing is fighters don't get special stuff with their attacks. So the fighter's specialness of their attacks with the Echo is the fact that it can make those attacks from a bunch of different places. All fighters at level 3 get some element of making their attacks special. So that's the Echo Knight's version. It's not doing more damage, it's getting versatility of area. Does that matter for a rogue? I don't think it does nearly as much. Rogues, the whole summoning it and teleporting to its space is cool, but rogues are incredibly mobile. They can dash and disengage as a bonus action. A bonus action! That's huge! So they're one of the most... Like, at level 3, a rogue is more mobile than a monk. So we don't need to be leaning as hard into the mobility. So maybe the teleporting element isn't as important because it's not necessary. Even if we like it, if there's other stuff we like more, that teleport is taking up space, both in terms of words on the page and power. And it's like, what matters more? What matters more, the fact that people can't tell which duplicate is you? Or is what matters more you can teleport to where the duplicate is? Like, you got to kind of pick and choose here, you know? I would argue that realistically, you could get rid of 80% of this, and it would probably work if you toned it down. The idea that you can make duplicates that look like you is really cool. It's also really powerful. I would say if you want to make the ability where you can summon duplicates that look like you, that works if they cannot attack and they basically can't do anything. They're literally just illusions. Maybe, bold, underline, italics, at higher levels, they could do things like pick locks or pick pockets or things like that. But what does a rogue need out of an Echo Knight type character when you're trying to make a Naruto? Do you know what I mean? So that's my main feedback, is you gotta not just think about the power level of the thing you're giving based on the other things that get them at that level, but also how you want to change where that power sits if you're taking so much inspiration from a feature that already exists. I hope that makes sense. And next time, please don't get defensive if you don't know what you're talking about. This is not a space to get defensive. This is a space to decide to share homebrew and to decide it's okay to be vulnerable, and it's okay to get some harsh feedback while you're being vulnerable. And if you feel the need to be defensive, I think it is a totally reasonable thing to do if I am misunderstanding how a mechanic works. If I am not misunderstanding how a mechanic works, it is a matter of you as the writer disagreeing with my opinion as the critic. And then what you get to do is you get to decide, I don't care what they say, I'm right and they're wrong, and I'm just going to make it what I want, which you always can do and you always should do. I'm just giving my opinion, but I'm not here to argue about the power balance of stuff with you. If you want to have that, like, this is not fun. Also, and I don't mean this rudely, I could tell from this here that you don't understand game power balance yet. So I don't want to have that argument with you because I don't want to make you feel bad, because I'm going to win it. You know? All right. It's a neat idea. I admire trying to do something like this, but I think to me, it's a pretty clear example of situations where you can't take the whole idea and plug it in. You got to take the parts that will work for what you're trying to make within the context of D&D and plug that in, because otherwise it's just going to turn into way too much, and you're gonna lose the oomph. All right, let's give Slate of Clown a round of applause. I'm not even that good a writer. None of us are good writers. It's just a matter of doing the... Some writing comes with experience, sure. But you know who's a better writer than people that write a lot? People that do a lot of research while they're writing. So often we see subclasses here that are somebody's very first time writing a subclass, but they actually took the time to read the other subclasses, to think about the power balance, and they didn't try to build something larger than they didn't try to overcomplicate their idea. And their homebrew ends up fucking great feeling. Still needs work, obviously, because everything needs work. We're all changing. But, like, if you just take the time to go, like, okay, I want to do a spell that, like, turns someone into something for an extended period of time, and there's, like, ways they could fight out of it, and it sort of changes their stats. You could try to build that from scratch, sure. Or you could go look up spells that do similar things and see how they do that. Go look up Polymorph. You're like, oh, okay. So Polymorph is a spell that allows me to change creatures into beasts. Interesting. It's a 4th level spell. It requires concentration. This is how long it lasts. This is the limit of its power. There's a lot of information. This is the way those features are written out and how they interact with hit points and stuff like that. So there's a lot of information that you can just take advantage of, and you should. And I acknowledge that everybody doesn't know every spell. Like, that's totally fine. But, like, with the Echo Ranger, with the Echo Rogue, for example, we know the Echo Knight exists. You mentioned that you knew the Echo Knight exists. So, like, it's worth to take the time to think, wow, the Echo Knight is stupidly powerful, and its feature is very limited. So if I take that limited feature, I'd make it bigger. I'm doing something, right? You know? So that's sort of the vibe. All right, Tradocio, have a good one, buddy. Anyway, thank you, Sleight of Clown. We appreciate you sharing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You have to go in 10 minutes? That's okay. If you got to go in 10 minutes, we shall miss you. Somebody just wrote the name False as their name. False. Have we seen a homebrew god in one of these streams yet? No, we haven't. I don't really care about seeing a homebrew god. I'll tell you what. We got one homebrew that somebody sent in that was like an updated Tarask. We didn't look at it yet, but I saw it when I was skimming them. And the feedback that I have for it, if it appears, will be the feedback that I have for any time anybody tries to make a god or a CR50s tile monster, which is that D&D just released and designed for that. Your stat block is overcomplicated. It's trying to do too much. If you want to make a creature that's as powerful as a CR monster, don't give it a stat block. Write it like an encounter. Give it, make it, just don't, it doesn't need stats anymore at that point. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Next is Todd. What you got for us today, buddy? This is a tanky earth-based wizard. Tanky earth-based wizard. $10 says they call it Geomancer or Crystalmancer or something like that. $10. $10. Boom, baby! That's no insult to the writer. It's an insult to all of our collective creative minds and how simple we all are. I like the idea of a tanky wizard. The Abjuration Wizard is a tanky wizard. There's a bunch of wizards that sit in that sort of tanky space. Wizards of the School of Geomancy specialize in harnessing the primal forces of the earth. These arcane scholars channel the raw power of stone and soil and unleashing formidable earth-based spells. Oh, you should cut this. Cut this part off. End the sentence there. It's a better sentence. Through intense study and a deep connection with the elemental forces of Earth, Geomancers transform the battlefield into their domain. You sort of feel like you're repeating yourself here with this part. Wielding the powers of the ground beneath. You're doing a lot of... You're unintentionally repeating ideas that you kind of express here. So just be careful about that. This last thing doesn't really feel like it's expanding on ideas. It feels like it's repeating the same thing you say here, just in more words. So just be careful about that. What do I mean by that? I'll explain. This sentence says, these wizards use the primal forces of the earth. Then it clarifies, the specific primal forces that they use involve stone and soil. And then it says, they use primal forces, wielding stone and soil. You see what I mean? You're basically, okay, we're moving on. But yeah, don't repeat yourself. At second level, we get 2 features. We get 3 features. So all wizards, most wizards, get something. So in the same way that like all artificers get like an object that they make, and all barbarians get like a unique way that they rage, all wizards get a unique interaction with magic. All of them. That's one of the important things that they get at second level. So all of the OG wizards, that unique interaction has to do with the spells that they can write down. And then you get things like the War Wizard, which gets like, you know, it gets special bonus defensey stuff against magic. And then you get stuff like the Scribe Wizard, which gets like the special way it can like write spells and change spell types. Like everybody gets a special way they interact with magic very specifically. When you select the school at second level, you gain proficiency in Mason's tools, Light Hammer, and Warhammer. You can use the Mason's tools, Light Hammer, and Warhammer as spellcasting focus. Cool. Are we able to use intelligence for our... This is a little bit weird because it does sort of force us into a position of being strength based if we want to fight with these. So I don't know how much that matters. This might just be a really ribbon feature, but it feels almost unnecessary. Like, I probably would give you proficiency in Mason's tools and let you use the Mason's tools as your spellcasting focus and not worry about the fighting with weapons at all. This feels like it feels extra and redundant. And then at second level, we get two things. Starting at second level, your body's accustomed to the rough environment of the earth. While you're not wearing armor, AC, blah, blah, blah. Your AC equals 10 plus your charisma intelligence modifier plus con modifier. This is too strong. This is just too strong. Yeah, this is too strong. Why is this too strong? Because your intelligence modifier is your spellcasting. Your charisma modifier is your hit points. They are unquestionably the two most important stats for determining how powerful you are from a video game perspective. You do not want the two most important stats for how you determine how powerful you are from a video game perspective to be determining the third most important stat. It's just overkill. It's too much. It's the same reason why, like, for example, you don't ever see any spellcaster with Constitution as its spellcasting modifier, or you don't see any rogue with spellcasting with the Dex modifier. It's just you're double dipping a little bit too much here. I think double dipping too much here. So don't build it like this. Tone it back. I could see an argument for your AC equals 12 or 13 plus your intelligence modifier. That's reasonable. But yeah, get this shit out of here. Or your AC equals 10 plus your intelligence plus your dex modifier. That could be it. That could work. You know, do it like a monk or do it like a monk, but don't do it like a barbarian. The only reason why barbarians get that special thing is because in the same way that wizards get spellcasting as a feature, barbarians having more hit points is a feature that they have. So you don't want to accidentally give that feature to another class that doesn't need it. I don't know if we need to be getting extra hit points here. It's, again, this feels like we're doing double dipping. Also, you're kind of just copying the Draconic Sorcerer. I went with unarmored defense. You went with the wrong unarmored defense. You went with barbarian unarmored defense. You should have gone with monk unarmored defense. That's what I'm saying. But also, this just feels like a better version of the Draconic Sorcerer first level feature, which I don't like. Like, I would try to come up with something unique here, at least a little bit. It's too much copying it. What's up, Covers? How's it going? At second level, your Mastery of Earth allows you to enhance the power of Mold Earth cantrip. If you already know this spell, we should learn it intrinsically, sure. When you cast Mold Earth, you can choose the following additional effect. A single shockwave travels through the earth towards a creature within a 60-foot range. Make a spell attack. On a hit, they take 1d8 bludgeoning damage, and their speed is reduced by 10 feet. So this is not great either. Okay, so we're in a bit of a problem now, and I think that it's worth addressing. And I want to point out why I think this is a problem. We aren't getting any unique features, and we have hit. We need at least. We have three. We're getting 3 different features, and literally none of them are unique. And that's not great. What do I mean by that? Here we have a feature that artificers get, where they can use their tools to cast spells. Here we have 2 different features, both of which we see several times throughout the game, and in one circumstance at the same time. So the Draconic Sorcerer gets both of these at the same time, but also how many different things get a little AC bonus based on a special stat, or how many things get a little HP bonus, right? So all of these ideas, it's okay to have some features that are similar or copying other features, but so far every single thing exists somewhere else. And then we get to this, which essentially says when you cast Mold Earth, you can also just cast Ray of Frost instead. So the special thing about we get with our Mold Earth here isn't really special. It's just a different cantrip that we might already be able to get. So we're done second level, and second level has 1, 2. This is actually 2 features if you count getting access to Mold Earth, which you should. So we get 2 feet. We get 2, 4, 5 features and nothing unique. again, you can copy a couple features from other things. Totally fine. You know, we see repetition of features across subclasses fairly regularly, but they are usually isolated, and usually everything else is not that. So we need some unique features by the end of level 2. We don't really want our subclass to just be a hodgepodge. Even if it's an intentional and thoughtful hodgepodge, we don't want it to be a hodgepodge of things that already exist. So let me give you a couple ideas based on what you have here. Of some, I'm gonna push you in a direction because I think you need a little bit of a push. Okay, so mold earth. Let's look at mold earth for a second, because you are talking about doing stuff with mold earth, and I love the spell mold earth. I think it's one of my favorite cantrips in the game. It's a great spell. D&D Beyond is terribly slow. It's never fast. I hate you, D&D Beyond. Why are you always slow when I search you? You are being redesigned in such a way that is like anti-user friendly, and I hate it. I wish you were great. You used to be great. Used to be one of the best websites. Now you're fucking gobbledygook. Okay, let's look at mold earth for a second. So mold earth allows you to excavate an area, right? It allows you to basically draw in dirt, and it allows you to make an area difficult terrain or simple terrain. Pretty cool. You can do a lot with excavation and changing terrain. Oops. And the changing around of things written in dirt is cool. Why not use the fact that mold earth can do a bunch of different stuff in terms of how we want to engage with it here? I'm going to give you some examples of what I mean by that. What if mold earth changes in the font? What if, for example, you now gain the ability to cast mold earth as a bonus action right off the bat? Boom. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay? What if, separate from that, whenever you use that bonus action to cast mold earth, you get some bonus to your AC. You get some bonus to something. Every time you cast mold earth as a bonus action with this feature, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to, you gain 2d6 temporary hit points. You know? Something like that, right? Like, tie this thing into that. Like, do you need a big armor boost and a bunch of AC stuff if we're doing something like that? Or maybe, you know, you learn a special, you can cast mold earth in a special way. Once per day when you cast mold earth, you can form the earth around you, and you can cast a special version of mage armor where you get to add your intelligence modifier instead of your dexterity modifier or something. Like you know, there's like, you can take aspects of this and like build it into stuff here, but like, you gotta have some unique features, man. Like, is this whole thing just... All right, we'll see. At 6th level, you can invoke a stone magic called Tectonic Carapace, provided you aren't wearing armor using a shield. Cases your weapons and part of your body in stone, doubling your weight. This is a whole lot of nothing so far. When you can use your bonus action. Okay, so if this feature requires your bonus action to use, we need to know that way earlier. This is way too much flavor text. Just start the feature here. Because I don't want to have... Because here's what's going to happen, Todd. Is somebody is going to read this to try to understand what they get at 6th level, and then they're going to be confused for a second, and then they're going to... Oh, okay, I guess the information's down here. Like, this is a good 30 seconds wasted at the table of somebody waiting to figure out how their feature works. That sucks. You don't want somebody having to look... Like, make it obvious. Bonus action. To do a thing. We don't need... Like, this is a paragraph to introduce the title of this feature. You don't need it. Waste of words. As a bonus action, you can grow a Tectonic Carapace, which lasts for 1 minute. It ends early if you are incapacitated. All of these things... So a good rule of thumb when you're making a feature is you want to write it in this order. You want to write what activates it, like the trigger. In this case, the trigger would be your bonus action. And then you want to write what happens. In this case, what happens is all this stuff. And then you want to put the limiters or / how long it lasts at the end. So if I was going to write this feature, I would write, it's a bonus action. You can activate Tectonic Bobbly Bop. While it's active, you gain the following features. List of features. They last for a minute, or you gain the following features for 1 minute, and then list the features, and then say it at the end. But you got to put it in proper order, or it gets confusing feeling to read. So it lasts a minute. What happens? You can add 1d6 damage to one melee or spell attack once per turn. You need to write in full sentences, or no one's going to take your writing seriously. And by full sentences, I mean D&D full sentences. So the way that this is written, that means that I could add 1d6 bludgeoning damage to literally any melee or spell attack. So I could add 1d6 bludgeoning damage to the barbarian that's 10 feet away from me. I could add one spell attack to the warlock that casts disintegrate or inflict wounds a mile away from me. I can literally add it to anything. So you don't want to do that. So what you want to say is, while this is active, you can add 1d6 bludgeoning damage to your first melee spell attack or weapon attack that you make each turn, period. That you make each turn. Again, that's important. The other thing, and I would also probably say round, not turn. A turn is your turn. A round is the whole round of combat. Like my turn, then your turn, the next person's turn, the next person's turn. And most features recharge are once per round. Some of them are once per turn, but should be careful with that. You can't be forcibly moved. So this is another example of you are explaining a mechanic that I can read this and I can understand what it means, but it's not written properly. What you want to say is you cannot be moved against your will, or spells and abilities cannot move you against your will. You need to write it that specifically. Otherwise, it really doesn't feel like D&D writing, and it comes off as fairly amateurish. Your stone encased weapon counts as magical for the purpose of overcoming resistances when you attack with this weapon. You use intelligence modifier. This feels too little, too late. It feels kind of random that we're suddenly now fighting with weapons. I don't know. This feels like it would make a lot more sense as a second level feature than a 6th level feature. And we can do this too many times. So I think that we get access to this feature too many times. Also, I feel like you're sort of dancing around the Blade Singer in a weird way that I don't like. Because the Blade Singer essentially gets a version of this, right? The Blade Singers, they enter into their Blade song for a minute and they get a bunch of defense and offense bonuses. This is so similar in tone to that I would encourage you to, again, sort of similar to the feedback at 2nd level, let's try to come up with some unique features. Don't try not, it needs to feel unique. If you remove the magic weaponness from it, Tectonic Carapace could be the level 2 ability with the intelligence AC effect. That's true. That's also not a bad way to think about it. But yeah, it's sort of so the flavor, Todd, what are you doing? Why are you clarifying stuff that doesn't need clarification? No one is confused about the flavor of this feature. You do not need to clarify it. No one doesn't understand how it's working. Flavor perspective. The push that I'm making is that it feels weird for a 6th level feature on top of the 2nd level features, and I think that it doesn't fit here. It's very close to Blade Singer. Oh, Todd might be watching 10 minutes behind because I talked about Blade Singer a little while ago. At 10th level, you get access to some... You learn a new spell. I'm not reading a new homebrew spell. So, unfortunately, I'm going to just tell you that 12d6 damage is too much for a 4th level spell, and I'm going to just politely assume that this is broken. I'm not going to read a whole spell right now. I don't think you should make a feature a homebrew spell that you get access to. I think that's not a good idea, especially not on a wizard who their whole core class is their spells. Most full spellcasters, you don't need to, and you probably shouldn't give them too many spells as class features because they can just take spells. They can just learn them. That's the game. So if you are using the spell Seismic spikes in your game, if I'm playing an Abjuration Wizard, I could just find the spell scroll of this and also learn this spell, and now suddenly this class doesn't have a cool 10th level feature. Also, you are making this 6th level feature improve at 10th level. That almost never happens. If a feature improves as a higher like subclass feature, it almost always skips a step. So like if you like the idea of doing something cool with this 6th level feature like this, it really shouldn't improve until 14th level. And if that doesn't feel like a good 14th level feature, it probably shouldn't improve or doesn't need to. At 11th level, your skin is covered in a small layer of magic infused with earth. We can't have permanent resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. You just can't. I don't... Yeah, so, I mean... There's, like... This is as powerful as, like, a 4th or 5th level spell being permanently cast on you all the time. And you can absorb magic. When you take damage, you can use your reaction to expend a spell slot and reduce the damage by an amount equal 5 times the spell slot. That's an interesting idea. I probably wouldn't make it so black and white where you're multiplying by 5. I probably would give you like a series of dice. Like you can remove the damage by a number of dice equal to, like you can, what if you could reduce the damage by a number of d6s equal to the spell slot? Something like that. But I wouldn't do multiplication. I don't think that's a good idea. Also, this feels like a feature that we should get earlier and maybe should be your, like, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Your idea is so hyper-focused on you being a tank that you're giving us essentially the same feature like 10 different times. So let me show you all the different times you give us the same feature. And by the way, you're going to be like, some of these are different. No, they're not. What's the 10th level Blade Singer feature? This? You sure? I'll double check. The absorbing? Now the question is, does it fit? Oh yeah, you just copied it word for word. Why did you do that? Okay, so a couple important things here that you're going to take away from this. Never do that from one subclass to another that are part of the same class. Ever. Literally never do that. Unless it's like a really open-ended feature, like you gain dark vision or something. But this is an incredibly specific feature. And it's also incredibly powerful on a wizard. It's also the only feature they're getting at this level. Not only are we word for word getting the exact same feature, Todd, I swear to fucking God, if you make one more excuse in the chat, I'm going to ban you. I don't give a shit if you were scared. You're not here to explain to me why you made choices. You're here to listen and decide that the feedback is helpful or not. Okay? We're not having a discussion right now, my guy. I appreciate that you're new, but if the conversation, if we're going to have a discussion, I'm going to call you and we'll be on the phone. And most of the time we don't do that anyway, so stop. Stop. You don't need to defend yourself, man. Just decide the feedback is helpful or not. No one gives a shit about you saying for the 4th time in a row, I was scared to make it too strong. We all know you were scared to make it too strong. You said that already. That's not helpful to you. That's not helpful to anyone watching the stream. That's nothing. Do you know? You see what I mean? And also, I'm going to push back on you a little bit here because I'm kind of pissed off now. And this is partially why I don't like people being defensive, because if I feel like you're being defensive in a way that is disingenuous or ill-informed, I find it to be almost as irritating as fingernails on a chalkboard. Because here is the thing that I would like to say. You said you were worried about making this too powerful, right? If you are scared of making this too strong, why on God's green earth Or better yet, where on God's green earth did you get the idea of taking a subclass feature from another class that is the entirety of the feature, where that's the only thing that they get at that level, and making it one of 4 different things you get? How on earth is that avoiding something being too strong? Because I see that as, oh, I'm going to take one of the more powerful later subclass features from one subclass, give it to this subclass, and then give this subclass 4 other things. Is that really paying attention to how strong it is? I would say, if that's paying attention to how strong it is, I'm worried about what's paying attention to not paying attention to how strong it is. That's making me lose my fucking brain. You know what I mean? Like, if you're worried about something being too strong, maybe it's worth paying attention to how many features we get. Let's take a look at the Blade Singer for a second. How many features does it get at 6th level? 1. How many does it get at 10th level? 1. How many does it get at 14th level? 1. Huh. And this one only is active when this is active. So don't give me that guff. Don't give me that gobbledygook. Don't feed me no poop sandwiches and tell me you are worried about how powerful this is, because you're not. If you were, you would pay more attention to that. So stop making bullshit excuses because your piece is getting a little wrecked. Just accept that your piece is getting a little wrecked and decide cool, or decide shit. But don't sit in this weird middle ground where you're acting like you're doing shit that you're not doing, because you're not. Okie dokie? We good? We got enough ice cream for our sandwiches? You know? Christ on a cross. Gina, yeah, I know, man. How's it going, buddy? Gina, I have this weird thing. When I start my streams earlier, I can go a lot later. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about the other subclass features, because this is just... neither of these is particularly unique or new. I seriously doubt we're going to be seeing anything that later. Here's what I'm going to say, Todd. You got to be paying a lot more attention to power balance. But I have a much bigger piece of... okay, so little pieces of feedback. Be honest with yourself if you're power balancing. Okay, if you're taking a feature from something else, pay attention to how that feature sits in that other thing. 2, don't copy a feature from a subclass from the same class. That's generally bad form. 3, you don't need to do the same thing 10 times. Let me point out what I'm talking about here. We get a feature here that boosts our defense. Okay? We get a feature here that boosts our defense. Okay? We get a feature here that boosts our defense. We get a feature here that boosts our defense. We get a feature here that boosts our defense. Do you see what's going on? Do you see? And they're not even doing it in different ways. I could be more specific. Because defense is broad, right? You can get a bunch of features that boost your defense. This specifically makes you take less damage. 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 So, you don't need to push the button 6 times. You just gotta push it once or twice. You know what I mean? You don't want too much garlic in the sauce unless you're trying to make garlic sauce. And when somebody is playing a subclass that you make, they are going to use it a lot more than you are thinking about it. So you want to make sure that you are making that subclass feel well-rounded, which means you want every single feature to either uplift a feature that already exists in a new and interesting way that makes it feel like it's growing with you, or to give you something new, a new element to the game. And there's not a right or wrong way to figure out what that is going to look like, but you got to think about it in that headspace, because a lot of these features aren't doing either of those. It's not even that it's too much defense, it's that defense isn't nuanced and it's not building logically. I mean, the Blade Singer is actually a really good example of how it works well from the offensive. So let's look at the Blade Singer for a second. The Blade Singer gets light armor, which is a defensive boost. They get a proficiency in performance, which is an amazing and simple roleplay thing. Totally not defended, totally not tied to anything. And then literally everything else this character gets is almost exclusively devoted to you attacking. But it works because it's adding to it in a way that it's building, and it's nuanced, and it's unique. Let me show you what I mean. So you get this weird alternative rage feature. This does a lot of different things. But the main thing that it does is it just makes you more survivable in combat. Okay? That's the main thing that it does. It makes you better at fighting. That's it. Main thing. Extra attack, the only thing it does is it makes you better at fighting. Why is this an okay thing to add on top of this? Because it's covering a completely different element of game. But this is working towards you fighting and being survivable in combat. This builds off of that. Let's look at the 10th level feature. What does this do? This is building off of this feature. It's making you more survivable. It's making you better at combat, but it's completely different, and it's building on top of it in a way that is doing something completely different. Let's look at the 14th level. This is also kind of a boring, straightforward feature. Also not a particularly unique feature, right? Like I've seen, there's a million different things that do almost exactly this, but it singularly helps work towards that goal of you are swinging and you are fighting. And what makes this this wizard work is that the concept is really strong. You are a dancer, fighter, wizard. You're quick, you're nimble, and you're spinning with a blade. I think that's cool and simple. This, you're kind of pulling us in a lot of, like, it's, the flavor is not clear. That's the like are we specifically a wizard that is intended to be like building up these tanky defenses and fighting with these slower but bigger impacting hits? And what are we getting that's making us reasonably good at hitting? And if we're not getting anything that makes us reasonably good at hitting, what are we good at? You know? Like, sure, we can add 1d6 bludgeoning damage to our melee attacks, but we're still a wizard. So we're using, like, what, strength or dex for our attacks? Like, why? We don't want to be like, wizards are so frail. You're making us compete to be melee fighters? Do you know what I mean? So, like, you want to think about how the features are going to sit in the game and sort of build towards that goal. And I think that right now, I don't know what the goal of this is. Like, seismic spikes, how does this spell that is a ranged AoE damage dealing spell tie into the core concept mechanically that you're trying to sell here? I don't think it does. I think it feels a little out of left field. So I think that if you want to be emulating something like the Blade Singer, one of the more important things to pay attention to is how focused it is from a thematic and where theme meets mechanics perspective. So I think you gotta, either you decide I'm going to make a Geomancer and it's going to get a shit ton of different features that all feel different and they all are really tightly built around the idea of I can manipulate earth and stone. Or you build a Geomancer that's very specifically intended to be a tanky fighter and build it to be a tanky fighter and not worry about it getting a bunch of variety of geomancy stuff. Just make sure that tanky fighter stuff builds up in a specific and unique way. Because right now it's like also kind of sitting in both. It doesn't feel focused. So that's my main feedback. I think I love the idea of a Geomancer. I love the idea of like a slow tanky wizard. I think that's fun. I just think at this point you gotta really focus it in and try to make it feel unique and unique in a way that grows on itself, that feels like growth as opposed to growing on itself in ways that feels a little redundant. Thank you very much for sharing, Todd. I appreciate you sharing. Let's give Todd a round of applause. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, that's a long applause. You can rework it if you want, or keep it the same as you want. Bizarre Shadow, thank you for the resub. I don't know if I said thank you. Sorry if I didn't. Might have been in the middle of a rant, as I often am. All right, let's see if there's any new homebrew. Who's the bottom? False. We got 2 new ones. Dandy D&D, is that the guy that I know? I know somebody who has a name very similar to that. I wonder if that's them. All right, 2 new folks added to the wheel. Glory unto thee. Guys, you can all take a moment to pray to the wheel if you want. I'm going to grab a cough drop. We're going to look at a couple more. If you like what I do and you think this is cool and fun and you're like, man, I wish Cinder would do this kind of stream all the time, consider supporting my channel by joining me on Patreon or by subbing on Twitch or by becoming a member on YouTube. Every one of those things makes a big difference. This is what I do for a living, and quite frankly, the amount of these streams that I can do has a lot to do with how successful they are. And that doesn't mean that you should feel like you need to give me money every time on streaming, but if this is the kind of thing you like to do and you got a little bit of extra change, or you have an Amazon Prime membership, if you have an Amazon Prime membership, you get a free membership with Amazon Gaming, so you can just do that through Amazon Prime on Twitch. But yeah, consider supporting the show if you want, but also if you don't want, no worries. All right, wait, wheel. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Oh, is it gonna be Sasha or actually it's sashimi? You want to be called sashimi? I remember. I hear what you guys say in your brains. Did you change your name again in the form? No, you didn't. Okay, cool. Couldn't find you for a second. Sasha made a race, and they said they want to see if it's too broken or not. The Beholderborn. Generally, most D&D races don't give you 2 stats that are both martial. They usually do 1 martial and 1 mental. So by doing strength and con, that's a little bit of a thing, but also this is like sort of whatever. Races can have any numbers here now. Oh, why did the music get lyrics? What are you doing? Get out of here. Are you guys seeing something in the chat that makes you say, oh man? Hooray! Yeah. Gentle Fauna, thank you for the prime. Yeah, Minotaurs do. There's a bunch. There are D&D races that do that. Also, I will say though, the D&D races that do that, it almost becomes like it sort of focuses them. Josiah brings up a great question. Why is the Beholderborn getting strength and constitution? Gentle Fauna, seriously, very kind of you. They subbed before they followed. That's very sweet. Subbed with Prime. Yeah, if you got Amazon Prime, you can hooks me that sub. Give me that money. Doesn't cost you shit. Why are we getting strength and con? That's a great idea. If anything, I mean, the obvious ones for a beholder would be like intelligence. They super smart. They're psychos, but they're very smart psychos. You're a slow boy. You have dark vision. And then you get a feature called Aberrant Nature. Advantage on saving throws against being charmed, and magic can put you to sleep. This is just Fey Ancestry with a different name. That's fine. And then you get ray attacks. You can unleash powerful ray attacks once per short rest. When you use this ability, choose one of the following effects. So once per short rest, you can do one of these. Most D&D races now do not function with features recharging on a short rest. Almost all of them either recharge on a long rest, or they can be used proficiency bonus times per day. So, not saying you need to do either of those, but that is worth thinking about. A target within 60 feet has to make a dex save. On a failed save, they take 1d6 plus 1d4 fire damage. This is weird and confusing. Don't do that. At the start of the target's next turn, unless the fire is put out, it takes an additional 1d4 fire damage. Why? Okay, so there's a bunch of information that's missing here. One, we don't know what the dexterity saving throw they're making is. So when somebody makes a dexterity saving throw, there needs to be a number that they have to beat. We don't know what that number is. So we need a way of calculating that number. And realistically, when races get abilities like this, you usually pick intelligence, wisdom, or charisma, and then that is the saving throw that you use for your racial features. That's normally how it works. The second thing is you give us no mechanical way to put the fire out, so we don't know how the fire is put out. If the fire is put out with an action, bonus action, is it a saving throw? Do they repeat the saving throw? We don't know. We also don't know about the ray attack. Is the ray attack an action? Is it a bonus action? We don't know. So this needs action economy. If you want to be doing some amount of damage here, I think that's okay, but like, if I were going to do this, I would just give you access to the firebolt cantrip, right? I feel like that would make much more sense than this nonsense. On a failed save, a creature's speed is halved, and they take a -2. So this is the slow spell. The slow spell is too powerful to make a racial feature. Straight up. It's too powerful. So, unfortunately, I would just say no. I think you could reinterpret that to be like, when they fail that saving throw, they get some movement penalty. But I think outside of movement penalty, I think it's a little too strong. And this is just a little bit more damage and really bad. So you've created a situation where you have a really bad feature, and I don't mean bad like poorly written. I mean like it's legitimately just not good. Like this is not good. Constitution saving throws are one of the most powerful Constitution saving throws for monsters in the game. 2d6 force damage is literally terrible after level 3. 4 for an action. Fuck that. This feature is incredibly powerful. So you've done this thing where you have one really underpowered ray, one fairly underpowered ray, and one really powerful ray. You got to be careful with that when you're making options, because if you create a situation where you give 3, 4, 5 options, and one of them is too strong, you're essentially punishing people for not using that option, and you're not actually creating options. You're creating an internal battle, and that's not fun. So I think you got to figure out making these more balanced against each other, because right now they really are not. And if it's a once a short rest feature, it could be, I mean, once a short rest is an annoying thing to balance. I would probably make it once a day and maybe give it the power level of like a first level spell, and try to balance it against first level spells, and I think you're in a much better spot. Then it gets weak flight. You can use a weak flight ability. This is a redundant sentence. It's not telling us any new information. All of the information about us getting... So this title and colon means you get an ability called weak flight. We don't immediately need it in a sentence that then says you get an ability called weak flight. It's like saying King Pharaoh. You know, the Pharaoh is the king. You don't need to call the Pharaoh King Pharaoh. It takes 1 turn to activate and lasts 2 turns. You do not mention how we activate it. Is it an action? Is it a bonus action? Also, turns are not rounds. Do you mean a turn or a round? I'm 99% sure you mean rounds. A round is I have a turn, you have a turn, another guy has a turn, another guy has a turn, it gets back to my turn. That's a round. So if you win the last 2 rounds, it means you're going to get 2 turns of it. 2 turns means I have a turn, that guy has a turn, boom, 2 turns are over. And so here's the thing. When we're thinking about game mechanics and just game design in general, we don't want to lose sight of the goals. And I feel like you have lost sight of the goals with this feature. Pretty big time. What's up, Playotic Games? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. We are reviewing D&D Homebrew, sent in by anybody. Sent in by anybody that wants to send it in. Playotic, how was your stream? Did you guys do anything fun? Let's give them a little shout out. What were you guys doing on your stream tonight? Were you doing an actual play game, or were you homebrewing, or what? Magical Toys Dump. Cool. Very cool. Okay, so let's talk about what I said before. So when we are making something for D&D, we have to remember the goal. What's the goal? What's the goal? Somebody in chat, what is the goal? When you boil it down to the barest of bare substances, what is our goal when we are writing something for D&D? Make a guess. I'll give you a clue. You can answer the question in one word. And it's not a particularly complicated word. What do you guys think? Fun, 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 fun. Yeah, the goal is fun. That's it. And that should always be your true North Star when you're doing game design. So, it's okay to make features a little complicated if they need to be complicated in order to work well. Right? If complicated is needed to balance out your idea, fine. But often, not all the time, but often, I would say more often than not, complicated actually makes things less fun. So you have to make sure the thing that your complications are doing are fun enough that it makes up for the less fun of them being complicated. You know, like you got to put enough base in there to bounce out the acid. Now, that microcosm of philosophy, I think, is really existing in this specific feature. Because what is this feature doing? Let's talk about what this feature does. On one hand, this feature is a feature that takes a turn to activate, lasts 2 turns, and then you can reactivate it infinitely. You can use it at will, but you have to be reactivating it. Assuming that you get the language right and it takes a round to activate and you have to last 2 rounds, whatever. That's a lot of layers of complicated to get through. What is this feature actually giving us? It's giving us a fly speed of 20 feet. That's all. Why do we get a feature that takes a turn to activate and lasts 2 turns to give us a brief fly speed of 20 feet if we can use that feature an infinite number of times? Why not just give us a fly speed of 20 feet? Is it because you're trying to limit how much you can fly? Because you're not. You're just forcing us to engage with this pretty tedious cycle to get to that end. So, you can give a monster a fly speed. You can give a character a fly speed. That can be okay. But, like, the only reason to do a complicated system for when you activate your fly speed would be if that tied into something, like, fairly limited in use. Because otherwise, why? Truly, why? So, I think that realistically, my main feedback for you is going to be, I think that you got to completely just give them a 20-foot fly speed if you want to, man. And then beyond that, I would try to make each of these eye rays feel a little bit more unique and distinct. And I probably would allow you to cast an eye ray proficiency bonus times per long rest, as opposed to per short rest. And not each individual one, but any eye rays. But yeah, you should have, like, I would, and make them simpler. Don't make them this complicated. No eye ray should be doing 3 different things. I'd make 1 do a little bit of damage. I'd make 1 slow a creature and maybe 1 push a creature. And that would be it. It doesn't need to be much more than that. Why are the languages in the middle of the page? I am not sure. But the languages probably should be at the top. Also, sunlight sensitivity is not something we put in D&D monster or D&D races anymore. So I'll just remove it. Oh, there's more? Oh, there's a lot more. Oh, there's 13 pages? I'm assuming these are all just different races, so we're not going to read them. We're just going to get the Beholder born. Holy shit. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, so it's a neat idea. I love the idea of Beholder. Who doesn't want to be Beholder, right? Beholders are awesome. But make sure all of these eye rays feel unique. Make sure not one of them isn't stupidly overpowered compared to the other. And don't build a complicated system that has a simple outcome if the simple outcome doesn't merit the complicated system. And those be my thoughts. Thank you very much, Sasha. I mean, Sashimi. Let's give them a round of applause. Come on. There we go. I don't know why it's 1d6 plus 1d4. It's confusing. Like it goes against the grain, but not in a way that feels like it makes sense. You can go against the grain when you design stuff, but you got to make it really feel like it makes sense. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Taylor! Taylor! Taylor, what are you doing here? Taylor, are you on your computer? I'm calling you. I'm calling Taylor. Let's see if she picks up. She might not. You guys know Taylor Taverns? She's a YouTuber. She's not gonna fucking pick up. What? Taylor, you got more followers than me now? You don't pick up? Oh, hello!
I did pick up. I just had to get my phone.
How's it going, buddy?
Good. How about you?
Dude, your new video is so funny.
Really? The Tipsy Tavern?
Yeah. You were cracking me up.
Thank you.
Yeah. You are better at making content more regularly than I am. Holy shit.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. It's yeah, busy.
If you guys don't know Taylor Taverns, let's see if I can find it like that. Nope, that's not gonna work. I always forget your whole name. Taylor Tavern Tales?
Yeah. You gotcha. Oh my gosh, thank you for the free promo.
Shut up. So this is Taylor. She's cool. Go follow her. Yeah, she's fun. Me and Taylor became friends at Gen Con.
Taylor.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Your stream just
turned on somewhere?
just made a noise. Yeah, just turned on. I was like, oh.
Sorry, yeah, you gotta mute that shit. Be careful. Taylor, what are you up to tonight?
I'm just having dinner. I'm just watching like Real Housewives.
What's going on in Real Housewives?
Well, I'm watching season like 2. It's the Beverly Hills one, and
Classic.
actually the other. Yeah, Taylor is like having her like classic breakdown.
Wait, there's a Taylor?
There is a Taylor.
Do you like that or not like that?
Well, I found that there's a common theme with like Taylors either being like super crazy or like the coolest people, and I think I fall under both those categories.
Okay. I accept. I'm not going to tell you what you are or what you aren't. I think you're mostly. I would lean towards cooler though of those two options. Somebody,
okay.
dude, your fucking edible dice nonsense. Somebody was like, edible dice? They recognized your voice. In chat, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I have a brand.
Taylor made an edible dice. Your brand is eating dice?
I guess so. I mean, that's
so
what
weird.
It's kind of become.
If we ever, okay, so I was thinking about this. I'm chat. Shut up. I'm gonna review more Homebrew in a second. Let me just talk to Taylor. I was thinking about this. If you ever want to do a collab type video, considering we live really far away from each other, like for example, if you wanted to do like a collab tipsy thing where we both made the drinks at our house and like film them together. that would require a lot of work, just like for the layout of like, because you are filming in your kitchen normally, so we'd have to like figure that out. But like I would be down if that was the goal that you wanted to do, of like something like that, where it's like, okay, we are going to make the same thing and communicate on it. But less, who knows if that would be entertaining or not. But what would be more entertaining, I think, would be, I don't know if we'll be able to do it for PAX, but at some point, if/when we are in the same local vicinity, we should 100% film a thing that is an eating and or drinking thing that has to do with dice, and we could carve dice out of every different type of food and object. We could do like a dice taste test, like, can you tell what your dice is made of? There's so many stupid things we could do that I would be pumped to do. If you are like, fuck it, I gotta lean into that I eat dice gimmick, like, I'm happy to play that game. It's a silly game.
Dude, yes. Like, you are going to PAX U. You are.
Yeah, I'll be at PAX.
Okay, awesome. Sick. Wait, don't you?
I live in
don't you
Philly.
live kind of close?
Yeah, I live in Philly. Yeah.
That's so... I hate you.
Why do you hate me? Don't you live in like one of the nicest cities in the world?
Yeah, it's super expensive. Can't afford my rent, but
okay,
like...
Fair. But it's just, but it's very pretty. Vancouver, right? Or
yes,
Victoria,
it is.
Somewhere in that fucking British Columbia. You ever been to Gabriel Island?
No.
That's an island off of your coast.
Oh.
Yeah. Good. It's very beautiful. Good camping and hiking.
I do agree. The views are nice. I do agree, but I just you don't have to commute. I have to get at a hotel and a plane.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
You could / should, if you want to. This is a conversation for off stream, but if you want me to try to connect you with anybody that's traveling that you feel comfortable housing with, or that you're like, I don't know if I'd feel comfortable housing with, but you might know that, like, let me know. We can, because it might, that I could help you connect with people that are also traveling into the city potentially.
Yeah, I
but if you like having your own place, then also fuck it, get your own place.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do that. I already connected with I won't out these people, but I already connected with some other creators, and the only places were like 2 bedrooms, and there was like 6 people, and I was like,
yeah. Okay, so this is we'll have this conversation off stream. Check in with me before you get your place, so I can tell you if it's in a spot in the city that's a reasonable spot to stay as a vulnerable young traveler. Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. That's really, really helpful. I will.
And I can also point you to some neighborhoods and just places that are less shady to walk around. Philly's mostly a safe city, but it's got some bumps.
Yeah.
All right, I don't really have anything else to say. I just got excited that you were in chat. I wanted to call you. Is that cool?
Cool. Yeah, I know. I just saw you were live, and I was like, well, what's Cinder doing?
We're looking at people's homebrew. Do you want to stick around for a homebrew review, or do you want a piece?
I think I'm gonna piece.
Cool.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna piece.
You're a champion. I appreciate when you picked up the phone. Let's talk off stream about making sure you're staying in a place that's like cool and also like easy to get to the convention center. Yeah, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Absolutely. Bye.
Bye. Auf Wiedersehen. Click. Oops, not trying to do that. Okay. Okie dokie. Bagadoo, 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 bagadoo. That was Taylor Tavern's Tales, and she is a up-and-coming YouTuber. She is very active, posting videos very regularly. She's got a very good sense of humor. She's a good old goof and a gaff. I think I posted her stuff in my in the channel, but if you are like, hey, I like you, Cinder, I want to support other people that are cool, she is a good one of those. She's a good one. There's a lot of weirdos in our space and a lot of dingle dongles. She ain't one of them. All right, well, she's a weirdo, but like not in an annoying way, just like in a way that all of us are like awkward little, nerdy kids. Okay, next is going to be suitable command. They said, I wanted to make a cleric subclass themed around service to a kingdom city that garnered favor with their city. That's an interesting idea. There is a superhero comic book fuck, I don't remember what it's called, but it's essentially a superhero team comic book where the superheroes are like way overpowered superheroes. And that's sort of the whole gimmick of the comic, is that like, what if everyone on the superhero team was like roughly as powerful as Superman? One of the characters in it is I forget his name, but he's the Lord of Cities, and his superpower is that he is empowered by cities. So depending on the city that he's in, he's more powerful in different ways, and then he can also like sort of reality warp the city to like meet his needs, and can like communicate it. Like his power is very hard to explain, and in the comic it's confusing. The way he describes it is that he has relationships with different cities, and that if he has a good relationship with that city, it like gives him power. Yeah, oh my god, Delport fucking coming in with the snipe. The Authority, great comic book. Jack Hawksmoor, yes, dude, thank you, buddy. Yes. One of my favorite comic books. I don't know if it still is, but I really loved it. Good pull, dude. Really good pull. That sounds like a mob boss. Nah, he was a good guy. He was one of... I haven't read the comic in a while, but there's lots of elements of them like fighting with each other and having like different feelings about stuff. I feel like I remember him being like one of the more chill characters, where he's like very like in tune with stuff, but I don't remember. He also got weird pads on the bottom of his feet. Yeah, so this is like the crown subclass for the paladins, but for clerics. Clerics of the fealty domain are not known for worshiping gods of a particular portfolio. Okay, so you're wasting a lot of words. Look at all the words that you're saying before you tell us what this subclass does. So don't tell us what other subclasses do first. Don't tell us other clerics are like this. Just say this. Clerics of fealty gain their blessings from the city they worship. Period. Tighten that opening up. The rest of it is a little bit too explainy. Also, you're like, you don't need to spell it all out in terms of tiny little details. Remember what we want out of this flavor text. We want two things. We want to know the vibe of the subclass, and we want to know what it feels like to play it. You get the whole vibe here. We don't need to keep building on it here. We need a little bit about the vibe of what it's like, what its powers are like, how they manifest. What spells do we get? Charm Person, Heroism, Crown of Madness, Spiritual Weapon, Enemies Abound, Galder's Tower, Locate Creatures, Staggering Smite, Holy Weapon, Legend Lore. These feel pretty, not random, but disconnected. Are we trying to make people go crazy? Are we trying to manipulate people? Like, why are we getting Staggering Smite? Why are we getting Charm Person? Why are we getting Crown of Madness? Why are we getting Spiritual Weapon? Why are we getting Heroism? Why are we getting Enemies Abound? I understand Locate Creature. I get Galder's Tower. But like, let me give you an example. For example, let's talk about some first level spells that might fit better on a city themed cleric. How about Alarm? How about Knock? How about Lock? How about Arcane Lock? You know? How about things that have to do, how about find the path, whatever that spell's called? Yeah, a lot of these feel kind of random. Yeah, why Enemies Abound? I don't know. So there's a lot of stuff here that feels confusing more than anything else. And I think that you got to remember this is a full spellcaster. So not only is this thing getting this is a cleric. So not only are they getting all the cleric spells, they can change them. So you can get really specific with the spells you're giving here, and it really doesn't have that much of an impact on the power of the cleric. So you should take the time to figure out what spells fit this subclass, because a lot of the flavor... I'll give you an example of how important the spell flavor is. Let's look at the Light Domain Cleric. So if you look at just the mechanics of... Okay, so let me explain the Light Domain Cleric. The Light Domain Cleric is a cleric that gets their power from light, and they worship light gods. Okay, cool. If we keep that in mind, okay, and then we look at the features, We get the light spell. We can impose disadvantage by kind of blinding people. We can impose disadvantage more by kind of blinding people. We can make a little explosion of radiant damage. And then we can make a big bright light. So, does that feel like a light cleric? Yeah, it does. But is there more to this light cleric than just that? Well, if you kind of read the flavor text and look into it, there is. There's an element of like burning and cleansing fire and that sort of thing. That doesn't really exist anywhere in the features. Like maybe a little bit here, but it really doesn't feel like a part of the subclass. But it's a huge part of the subclass because it's here. Every single cleric spell that we get outside of scrying is basically, fuck you, I'm a cleric that shoots explosions. This does so much to sell the flavor of the subclass, and also where the flavor meets mechanics. You want your spells to either uplift the very specific flavor of your subclass, or you want them to flesh out an element of that subclass that isn't evident in the mechanics, but is evident in the flavor. And this, at the moment, kind of doesn't feel like it's doing either. It really feels random. We get martial weapons and heavy armor at first level. We also gain proficiency in you can't be surprised. Why are we getting this? I don't know if I agree with this. We get proficiency in insight, and you get expertise in it. Okay, so at first level, we get heavy armor, we can't be surprised, and expertise in insight. So I mean, I guess we're like a people reader. Maybe the thing is maybe you got to rebuild this from a flavor perspective and not a mechanical perspective, because this is a fine vibe. It's not particularly unique or original, right? Like we're getting half of the observant feat, or part of the observant feat, and then we're getting a single expertise. So it's not particularly exciting, but it does have a vibe in a direction. Also, expertise is not a thing in 5e. That's true. You got to write the whole mechanic out, but they actually did write the whole mechanic out, so it's fine. At second, let's see if we can find more flavor to build off of this, because right now it's kind of weird feeling. You invoke your channel divinity to procure a sense of deference and submission in your foes. It's an action you force creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you. You can hear you make a wisdom saving throw on a failed save. They fall prone and are reduced, movement and speed is reduced to 0 until the start of your next turn. It's a pretty strong channel divinity. I think it's probably fine. If it feels... It's another one that doesn't really feel connected to this. It feels a little bit connected to this because you're like submitting... I'm gonna tell you what, this, I mean, is fealty another phrase for submission? Because this feels like the cleric of submission. When you are a creature you can see within 30 feet takes bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage, you can use your action to grant resistance. This feels pretty random. I don't know why we're now getting this. This is a little confusing. We're dealing extra damage. When you reach 17th level, you gain the ability to perform a short ceremony to emulate the crowning of a king. 10-minute ceremony. Crown a willing creature, including yourself. When you're done, things manifest. How long does it last? They gain the following benefits. How long does it last? I guess we'll see. Can't be charmed or frightened. When they complete a short or long rest, they gain 20 temporary hit points. And they have advantage on all attack rolls and saving throws. And if the creature reduces 0 hit points within 30 feet of you but not killed outright, you can use your reaction to dismiss the spectral crown. When you do, it regains half its hit points. When you use the crown, you can't do it again for another 7 days. Ooh! Oh, man, you are making a classic mistake here, and that's okay. This is a classic design mistake. And it's totally reasonable to make. And I'm going to tell you what it is, and you're going to never make it again. You got it? You ready? If you make a feature that you in your heart are pretty cognizant is overpowered, which this is, right? This is too powerful. You don't balance it out by making you only get it once every 7 days. Because you create this situation where you either have a feature that's too powerful, or you don't have a subclass feature. And there is no in the middle. You can't balance out a feature by get it once every 7 days. You don't want a subclass feature, especially on a cleric, because you don't get that many subclass features, to just disappear for a week. What if your campaign lasts a week in-game? You have no guarantee on how many long rests you're going to get. There are a handful of spells and abilities that function like this a little bit, but almost all of them use a dice to add a level of random, but also they're punishing in a way that I really want to push back against. I think you shouldn't put into a core subclass, certainly not a cleric one. I think that my main feedback for you is this feels kind of like it's going in too many directions. I worry that you are conflating the idea of fealty with domination and submission, and it's making this thing kind of feel like it's going in too many directions. Like, I don't feel like this subclass feature ties into the core class at all. This feels completely like it doesn't belong. This also feels completely like it doesn't belong. Because when you're making a subclass, you do want to think about it from more than one perspective. One is the thematic perspective, but the other is the mechanical perspective. And there should be an element of synergy there and of building upon it. This is not building upon anything you've said earlier. Neither in terms of implications based on other features. Like, it just feels... yeah, just feels kind of random. Maybe there's an argument for it's like, well, you got the armor, so you're a little defensive, but like, not like this. And like, why are we getting the ability to do good insight? Are we supposed to be like a royal vizier? I don't know. It's just, the flavor is really confusing, and the mechanics are not doing anything to clarify that flavor. So I think if you are going for a sort of protect to the king vibe, I think that needs to be a lot clearer throughout all of this, both in terms of the mechanics and the flavor. I still think you got to pretty dramatically rebuild your spell list. Yeah, I don't know. It feels... none of these features in particular feel like too busted in any direction. But they don't feel like they synergize, and none of them feel evocative towards this flavor. It feels like a fairly random Swiss Army knife of pieces to me right now. So I think that you gotta think about this, and then my last thought would be like, why is this a cleric? There's almost nothing in this mechanically that feels like these features need to belong to a cleric. A cleric is a very specific vibe. And you're building a fairly interesting concept here in that it's going for a cleric. But I don't think you are making the flavor tied to being a cleric. Like, almost all of these things could fit on top of a fighter in the vibe. They could fit, you know what I mean? Could fit on top of a ranger in the vibe. So where is the cleric in here? I'm not really seeing it. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I think the 17th level feature doesn't really work. I think the first level features don't really feel unique, but they work, but they don't feel unique. I think this is probably okay. It's interesting, but again, I don't feel like this is tied to anything else. This, I don't know how I feel about this. It's probably okay, but again, barely feels tied to anything else. Like everything just feels unconnected, untethered. So there's some interesting ideas in here, but if you as the creator see the through line for how these things connect into a larger piece, you need to clarify what that through line is in the way you express the piece and in the flavor, because it's really not there right now. It feels like a hodgepodge of a conquest paladin mixed with a crown paladin in a certain way, mixed with like just general vague cleric support stuff. But it really doesn't feel like a specific vibe. And I don't really have more feedback than that. Like, all of these features are okay. None of them are particularly exciting or evocative, and none of them feel like they tie together. And I think part of why they don't feel exciting or evocative is because they don't feel tied together. They genuinely feel fairly random. And that is my thought. You think this is the most cohesive brew so far? I disagree. I disagree, because I would say if I was this writer, if I was going to work with this writer and they had to do what I say, they have to do more work than I think a lot of the other pieces that we looked at. Because I would argue the least cohesive part of this is the story it's trying to tell. Because this story is not clear, and the mechanics don't build towards a clear story. So while each of these individual mechanics individually function well, my argument would be, in order to make this subclass work, it needs to fundamentally change. And it doesn't matter if you have a cool subclass feature that works well. If it feels random, doesn't work towards selling the concept, doesn't uplift the mechanics that you're trying to build here, it genuinely is not worth it, and it needs to go. The way that I would see this is you basically need to pick, like, you can do whatever you want, but I would say which of these subclass features does the best job of selling the fiction of your subclass. Keep that and change literally everyone else, because too many of these don't mix together nicely. Suitable, I'm not going to read what you just wrote. It doesn't matter. I don't need to. If I read what your comment is and it rubs me the wrong way, I'm going to get annoyed with you for say you're defending yourself. So I'm just going to skip what you said. I think I'm going to read it anyway. See, this is why I don't want to read it, because you're saying something works really well with the capstone. It doesn't fucking matter. I'm telling you, it doesn't. It doesn't. Why doesn't it? Because this doesn't work. There might be an element of synergy that you like here, but guess what? That element of synergy that you like is poisoning your ability to see the connection of balance and game design. You are caring too much about the synergy you found here than you are the bigger picture. If you really like a pickle, you shouldn't eat a shit sandwich just because it has pickles. You can sacrifice to the deliciousness of that pickle. You can be sad that you don't get to eat that pickle. You can be sad about it, sure. But if you want to eat that pickle, you can't ignore the fucking sandwich. So focus your theme and then clarify that theme through mechanics in a more focused lens. If your theme was very, very focused, you could have a more wide variety of features, because it is a lot easier to sell an idea of things being tied together if that idea is fairly simple and straightforward. But if you're going for something a little more nuanced and a little bit more heady, like, not like the cleric of tricking people, or the cleric of death. This is the cleric of, I support the god that's supporting a local royal leader. That's a very nuanced idea, which means you cannot rely on that idea to synergize the features. It won't. You need the features to synergize the idea. You can rely on the idea to synergize the features when it's a simple idea, and it's very obvious. I'll give you a good example. If you would like to make a Pikachu-themed cleric, you don't really need to make the features build off of each other so much, so long as they all are basically like electric rat powers. Because everybody knows what the fuck a Pikachu is. We don't need to have a conversation about it. We don't need to extrapolate or debate the vibe. You know what I mean? So that's my feedback. It's an interesting idea, but you need to clarify this and or clarify this. Right now, both are vague. All right, thank you very much for sharing. Fun idea. Keep working on it. Give us some more unique features. Thank you, thank you. Let us give them a round of applause. Thank you, Suitable. Thank you, thank you. Suitable, I didn't really give that much feedback on any individual feature other than the 17th level, specifically because all of them individually, I think, work pretty well. I don't think any of those features are like, fuck this, this doesn't work. But I do think the bigger issue is I don't feel like they work together. And if you're like, I see some synergy in the 6th level feature and the 17th level feature, I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, and I'm doing this as a kindness, that is not enough synergy. Because you are picking one very specific element of gameplay out of the larger picture. You're like, I really like that leaf, but you got to look at the whole bush. Hey, in a different context, that's a weird sentence to say. Okie dokie. Should we do one more? Two more? All right, chat, here's the deal. Here's the deal. I will do one more if it's enjoyable to read and it's not crazy long. If it's a 6-page artificer, we're going to say, see you next time. If it's a subclass that's not 6 pages, or it's a magic item, or a spell, or a monster that's not CR 45, we'll do it. But if we open it up and we're like, oof, this is too much, then whoever wrote it, I apologize, but my patience meter is very thin, and I don't know how helpful I will be anymore if it's tedious to get through. So my only feedback if it's tedious to get through will be that it's tedious to get through. Is that okay, chat? I need you guys to tell me whether or not that's okay before I spin the wheel, because I don't want to be a dick. The longer a piece is, the harder it is to make it not tedious, but we'll see. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Clifford, are you a big red dog? I want to implement something from media that I like, anime, game, movie, into D&D. That makes me nervous, but we'll see what we're working with. Anime stuff is almost like always a red flag if something is complicated and busted. Benjamin, you fixed it? Well, I apologize, but this is the last spin for the day, so it's a little too late. But you can resubmit it next time. Let's see. This is Art of the Weave, Steel. Requires proficiency in dexterity or sleight of hands checks. What does it mean to have proficiency in dexterity? That is not something that you literally... That means nothing. Do you mean dexterity saving throws? I am worried because the prerequisites to me mean you don't know that much about the game yet, which is okay, but first rule of Fight Club is if you are still learning the rules, don't make something that complicated. I don't know if this is a feat or not. This is either a feat or a boon. We don't know. Unclear. Delport, let's assume it's a feat. Because if it's not a feat, I genuinely don't know what it is. If it's not a feat, I don't know what it is. So if it's not a feat, you need to tell us what it is. A granted feature. You've mastered the art of pilfering items from others with a mere thought and a quick motion. How do you pilfer items with a mere thought? That is not a example that makes sense, so don't use it. It's a bonus action. You can attempt to magically steal a small item from a creature within 30 feet of you. You can see your fingers blur as you reach out, tapping into the weave, plucking a small item from the unsuspected target. Roll a d6. I see a couple really big issues with this already. I'm going to read through the rest of it, but chat, please tell me all the issues that I have with this before we start reading it. Please. There's really one big one. You'll see it. If you see it, you're a godsend. If you don't see it, that's okay because we're all learning together. I'm going to keep reading it. Write the issue. There's one really big issue. I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a clue what the issue is that I'm thinking about. I'll give you a clue. It's close to something that got pretty dramatically changed in D&D because it was an issue. And it has to do with lore. That's my clue. Okay, roll a d6 to determine the item stolen. A piece of the target's clothing, some gold, a mundane trinket, a small weapon, a magical item. If the target doesn't possess the corresponding role, you instead steal a piece of their clothing. Okay. Proficiency bonus times per long rest. So what's the issue here? What's the issue here, chat? Let's see you said it. You generate items. You don't. You generate clothing, so that's kind of fine. This is just steal from Konosuba. I don't know what Konosuba is. Bildo, my darling mod. I think you meant Kender, but you wrote Kinder. So in D&D, there used to be this race called Kender, and they suck. And why do they suck? They suck because of two things. One, it was built into the race that you were supposed to try to steal shit. And you were really good at stealing stuff, and it was annoying. So what could you do with this feature that would be genuinely frustrating? What can you do with this feature that nobody can do anything about that would be genuinely frustrating? You can use it on other players. You can steal stuff from other players. That's not fun. That's not going to be fun. That's really not going to be fun. Because the other thing is that you have no way of preventing it. It's a bonus action, and it just happens. So, this doesn't feel like a feat. This doesn't feel like anything. This feels sort of... Here's what I would say if I were you. The way that... There actually is a way to make this feature work in D&D. And it's pretty simple. I'll give you a clue, and then I want to see if chat guesses it, and then I will tell you. Because I could put this whole thing into D&D really easily. Right now. Here's my clue. You do not need to write anything down. Chat, how do we put this in game? Here's the clue. You don't need to write anything down. How do we put this? Almost exactly. There's like a... I'll give the things we would need to change about this are the same things that other things have already done. Flareware wins. So what does this feature do? This feature allows you to use a bonus action to attempt to steal something from a creature within 30 feet of you. Normally, when you're attempting to steal something, what would you roll? Sleight of hand check, right? Well, not to, not to rain too hard on your parade, but we do happen to have a rogue that has an ability to steal things from creatures at a range. And that's called the Arcane Trickster. So the Arcane Trickster gets this fun little ability called Mage Hand Ledgerman. It allows you to cast Mage Hand with a range of 30 feet, so same range as this feat. And the Mage Hand is invisible. And you can use that Mage Hand to steal shit from people. So this is essentially this feature minus mechanics. So this doesn't need to exist because this already does. And if you want this to exist, you need to make this unique mechanically in such a way that it's not just a simplified, overpowered, less mechanically interactable feature of this. Because this is, you have an invisible mage hand, you can send it around, you can pick people's pockets, you can do all that stuff with it. This is the same thing. So this feels kind of redundant from the get-go. What's up, Connor? So yeah, mediocre, interesting idea, but we really don't need it because we have the mechanics for it already in the game. All right, Clifford, thank you for sharing. Let's give Clifford a round of applause. That was a pretty short one. We could do one more if the other one's also short. Maybe. Cinder, you should end. You're fucking tired. You're right, I should. Add yours to the wheel. Yours is already on the wheel. Weird. Wait, let me check something. What is... Huh. Okay, whatever. Alrighty, friends. I think realistically, I love you, but we're gonna wrap up because I'm a tired boy. We are gonna raid my friend Jillian. She's doing a special one-shot to raise some money for her partner Matt. If you would like to join on YouTube, because I would like you to be able to join if you're on YouTube to help us with the raid. Here it is. Here's the link. So we're gonna go over there. I ask that if you're watching on YouTube, consider joining us for like a couple minutes just to say hey and put a bunch of like, yeah, Cinder raid in the chat to make them feel cool. And that is that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go raid my buddy Jillian. Does that sound reasonable? All right, team. You guys are absolutely amazing. Don't forget, oops, that you guys are the best. I love you from here till back. I ask that you stick around for the raid if possible, just because they're good people and I want to support them. And let's, you know, let's help our buddy move. And if you're watching on YouTube, go over and say Cinder raid. All right, have a good one. I love you.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be